However, those who handle the victims are truly heinous criminals. In the underground prison, various tools are used to deal with people, cutting open their skin, slicing flesh into thin pieces, torturing while providing treatment, ensuring that the torture lasts for over a month without death. During this time, no one has been able to endure such torment. The man hesitated, while Lu Zhou remained silent, plunging the dagger directly into the other's shoulder. In an instant, blood spurted out. The man opened his mouth, just about to scream, but Lu Zhou grabbed his tongue. After seeing the cold, emotionless eyes once more, the man felt his whole body stiffen. If he didn't follow the instructions given, he would truly be killed. He did not doubt that the person before him really wanted to kill him. No, he still wanted to live well. How could he die? The man's shoulders relaxed, compromising and reluctantly opening the switch. As before, after opening the switch, an iron rod appeared in the air. It rushed towards the bell. The two within the bell were instantly filled with fear and anger. This mechanism had temporarily granted them 3 people the power to operate it. Now that foolish person had been coerced so quickly. He and his companions inside the bell were doomed. When the large iron pillar crashed down, both of their faces turned pale. Because they had no tongues, they could only emit low, unformed cries. Their expressions even resembled that of a crying baby. These two were indeed adults, with much harder bones, taking quite some time to be crushed and smashed. However, every time the iron rod heavily smashed down, they experienced not just physical, but also psychological torment. So painful, wanted to die, wanted to scream loudly, but unable to make a sound. In that moment, they seemed to feel like they had turned into defenseless babies. Every part of them hurt so much. As the sounds within the bell gradually faded, Lu Zhou quietly watched the scene before him. The originally bright red bell became a lot dimmer at this moment. The clear floral patterns faded once again. Lu Zhou grabbed the person who was operating the switch. What secret does this bell hold? The man's head was pressed to the ground by Lu Zhou, right on the pieces of flesh splattered by the crushing of his companion, instantly overwhelming him with nausea. But he didn't dare to remain silent. We don't know the specific secrets either. We are required to put 2 children inside every day, 1 boy and 1 girl. Aside from this requirement, we haven't been told anything else. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows, confirming that the person before him wasn't lying, and exchanged glances with his uncle, Zhang Jiahao, and Zhang Fu. If the ones placed inside aren't a boy and a girl, what will happen in the end? The man swallowed hard, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. I don't know that either. Lu Zhou shot him a sidelong glance and threw him to the ground. Don't you know where the children are held? Take us there. No matter what, finding Zhang Lele first counts as a gain. Zhang Lele is still a serious child, probably also staying in the children's holding place. Zhang Jiahao's face unconsciously showed concern. After being thrown to the ground, the man forcibly suppressed the urge to cough. But as his eyes rolled, he began to repent and bow. Brothers, I have already angered the true God Church. After I take you to the place, will you let me go? I am being forced to do these things. My family has elderly and children. Without me, it won't work. Chapter 392, The Place of Detention. Looking at the man's pretentious demeanor, the brows of Lu Zhou and the others furrowed. They would not forget how lewdly this person had spoken about wanting to molest children. However, Lu Zhou could see that this man had also resigned himself to his fate. If they did not agree, the man in front of them would certainly not lead them properly. Hey, you do have some insight. Don't worry, we are good people. You were just forced to flip a switch earlier and did not participate in the killing, so we won't hold you responsible. Get up and take us to our destination, Lu Zhou said after a brief contemplation. The man immediately got up, his face full of flattery. However, Lu Zhou and the others still caught a glimpse of the fleeting relief on his face. You guys are so understanding, I really don't know what to say. If I'd met you earlier, I wouldn't be stuck here doing this dirty work. Follow me. This way, the man said, leading the way. To be cautious, Lu Zhou tightly bound the man with a rope made from game materials. At first, the man was quite honest, but later Lu Zhou noticed him trying to sneakily tamper with the rope. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou reprimanded him and added a beating as well, muttering, "If you run now, I still have a gun. When I shoot, do you think you can outrun the bullet?" Zhang Jiahao, not wasting words, punched the man on his bleeding shoulder, his face full of disgust and anger. "Lead us properly." Since he entered, his emotions had been in a suppressed state. After all, his younger sister's fate was unknown. Whether she had suffered inhuman abuse and torment, these entanglements and pains had been tormenting Zhang Jiahao and Zhang father, and now this man was causing trouble. Naturally, Zhang Jiahao would vent his anger on him. Seeing that escape was impossible, the man had to temporarily give up and quickly led Lu Zhou and the others through the caves towards their destination. Once inside the cave, everyone found that it was vast and complex, and if they hadn't captured a guide, they would certainly have gotten lost. Even though Lu Zhou had a shield that could detect the route, the difficulty of navigating would definitely increase. At this moment, since someone was leading the way, Lu Zhou only needed to keep the shield active and see if the man was taking them the wrong way. If he intended to lead them into an ambush, the shield would indicate the number of people ahead. In terms of safety, Lu Zhou had already thought of the tactics. However, after Zhang Jiahao had beaten him and Lu Zhou had threatened him, the man became much more compliant. The cave walls were slippery, carrying a familiar scent. Lu Zhou sniffed lightly. For some reason, he felt that the scent had a familiar mossy odor. When he reached out to touch it, he felt a slippery texture under his fingertips. The moss was overly damp. This place did not seem like a frequently visited passage. For some reason, Lu Zhou thought about the mysterious cave they had entered earlier, where the moss seemed to be similar. However, that cave had definitely been unfrequented. Theoretically, there were many people within the True God Church, and they could not possibly not come through this path often. Could it be that this man in front of him was deceiving him? Lu Zhou's gaze was fixed on a man leading the way. The man proceeded diligently, and Lu Zhou felt that he couldn't be acting that well. Moreover, based on the shield's display, there genuinely seemed to be no ambush ahead. They could only follow closely and watch the situation unfold. After Lu Zhou contemplated, he slowly moved ahead. Many people are armed and ready to counterattack at any moment. In this place, who knows if danger will come in the next second? Finally, after walking for about 10 minutes and winding through countless paths, the man whispered flatteringly, "Everyone, we've arrived." As he spoke, he slightly poked at the cave entrance that was emitting light. Passing through this cave is where the children are held. Lu Zhou took a couple of steps forward, testing it out, and indeed there were no traps. Using a protective shield, he looked at the area and confirmed that there were quite a few green and yellow dots. He took a deep breath and carefully observed the chaotic scene before him. The place where the children were held was a cold, dark prison. Each person was locked up separately, and the children inside all had terrified faces. Some looked numb and lifeless. The path the man led them on didn't seem to be the usual route, as Lu Zhou noticed many people coming and going from another entrance nearby. The man, seeming afraid of being misunderstood, explained in a low voice, "The route I brought you through is like a fire escape. Usually, very few people use it unless there are special circumstances. The entrance they're using has a small minecart system, which makes it convenient for them to come in, so they generally go that way." As the man explained, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. "Since I brought you all here, can you let me go?" Lu Zhou smiled faintly, his expression indifferent. "Of course, we keep our word." As he spoke, he forcefully stuffed a pill into the man's mouth. The man was startled and struggled to cough it out, but Lu Zhou skillfully pushed it down again. "This drug can temporarily stop your bleeding, but it's a slow-release poison. If you don't get the antidote within 3 days, you'll surely die. Find a safe place to wait for us. I will need you to take us out later. Once we're out, I will definitely give you the antidote. By the way, don't think about doing anything against us. I will know." Lu Zhou smiled and, not waiting for the man to act, cut out his tongue. The man writhed on the ground in pain, and soon the effect of the drug kicked in. The wound on his tongue indeed stopped bleeding. He glared at Lu Zhou and his group with a chilling sense of resentment. This group of people should wait for him to find an opportunity to kill them, right? They can't really think he's just going to surrender, can they? Oh, wait. Why is his stomach starting to hurt so much? The man rolled around in agony, his consciousness fading. Once the pain slightly subsided, he bitterly continued to think about his earlier plan. However, the familiar feeling quickly swept over him. So it turns out the other side wasn't just boasting. They really had something up their sleeves. The man hurriedly got up. Although he was filled with anger and resentment, he could only follow Lu Zhou's instructions. Watching the man's retreating figure, Lu Zhou silently smiled. This nano pill was indeed effective. It was a disposable product from a game that Lu Zhou had fished up earlier. It was perfect for torturing and threatening people. He hadn't expected it to be used in such a way. After that, the four of them stood still and stared at the people responsible for guarding the children. These people had clearly defined roles. Some were responsible for patrolling, some for cooking and tidying up, and others for enjoying themselves. All in all, Lu Zhou counted and found there were 23 of them. Quite a number of people. Chapter 393, Crazy Self-Detonation. Quickly, Lu Zhou and the other three made a plan. First, Lu Zhou would go over to attract those people, and then the remaining three would flank them from behind. It was Lu Zhou himself who suggested taking the lead. After all, being at the front would draw more fire, and Lu Zhou was the most well-equipped among them, making him the most suitable for this task. The group didn't waste time. Each person held their weapon and concealed themselves at the prearranged positions. Lu Zhou tightened his grip on his firearm. Then, with a few pops, he shot at those people. He used air bullets. Although air bullets lacked the power to confront the giant monster at the entrance, they were still useful for killing. In a single encounter, Lu Zhou managed to take down 3 of the enemy. These 3 were hit in vital areas and died within a second. Once the remaining people reacted, they frantically retreated to the side, but there were also some who, infuriated, drew their guns and charged forward. This group of people wielded firearms that looked familiar to Lu Zhou. Upon closer inspection, he quickly realized that these were tracking guns. He had no idea how the opposing side managed to get their hands on these tracking guns. While he was pondering this, someone had already fired a few shots. Lu Zhou dodged swiftly to the side of a rock, and all the tracking bullets missed and hit the rock instead. Then, with a cold expression, Lu Zhou raised his hand, took out his gun, and fired at the people behind him. His marksmanship was exceptional. Almost every bullet found its way into the bodies of the enemies. However, Lu Zhou had a plan to prioritize killing first. Basically, he targeted those who were holding tracking guns first. There weren't many people on the opposing side with tracking guns, possibly because such weapons were relatively rare. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou raised his hand and changed direction to shoot at the enemy. The bullet struck one person's arm, accompanied by the sound of flesh exploding, causing the tracking gun in that person's hand to drop to the ground. Quickly, Zhang Jiashu and Wei Qingzhu moved in to subdue that person. Without wasting words, Zhang Jiashu swiftly knocked him out with a punch. After that, everyone began to indiscriminately eliminate the remaining enemies. Lu Zhou took out his gun and shot without hesitation, one after another, firing bullets outward. As the bullets soared, explosive sounds echoed in the air. Then came the sounds of explosions within human bodies. Zhang's father wasn't idle either. He coldly took out his firearm and dealt with the enemies one by one. He had been a hunter for many years, and now he was a sharpshooter. Each bullet he fired pierced the chests of the enemies mercilessly. 10 minutes later, the ground was soaked in blood. In the prison, aside from the captives Lu Zhou had deliberately left behind, everyone else had been slaughtered cleanly. From one of the bodies, they found a key. Zhang Jiashu anxiously ran along the cage, eager to find his sister. There were too many children trapped here, and Lu Zhou couldn't take this group with him. He could only leave these children behind, waiting for the army to come for rescue later. After all, the army was not far behind them and would arrive shortly. Just as he was thinking this, he noticed Zhang Jiashu's expression was tense. Lu Zhou was puzzled in his heart, and then he heard Zhang Jiashu collapse in despair. No, she's not here. Everyone felt a bit confused, and Lu Zhou ran over. Zhang Jiashu suddenly grabbed his friend's arm. Lu Zhou, why isn't my sister here? Could she have been killed already? Or was she taken somewhere else? Zhang Jiashu was panicked, and Zhang's father was not in a good state either. The two had initially thought they could rescue Zhang Lele, but no one had expected that, upon arrival, they couldn't find her. Wei Qingzhu was the first to calm down. He frowned, squatted down, and pointed at the captive they had deliberately left behind. This person looks to be of the highest rank among them. We might as well ask him, right? Zhang Jiahao quickly snapped back to reality, squatting down and grabbing the person in front of him, delivering several hard slaps. Wake up! Hurry up and wake up! Zhang Jiahao's actions were rough, and after a few loud slaps, the man finally groggily regained consciousness. However, the first thing he did upon waking was to reach for his chest. Lu Zhou tightly gripped his wrist, his gaze cold. Are you impatient to die? The man shivered in fear. Once he looked around and confirmed that all his men were dead and that there were 4 opponents, none of whom he recognized, he truly panicked. Zhang Jiahao grew anxious and grabbed him by the collar, speaking fiercely. All the children you kidnapped are here, right? Don't hit me, I'll tell you. This place really is where the children are imprisoned. Who do you want to find? I can help you. The man trembled as he spoke, and Lu Zhou sneered. There are many people here. How can you find them for us so quickly? The man relaxed slightly. There's a system that records the children's information. Each child is scanned with a machine when they arrive. As he spoke, the man's gaze was fixed on a machine not far away. But you have to let me operate it. That computer can only be accessed with my permission. Lu Zhou's expression was icy as he lifted the man and moved toward the computer. Come and help us find them. The man, trembling, began to verify the information. Perhaps he was too nervous, and his hand accidentally touched an icon first. Upon seeing this, the man immediately panicked and tried to close it. Zhang Jiahao became anxious and pushed him away, not wanting to let the other side close it. He thought the man was having second thoughts and didn't want to open the system for them. However, when a flood of images and videos depicting children being harmed suddenly filled the screen, everyone fell silent for quite a while. The impact of the visuals was overwhelming. Almost everyone clenched their fists. Seeing that the atmosphere was off, the man quickly opened another icon, sycophantically saying, "This one is it." Zhang Jiahao struggled to suppress his urge to kill the man in front of him, but it was Lu Zhou who spoke up, signaling him to continue searching. Although the man was terrified, he had no choice but to continue working for Lu Zhou and his group. Soon, the application opened, revealing a multitude of images. The 4 quickly browsed through, trying to find Zhang Lele. Finally, heaven did not disappoint those who were earnest. Zhang Jiahao found a photo of his sister. This one. Zhang Fu leaned closer to take a look, and he couldn't help but gasp. It was indeed Lele. Where is this girl? The man felt bitter inside. With so many people, how could he possibly know? But upon seeing the girl's appearance clearly, he spoke slowly. This girl is no longer here. She has a special condition and has already been taken away by the higher-ups to participate in a divine descent ritual. Upon hearing the words divine descent, everyone held their breath. The divine descent was coming so soon. Where is it located? Lu Zhou pressed for an answer, but the man shook his head wildly, indicating that he didn't know. Zhang Jiahao clenched his fists, just about to threaten him, when he saw the man's body rapidly swell. A look of pain appeared on the man's face, and he became frantic. Chapter 394. Where does the passage lead? D. After the divine descends, I will be the first to become a god. I will defend the true God Church to the death. No one expected that the timid-looking man would be so insane. No wonder people involved in cults are usually not quite normal. Seeing the situation turn sour, Lu Zhou's expression changed drastically. Quick retreat. This guy seems like he's going to self-destruct. With a furious shout, Lu Zhou quickly led the three others to dodge to the side while swiftly activating the protective shield. Just then, in less than 2 seconds, the man's laughter abruptly stopped, his body rapidly expanded, and then he quickly exploded. The shockwave from the explosion surged towards Lu Zhou and the others. The explosion was quite loud, and the protective shield's defense value rapidly decreased. What kind of bomb did this self-detonation trigger? How could it have such terrifying lethality? Lu Zhou watched as the protective shield's numerical value plummeted and immediately charged it up, replenishing it multiple times, barely managing to avoid the explosion. Inside the protective shield, the four of them were filled with a sense of relief after surviving. Due to the earlier explosion, some of the children had already perished, but many more were still alive. The power of the explosion was indeed significant, but after it subsided, the four unexpectedly discovered a passage that had been blasted open. If it hadn't been for this unintentional explosion, Lu Zhou and his group would never have found this place. He quickly stowed away the protective shield and hurried towards the newly created opening to assess the situation. The three others closely followed behind. When they looked down into the passage, it was pitch black. Lu Zhou reached out to touch the entrance and felt a moist sensation. It must still be moss. Zhang Jiehua's sixth sense stirred wildly. He had a strong premonition that this place directly led to the location of the divine descent. However, it was very dangerous. His sixth sense was screaming that there were unseen dangers lurking here, and there was a high likelihood that it would be a one-way trip. Zhang Jiehua didn't hesitate too much and quickly made up his mind to go down. Of course, he shared his true feelings with everyone. Lu Zhou leaned down to listen, and at that moment, the alarm frog jumped out, croaking quack, 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 urgently. Lu Zhou understood that Zhang Jiehua was right. It was indeed quite dangerous inside. However, everyone didn't hesitate. Almost in an instant, they chose to go. If the world ceases to exist, individual existence holds no value. Lu Zhou first surveyed the area and then secured a descending rope for everyone. Following that, the four of them jumped down in succession. The dark passage seemed terrifying, like a giant monster ready to swallow them whole. On the other side, the four teams following behind Lu Zhou and the others were attracted by the massive sound of the explosion. Upon entering the cave, they encountered a series of bizarre occurrences. First, they saw a strange bell filled with human organs and flesh. The entire area was saturated with an exceptionally pungent smell of blood. Moreover, aside from this, they wandered quite a bit in the cave. The conditions inside the cave were very complex. One careless move could easily lead to confusion and disorientation. Even the battle-hardened four teams felt the daunting level of difficulty of the mission for the first time. After wandering in the cave for over an hour, the group found themselves still trapped. Just when everyone was feeling disheartened, they heard a thunderous sound echoing through the cave. The sound was extremely loud, shaking the surrounding cave walls involuntarily. Quickly, the source of the tremor was captured by the captain of Team 4, Guoguang. We will immediately head towards the source of the tremor. There may be danger ahead, but at least it is a way to break the deadlock. We can't stay trapped here forever. Everyone immediately got up and walked forward for a while, suddenly finding themselves in an open space. So we made it out? Everyone felt a bit of joy, and Guoguang quickly adjusted his mindset, planning to continue investigating what had happened. There was a comrade responsible for marking the path, and he had made the necessary markings along the way for the convenience of those who came after. Not long after they entered, the giant guarding the door finally stopped squatting in place and began to rampage. The team led the giant to another location, and gradually, many soldiers entered the building. Songwei was among them. After he entered, Team 4 reported to him. Their team had a slightly slower overall pace than Team 4. Guoguang reported as usual, and after the report was finished, a soldier responsible for going out to investigate the situation returned a jog. Report, Captain Guo. Ahead is a prison, but it has been partially blown up, and inside are the children who have gone missing during this time. This comrade was extremely excited. Who wouldn't be excited? After all, when these children were taken away, they had prepared for the worst, total annihilation of the army. They never expected that so many children were still alive. This was undoubtedly a big surprise. In addition, traces of gunpowder and human remains were found on the ground, and the scene was eerily similar to the self-detonation incident involving the True God Church. Also, a passage was blown open in the ground, but we do not know where it leads. The specific situation still needs you to personally go and take a look, Captain. The report from his subordinate was quite detailed. Guo felt more assured. He quickly stepped out, and what met his eyes was an extremely tragic scene. There were many casualties, and there were signs of a battle. He crouched down and looked at the ground. Indeed, the scene was similar to the one where the True God Church had self-detonated. Upon seeing this, Guo immediately confirmed that a group of people had entered before them and had engaged in a battle with the people here. The members of the True God Church must have self-detonated to kill their opponents. Guo looked around and felt a sense of regret for those people. They had taken care of them quite a bit along the way, yet from the scene before him, Guo was certain that they must have died in the explosion. However, after searching around, Guo and the others found no suitable corpses. Could it be that they were injured in the explosion and then left here? Guo had some doubts, but that didn't make sense given the number of people involved. Deaths were inevitable. Guo could never have imagined that the total number of members in the Lu Zhou team was only 4. And Guo quickly reported the situation here to Song Wei, specifically pointing out the presence of a group of children, as well as the mysterious passage on the ground. Song Wei hesitated for a moment, then slowly spoke. You will enter the passage and continue forward. As for the safety of the children, the subsequent 3 teams will be responsible for their rescue. Yes, Commander Song, Guo responded, then instructed his subordinates to take a short break. He first walked over to the side of the passage, looking into its unfathomable depths. He took out a glow stick and threw it down. The team member beside him was timing it. 20 seconds until it hits. After some calculations, Guo concluded, "This thing is over 20 meters deep. We must take descending equipment." Chapter 395, Descending Equipment. Li Guang's team moved quickly. Since they already knew that the enemy wanted to summon the gods, they naturally had to thwart the other side's conspiracy. Once the rope apparatus was ready, Li Guang took the lead and was the first to slide down. A team member tried to stop him, but was quickly defeated by the captain's authority. No descent allowed. As the captain, I should be the first to venture into danger and lead by example. After Li Guang finished speaking, he jumped down immediately. The rope and clips made a friction sound as he adjusted his legs into the most suitable position for descent. When the rope reached the calculated height, Li Guang tentatively touched the ground with his feet. It was solid ground. He breathed a sigh of relief and turned on his flashlight to see what was below. As soon as he turned on the light, he was startled into silence by the sight around him. The vice captain, waiting above for the captain's response, anxiously shouted down, "Captain Li, are you all right? What's the situation down there?" Li Guang was jolted back to reality by this shout. He quickly replied, "The height calculation is fine, but there are numerous corpses down here." Li Guang couldn't fully express his shock. These bodies were twisted into a state that sent chills down his spine, their faces contorted in agony. However, what was most puzzling was that these bodies looked like they had just died recently. Their bodies were still soft and warm, and their faces bore no signs of decay. They appear to have just died. But Li Guang soon noticed that one of the corpses had a tag hanging from its chest. This was the identity card of the person. It clearly stated that this person had died 100 years ago. However, as Li Guang scrutinized it closely, he could only conclude that this person couldn't possibly be that old. He looked nothing like someone over 100 years old. He looked more like someone in their 20s or 30s. An indescribable sense of confusion quickly exploded in Li Guang's mind. When he first came down, he accidentally touched the warm corpse. In an instant, he drew his gun, thinking they were all living people. It was only after testing with the light that he realized the truth. Though these people were dead, for some reason, just being there sent a chill through Li Guang's body. The people above, upon hearing the captain's movements, felt relieved. What's there to fear? It's just corpses, after all. When the group descended and saw the same terrifying and eerie collection of bodies, they all became much more cautious. It was clear that these corpses looked very unusual. After sending this information to Song Wei, the team continued to move quickly forward. Much like Li Guang's shock, when Lu Zhou and his team first landed, they were also startled by the sight of the corpses. Zhang Jiahao, upon seeing the corpses, felt his heart racing nervously. This feeling was not like looking at corpses, but more like observing something unusually bizarre. Especially during the descent, Zhang Jiahao accidentally kicked the face of a male corpse below. In an instant, the unique sensation of human flesh made Zhang Jiahao's skin crawl. He shone the light over and found that the male corpse's face had returned to its original appearance. A dirty footprint looked quite disturbing. Zhang Jiahao turned his head away, while Lu Zhou frowned, staring at the corpses for a few seconds. What he was doing wasn't just looking. He was scanning with a protective shield to detect the interior. The shield showed no abnormalities, which meant that this thing truly had no life. Was he being paranoid? Lu Zhou buried his doubts deep in his heart. The others were still worried about Zhang Lele and the matter of the divine descent, so they didn't pay much attention to this small incident. The four of them quickly adjusted their state and continued forward. However, no one could have anticipated that shortly after they arrived at the Zhang family, a male corpse shakily reached out to wipe its face. At that moment, it looked strikingly similar to a living person. Once it finished wiping, the male corpse stopped moving. Lu Zhou was anxious. Their group still had no idea about the timing of the divine descent. Time had already passed, and he didn't know what step the divine descent on the other side had reached. Wei Qingzhu remained silent. Even when he was anxious, he wouldn't lose his composure. The two members of the Zhang family were filled with worry. Zhang Lele was still so young. What would happen to her being taken by this group of cultists was simply unthinkable. A deep sense of extreme fear, anger, and confusion arose from the depths of the Zhang family's hearts. No matter what, they had to find Lele first, and other matters could be dealt with later. After descending from the corridor, the four of them first encountered corpse. The farther they went, the narrower the path ahead felt. Initially, they could walk upright, but later they had to bend down, and eventually they had to crouch to move forward. Lu Zhou squinted and, after confirming that the path ahead was clear, fell into deep thought. He didn't know how much longer they had to advance through this corridor, nor were they certain if this path was the right one, and the safety of this route was not high. If things went wrong, they could easily be ambushed. In a matter of moments, Lu Zhou calculated the pros and cons. He said coldly, "We'll continue for half an hour. If we don't find an exit, it means we're going the wrong way." The other three had no objections. The four of them moved forward in silence through the corridor. Lu Zhou's statement was not without reason. From the diagram of his protective shield, he could roughly estimate the time needed to advance. If this path was correct, they would definitely be able to get out within half an hour. The farther they went, the more Lu Zhou felt that the path was sloping downward. Initially, it was just a suspicion, but as the slope increased, all four of them felt the abnormality quite clearly. Quickly, Lu Zhou formulated a new plan. Downhill paths were great. If it was downhill, he had tools he could use. Lu Zhou rummaged through his things and soon found an item that was most suitable for the current situation. A device designed for a person to lie down and slide down. Lu Zhou took it out and assembled it to a proper size, and the others were shocked. No way. How could Lu Zhou always be so well prepared? This thing could also be taken out? After the item was assembled and placed under everyone, Lu Zhou signaled for them to all crouch on it, while he would be in charge of operating it. The design of this thing was simple, and the other three did not hesitate to get on. Lu Zhou then activated his protective shield to serve as a security measure for this device. After the four of them crouched down, Lu Zhou immediately felt that the space on the device was narrow. However, with an arrow on the string, It had to be released. He exerted a bit of force, pushed the device, and soon, the entire device, carrying him and his teammates, shot forward. The speed of the launch was fast at first, but as they continued, the speed noticeably decreased. Lu Zhou paid attention to the condition of the road ahead while slowly controlling the device. When they turned a corner, the overall slope of the corridor suddenly increased. The most direct consequence was that the device began to crash uncontrollably, no longer under Lu Zhou's control, and barreled straight ahead. Chapter 396, A Set of Syllables. The speed was extremely fast. Compared to before, the four people were tightly biting their lips. Although they were so nervous that they felt like they could fly away, no one said a word. On the road, Lu Zhou keenly noticed that the protective shield's defense value had already decreased by several hundred points. It must have been attacked along the way. However, these attacks were not powerful, and they were all blocked by the protective shield. Lu Zhou stared at the protective shield, observing the value stabilize. After confirming there was no further decrease, he finally felt relieved and focused on driving ahead. Wei Qingzhu, Zhang Jiajun, and Zhang's father were already so scared that sweat was seeping from their foreheads. As the vehicle sped forward, the three suddenly felt that their previous decision was a bit hasty. What if they couldn't stop in time? Speaking of which, along the way, Wei Qingzhu seemed to sense some attacks from above. But after calming down, he found that he was the only one who was panicking, so he appropriately kept his mouth shut. The simple sliding vehicle continued to drive forward until it finally stopped. The four jumped out, their legs feeling a bit weak and uncontrollable. Lu Zhou lowered his head and was the first to fold the vehicle up, then put it away. The few continued to walk forward. In fact, upon reaching this point, the path suddenly opened up a lot. Everyone felt they were about to arrive at their destination. Lu Zhou was a bit nervous, but more so, he was anxious. He couldn't wait to know what the True God Church was up to. After walking for a few minutes, they indeed arrived at the exit. Lu Zhou took out his invisibility cloak and wrapped himself in it. Soon, the figures of the few people disappeared again. Lu Zhou held his breath and walked forward. As soon as he went out, he was stunned by the scene before him. Not only was Lu Zhou shocked, but Wei Qingzhu, Zhang Jiajun, and Zhang's father were also frozen in place. It was unexpectedly spacious here. At the very top of the ceiling was a strange pattern, and below it were hundreds of green glass jars. Inside these glass jars floated children, their eyes tightly shut, their bodies gently swaying in the green liquid. From these containers extended a tube, and these tubes converged together, leading Lu Zhou to look over. When he looked, everyone was astonished to discover that these tubes led to a huge green container. Inside that container was a person whose appearance was very familiar. Wei Qingzhu's eyes turned red. The person inside is Dr. Chun, who was kidnapped by the True God Church back then. Wei Qingzhu's memory was very good, especially when facing someone who once posed a threat to his wife and daughter. Naturally, he had deeply engraved the other person's appearance in his mind. Even though Dr. Chun was being tortured to the point of looking unrecognizable, Wei Qingzhu could still recognize him. After hearing Wei Qingzhu's explanation, the three were all stunned. At this moment, Dr. Chun, immersed in the solution, was stretching his body. His stomach was terrifyingly large. That stomach looked as if it had something stuffed inside, as big as a young adult. In that instant, the four felt cold sweat break out on their foreheads. They had no idea what method was used to make Dr. Chin's stomach swell to such a size, yet had not burst. However, like a woman developing stretch marks during pregnancy, Dr. Chin's belly was covered with numerous purple-red lines, looking extraordinarily terrifying and dreadful. His stomach was so big that it seemed that a gentle touch could make it explode. Unbeknownst to him, Lu Zhou suddenly felt a wave of nausea rising from the depths of his inner being. Dr. Chun was surrounded by a viscous green liquid that rushed into his open mouth, wantonly entering and exiting. At this moment, even the four of them, no matter how dull they were, realized that these children were all being fed to the monster in Dr. Chen's belly. Zhang Jiahao's face turned pale, and then his eyes sharpened like an eagle's, scanning the liquid for any sign of his sister. Zhang Ke shared the same thought. However, after the two finished surveying the scene, they found no trace of Zhang Lele. Zhang Jiahao was completely panicked. Where could his sister be? Thinking positively, she might have escaped. Thinking negatively, what if she was already dead? In an instant, Zhang Jiahao's mood plummeted. Lu Zhou was not idle either. He directly adjusted the protective shield and began to observe the surroundings. The screen was filled with yellow and a particularly vigorous green. These children were left with only half a life. All their life force had been drained to nourish the monster in Dr. Chen's belly. Lu Zhou quickly scanned the area and finally found a faint green spot in a very concealed location. He immediately focused his attention on it. When he saw the person clearly, Lu Zhou exclaimed, "Uncle Zhang, Jiahao, look, isn't that Lele?" Zhang Jiahao and Zhang Ku turned to look immediately. They raised their heads to gaze at the girl, suspended at the highest point. The clothes looked familiar, and the eyebrows and eyes were unmistakably Zhang Lele. At this moment, Zhang Lele had long since fainted. She was suspended by iron chains from above, her hands, feet, neck, and waist tightly bound. Behind her was an upside-down cross, and a bizarre, winged angel statue was embracing her. The thick iron chains had caused Zhang Lele's body to be covered in blood scabs. Seeing this scene, Zhang Jiahao clenched his fists. Fortunately, his little sister was not dead. However, in this state, she looked extremely dangerous. Zhang Ke's face darkened as he looked around, trying to see where the release mechanism for the chains was. Those thick iron chains could not be opened with brute force. Lu Zhou found it strange. This was a divine nutrition chamber, but why were none of the members of the True God Church guarding it? Lu Zhou had checked the protective shield many times, and there were no signs of enemies nearby. So, was there a possibility that the enemies thought their current weapons could not threaten the nutrition chamber? Did they gather elsewhere because they had more important things to attend to? However, even so, this nutrition chamber would still be monitored by the True God Church. If they entered now, they would definitely be discovered by those people. Just then, the long-lost gossip skill was activated. Divine descent requires sufficient nourishment and a set of special divine descent incantations. After reading this, Lu Zhou suddenly understood. No wonder those people were not guarding the area. They must have gone to a safer place to chant the incantation while monitoring this nutrition chamber. If the nutrition chamber was not damaged, they would absolutely not show up. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou wasted no time and entered the chamber. Wei Qingzhu felt a bit anxious. In his opinion, his nephew was indeed being impulsive. However, the next second, Lu Zhou took out a gun and aimed it at the nutrient container where Dr. Chen was located. Chapitre 397, Destruction. On the other side of the screen, a masked man in black sneered. As expected, the nutritional pod had been found by these official lackeys. But it didn't matter. He was well aware of the advanced technology on the other side. No matter what, they wouldn't be able to destroy the materials of the nutritional pod. While he was distracted, he began to chant softly. This set of incantations was the main spell for summoning a deity. To be honest, this set of incantations was quite difficult, with many tongue-twisting pronunciations that needed to be memorized one by one. In addition to remembering the incantation, the most important thing was to chant it continuously without stopping until the deity descended. This was indeed a physically demanding task, but luckily they were divided into two groups, taking turns to chant the incantation. The man in black glanced at Lu Zhou on the screen, then snorted coldly, sitting down in the chanting position, closing his eyes tightly, and his mouth began to move incessantly. Lu Zhou first took out air bullets and tracking bullets, planning to take the lead and give it a try. Bang! 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 As bullet after bullet shot out, the container was indeed undamaged. Wei Qingzhu, Zhang Jiahao, and Zhang Wei gathered around, their expressions grave. During this time, Zhang Wei attempted to use a gun to break the chains binding Zhang Lele, but to his dismay, he found it impossible to rescue her. Those chains were like the most solid cage, tightly holding Zhang Lele, not allowing her to escape. Lu Zhou looked up at the situation, then took out a laser gun. This gun had immense power, and its extremely high temperature would surely melt the iron chains. Without saying a word, Lu Zhou aimed at the position of the chains and fired a shot. His shooting skills were excellent, and with one shot, he hit the chain precisely. Zhang Jiahao and Zhang Wei looked tense, both considering what a find to catch Zhang Lele. Lu Zhou quickly pulled out an inflatable trampoline from his backpack. As soon as Zhang Jiahao saw it, he knew how precious this item was in the current situation. "Thank you, Lu Zhou." Zhang Jiahao sincerely expressed his gratitude, his hands not daring to stop. Zhang Wei quickly filled the trampoline with air. The trampoline inflated. After a brief glance, Lu Zhou immediately looked up and continued to focus on the chains. One shot after another. As the chains loosened and Zhang Lele was about to fall, Lu Zhou sensed that the atmosphere around him was off. His senses were sharp, and in a tense state, this was even more pronounced. A gust of wind reached his ears, and Lu Zhou calmed himself, firing off one last shot upwards. This shot pierced through the iron chain. Finally, Zhang Lele began to fall from the air. During her descent, Lu Zhou felt as if there was something dangerous in the air. "Danger!" Lu Zhou frowned and extended his gun, aiming at a certain spot in the air and firing a shot. This shot startled the three people below. Before Wei Qingzhu could say anything, they heard someone in the air scream, followed by a spray of blood. Lu Zhou's face was cold, and he said nothing, but he felt a sense of urgency. "Uncle Zhang, Jiahao, quickly catch Lele." The two had no time to think about anything else, only able to watch Zhang Lele fall. After 1 second, finally, Zhang Lele landed safely on the ground. Zhang Jiahao was afraid it would be too late, so he immediately reached out and hugged his sister. Zhang Fu was quick-witted and swiftly pulled out the stopper. That was the sound of the stopper being removed. In less than 10 seconds, the cushion had shriveled down to a small piece. Zhang Fu hurriedly tidied up the things, while Lu Zhou and Wei Qingzhu rushed to the person who had been struck in the air. Indeed, it was a person. Dressed in all black, they appeared in midair. Lu Zhou felt that this person must possess some sort of special skills, which is why they were sent to carry out the abduction. Lu Zhou had always been cold towards enemies. He took out his gun, aimed it at the opponent, and coldly asked, "Who sent you?" The person only coughed a few times and did not say anything further. Wei Qingzhu looked at him, her tone somewhat hesitant. "This person seems to have the ability to teleport. Just now, he appeared over there without us noticing, and if it weren't for your obstruction, he would have successfully kidnapped Lele." The more Wei Qingzhu spoke, the more her wariness and scrutiny grew. The person lying on the ground, however, showed no signs of movement. Lu Zhou kicked the person, only to discover that they were already dead. "Damn!" Zhang Jiahao, holding his sister, was about to come over to check the situation, but upon seeing that the person was already dead, he felt a sense of frustration. Zhang Fu, fearing that his son would be tired, planned to take over and carry Lele, but Zhang Jiahao refused, citing his young age and good health as reasons. "We can't worry about this person for now. The most urgent issue is to break the nutrient chamber that is causing the divine descent. Otherwise, once the deity emerges, all our efforts will be in vain." After Lu Zhou finished speaking, he quickly rushed to the outside of the nutrient chamber where Dr. Chan was. His speed was remarkably fast. Without hesitation, he raised his laser gun and fired several rounds at the container. Inside the monitor, the black-clad man was watching Lu Zhou's every move. In the footage, Lu Zhou had rescued Zhang Lele, which was enough to make him feel a sense of crisis. He initially wanted to call someone over to take a look, but it turned out that the people beside him had mysteriously disappeared, and Zhang Lele's importance was slightly lower on the priority scale. When chanting, it was most fearful to be disturbed. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Thus, the black-clad man endured and planned to wait a little longer. If there was further activity, he would join his companions to cause trouble for the others. Of course, he wouldn't just wait idly. Throwing out his projected doppelganger was the black-clad man's tactic. This projection possessed 100% of his strength and was sure to cause some disturbance to the opponents. However, who could have anticipated that the moment the projection appeared, it would lose in a single confrontation? Looking back at the few people on the screen, the young man leading the charge had taken out the gun that had just taken down his doppelganger and aimed it at the container. Logically speaking, the container should never be broken by the existing technology of the opponent. However, the man's heart was momentarily unsettled, as if something distressing was about to happen. Quickly, accompanied by a crisp sound of glass cracking, the man was horrified to discover that the glass of the cultivation chamber had developed a small crack. The crack was not large, just a shallow, light-colored line. Yet, in the man's heart, there was an inexpressible panic. What kind of joke is this? This glass was specially made from materials that would withstand any damage. At that time, everyone naturally did not believe it, so they brought out their most advanced weapons, the ones with the greatest attacking power, to test one by one. As expected, none of the weapons could break through the glass material. However, what was happening on the screen was truly beyond the man's comprehension. What the hell? What exactly is the thing in his hand? Chapter 398, Counterattack. How did he break through that mysterious material? The man's mind was in chaos, and at this moment, he needed to report to his superiors immediately. After all, the situation was urgent. Soon, a faint jingling sound pulled the thoughts of the several spellcasters back to reality. The man looked at everyone regaining their focus, and, disregarding the cold gaze from the person at the top who was about to kill, immediately knelt down on the ground and said loudly, "Master, forgive me for interrupting you, but I must report something to you." As he spoke, the man pulled up the image on the screen for the master to see. This person just used his weapon, and with one strike, our glass showed a crack. To protect the safety of the divine descent, I had to disturb you. The man's demeanor was very humble. At this moment, he felt utterly powerless. Despite appearing gentle, if anyone were to ruin the master's most cherished pursuit, that person would surely end up with no place to bury their body. Not only was the master shocked by the man's words, but the others around him also looked astonished at the display on the screen. In the image, that person had merely fired a single shot, and the supposedly indestructible glass had cracked, indicating that he was no ordinary opponent. The master, the true god, Sek frowned at this scene, then his brow relaxed. This person seems a bit unusual. You all go out and take a look. However, the incantation cannot stop. I will continue leading everyone here. After you deal with the enemy, return immediately. The few people who were sent out nodded and took their leave. They quickly donned the highest grade combat gear and equipped the most formidable weapons. The entire process took no more than 2 minutes, and they left behind only a fleeting image. Their method was highly efficient. They used teleportation. However, this teleportation technique was rarely used, as it had many limitations and could only be executed from specific locations to predetermined points. Outside of these designated point-to-point displacements, it was quite inconvenient, as setting up the destination was quite the task. It was initially established to protect the nutrient chamber of the divine descent. Soon, the group disappeared without a trace. After Lu Zhou fired a shot, he continued shooting. Of course, he had instructed the others to stay close to him. Lu Zhou fired while remaining vigilant. He understood that the opponents would not allow him to destroy the nutrient chamber unimpeded. Once they saw his capability to ruin it, they would definitely send people to deal with him and his team at the first opportunity. Lu Zhou tightened his grip on the laser gun, his finger instinctively squeezing as he calmly aimed at the container in front of him, firing his laser gun one by one. Before long, the cracks on the container transformed from a single line into several. As he was about to break a small hole, Lu Zhou sharply sensed that the air around him was becoming thick and viscous. It felt as if the air was being compressed, and something was about to squeeze out from it. Wei Qingzhu glanced up towards Lu Zhou, looking in the direction where Lu Zhou sensed something was off. Not only the group of them, but also the Zhang family members standing nearby noticed something unusual. While Lu Zhou continued his actions, he remained alert. Just as the last bullet struck the glass container, Lu Zhou sensed movement in the thickened air. In the next moment, dozens of bullets emerged from the air, aimed directly at the unprepared Lu Zhou and his team, hurtling towards them. The bullets emitted a buzzing sound, as if they were about to drill into Lu Zhou and the others' bodies and explode. Lu Zhou feigned surprise on his face and fell backward. His shield had long been activated, and everyone inside the shield was completely protected by it. No one was injured. The newcomers did not know that Lu Zhou had a shield. When they appeared and looked at Lu Zhou and the others, their eyes were filled with an unbearable arrogance. The kind of gaze was very much like looking at insects. As Lu Zhou fell back, he grabbed a few people next to him and fell to the ground together. In an instant, it lowered the newcomers' vigilance. They smirked innocently. Where did this insect come from? It can break open the container. What a powerful weapon. Tisk, what's the use of a powerful weapon? It's still going to be killed by us. Quick, look for that weapon of his. It must be something fun. The crowd chattered, and after a while, they finally sent one person straight towards Lu Zhou. This person was extremely excited inside. This weapon should be quite something. It might even be superior to all the weapons within the church. Although he wouldn't be able to use it himself, perhaps he could give the weapon to that individual later, and he might be rewarded for it. The more he thought about it, the more pleased he felt. However, when he got closer to Lu Zhou's position, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. Wait a minute. Logically speaking, how come there's no smell of blood so close? This is unreasonable. The man rolled his eyes, and upon seeing that the few people across from him were clean and showed no signs of injury, the nerves in his brain began to go wild. Not good, it's a trap. The man took a deep breath and turned to run. Lu Zhou quickly got up from the ground, his gaze deep. He aimed his gun at the man's back and fired a shot. Blood splattered everywhere. In his last moments, the man still had the appearance of trying to escape, his face filled with terror. He could not understand why, despite dozens of bullets hitting the opponents, these people were still alive. As soon as the scout was killed, the onlookers could no longer sit still. Those people are still alive? How is that possible? Impossible. I personally shot dozens of bullets at them. There's no way they could still be standing in front of us unharmed. As far as we know, the riot gear the military has cannot withstand our gunfire. Stop talking nonsense. Can't you see they're indeed okay? Back off a bit, or we'll all get killed. The voices of these people were small as they quickly jumped away, fearing they would be hit by Lu Zhou's bullets. After Lu Zhou got up, Wei Qingzhu and the Zhang family also quickly got up. Zhang Jiahui still vividly remembered the danger of dozens of bullets rushing toward them. At that time, he was filled with the thought that his life was about to end. This group had ambushed them. Given the angle and the number of bullets, they were undoubtedly going to die. However, what was strange was that those bullets slowly passed by them and then all fell to the ground, as if something had obstructed them. Then his friend suddenly erupted, killing the man who had come to investigate, which then intimidated this group of ambushers. A wave of indescribable joy surged in Zhang Jiahui's heart. It seemed that at any moment, Lu Zhou would bring hope to those around him. Chapter 399. The Destruction God Descends. Lu Zhou was unaware of how many thoughts had crossed his mind in that instant, while watching the few people in front of him jumping away. He was deep in thought. This group of people should be the ones watching the spectacle from the other side of the screen. However, it seemed that there were no members of the true God Church among them. There were two possibilities. One was that they deemed it unworthy for them to show up. The other was that they were entangled in some urgent matter and couldn't get away for the time being. To verify his thoughts, Lu Zhou didn't waste words, but instead continued to shoot at the nutrient chamber. The nutrient chamber, which was already precariously balanced, seemed on the verge of breaking free from the glass that confined it, about to burst forth. It was clear that Lu Zhou noticed a hint of urgency in the eyes of his opponents. It seems they are really anxious. Among this group, the leader, after dodging Lu Zhou's gunfire, immediately drew a pistol from behind and aimed directly at Lu Zhou's heart, firing without hesitation. The bullet, propelled by a decisive intent, seemed to bring with it a gust of air as it sped towards him. A highly powerful bullet. In order to reduce the pressure on his shield caused by the bullet, Lu Zhou swiftly sidestepped, narrowly avoiding the shot. As the bullet whizzed past him, several other bullets, seemingly emerging from nowhere, rushed toward Lu Zhou's face. Lu Zhou's expression tightened. Quick reflexes. This person must have extensive battlefield experience, able to quickly compensate with additional shots the moment the first bullet missed its target. Moreover, the angles of these bullets were quite tricky. No matter where one tried to dodge, they would inevitably be hit by one. This person had clearly calculated the trajectory before firing. Lu Zhou furrowed his brow, doing his best to evade the bullets, but still managed to take a hit. Fortunately, he had a protective shield. The bullet silently ricocheted off, landing on the ground. The opponents thought that under their seemingly invincible attack, Lu Zhou would soon meet his demise. However, seeing Lu Zhou still unharmed and unfazed, their expressions turned grim. The surrounding people looked equally distressed. What a joke! This person was a sharpshooter known as the Grim Reaper. After all, he had never missed his target once. Lu Zhou had already made him look foolish twice in a row. The sharpshooter squinted his eyes, coldly stating, "I suspect the opponent has some kind of shield or something. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to evade my deathly pursuit." Some teammates nodded, while others, who had long been displeased with this person's arrogance, smirked in mockery. Not necessarily. How could they possibly have such powerful equipment? Our intelligence work has been quite solid, you know? If your skills have declined, just admit it without being embarrassed. This woman was responsible for the True God Church's propaganda and intelligence work, and she was quite respected within the organization. However, the sharpshooter was no exception. He was also a core member of the organization. Glancing sideways at the mocking woman, he spat out a few words. "Your intelligence system has already made several mistakes today. Who is it that said, based on the current military strength, it would be impossible to damage the container?" "You." The woman was furious, her chest heaving with anger, her face flushed with indignation. Several others nearby hurriedly tried to mediate. "Hey, stop arguing. This isn't the time for a fight. That container looks like it's about to break free. Aren't you worried?" The woman, still fuming, took out a remote control from her pocket. Pressing the button, several sheets of glass rose up tight against the front of the container. That piece of glass, which was on the verge of breaking, was now once again reinforced by new glass. Moreover, the glass is thicker than before, and just looking at it makes one feel even more despairing. Lu Zhou could only watch as the container became thicker. Zhang Jia was getting anxious. "I see. These people really have a backup plan. They even have replacement glass." Lu Zhou thought to himself, "This is more like it. Otherwise, if it were so easy to break the divine descent container, he would feel uneasy." Haha, but the laser gun was also using level 1 glass before. Now, if it is switched to level 2, will the container break faster? When it was level 1, Lu Zhou upgraded the laser gun. Its highest level was 3, with flames and temperature improved, but sustained capability was somewhat lacking. After all, you gain some, you lose some. A glint of testing flashed in Lu Zhou's eyes as he used a level 2 laser gun to fire several shots at the glass. This time, the laser gun shot out bullets that quickly melted a small hole in the container. The melting speed was quite fast, under everyone's gaze. As long as they weren't blind, they could see that if no one stopped Lu Zhou, destroying the container was only a matter of time. The woman's pupils suddenly constricted, and she quickly pressed a few buttons on the remote control, bringing in more glass. The entire container was protected tightly, resembling an impenetrable fortress that was not easily broken. However, they all knew deep down that in reality, this thing could not compare to Lu Zhou's weapon's destructive capability. After all, when that gun fired high-temperature bullets, the entire room felt the terrifying energy of the heat. Don't just stand there. Quickly grab that gun. If possible, kill the ones opposite. In the midst, someone issued an order. This group of people completely unleashed their weapons without reservation. Lu Zhou sneered just in time. Ka-ka-ka-ka. All the sounds of bullets firing filled the air. For a moment, bullets were flying everywhere. In the chaos of battle, the opposing team had already become disorganized. On Lu Zhou's side, they were tightly clustered together. The shield's defense value slowly decreased as they hurriedly dodged. Fortunately, the impact of these people's weapons on the shield was limited. However, if a person were to take a few shots, they would have long been dead. Wei Qingzhu, Zhang Jiahao, and Zhang's father didn't get hit by a single bullet while dodging in a hurry. At this moment, even the dullest among them realized that Lu Zhou had some mysterious thing that could protect them all. Immediately, they became bold. They drew their weapons and crazily rushed towards the enemy, as if money meant nothing. Everyone had tracking guns, and there were also air bullets. After a round of chaotic fighting, Lu Zhou's side remained unscathed, with the defense value decreasing by less than 100 points, while 3 of the opposing team had died, and the rest were all injured. Lu Zhou was quite satisfied with this situation. The opposing side was clearly terrified by Lu Zhou's imposing presence, yet they gritted their teeth and tried to stop him. Though death was frightening, for these fanatic cultists, death was not as terrifying as the impending divine descent. After a moment's thought, several of them turned around and bravely charged forward. In the gaps as these people stepped up, Lu Zhou single-handedly made them submit. It was the opposing side that couldn't hold back first. I'll go over, then use traps to kill the ones opposite. Otherwise, the entire divine descent will be disrupted. The woman who had just mocked the sharpshooter spoke anxiously. Chapter 400, Clash of Titans. She held numerous traps in her hands and was responsible for controlling the enemy's systems here. Now that Lu Zhou was about to destroy the divine descent, she could not remain indifferent. Soon, the woman pressed a button and her figure vanished. When she reappeared, she was already very close to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou smiled slightly, finally waiting for this person. He knew that as soon as he activated the level 2 laser gun, the other side would definitely not sit still. However, the level 2 laser gun had a short duration, and it would take a long time to destroy the container. It would be more cost-effective to directly control the person on the opposite side. Although Lu Zhou was well aware of his firearms, the other side did not know that. Under the current anxiety, she still chose to come over and eliminate Lu Zhou himself. This was perfectly in line with Lu Zhou's wishes. He had known that this place was full of traps. If he acted rashly, he could very well be killed by the other side. Waiting for the other side to fall into the trap was the safest choice. If the other side did not come, Lu Zhou had also made corresponding plans. However, he did not expect that the plan would be successful so quickly. When the woman flashed to Lu Zhou's side, her face was filled with fury. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Zhou and his companions immediately sensed that the atmosphere around them had turned tense. It felt as if some uncontrollable danger was about to arrive. Lu Zhou's eyes darkened, and he activated his shadow traveling skill to evade the woman's attack. Then, he seized the slender throat of the woman. His expression was cold. "Cancel the order you just gave." The woman laughed maniacally, her beautiful face twisted. "Dream on. You blasphemers of the divine should all be punished by the gods." As soon as she finished speaking, the woman began to spit blood in large quantities. Lu Zhou could sense that the energy on the opposite side was wildly dissipating. The woman's eyes were frenzied, and there was not a hint of fear of death on her face. Lu Zhou felt incredulous. Such a vague and ethereal belief could be so terrifying? Zhang Jia was extremely anxious, his sixth sense going haywire, intuitively telling him that the commotion the woman just released was definitely not something good. Now, everyone's situation was extremely dangerous. Lu Zhou's gaze was piercing. Seeing that the woman was not cooperating, he immediately used his hypnosis skill on her. This skill had barely been used since he acquired it. The time for hypnosis only took 3 seconds. The woman, who had been looking mad, gradually calmed down. Lu Zhou immediately instructed, "Cancel the traps you just set." The woman did not move, her tone mechanical and cold. "Report, unable to cancel." Lu Zhou felt a headache coming on. "Remove all the glass protecting the container. All traps, self-destruct immediately." The woman paused for a few seconds, a hint of struggle crossing her eyes, as if she was battling against her own consciousness. However, regrettably, she did not succeed. Zheng Ruan took out a remote control from her sleeve and pressed a button. Self-destruction sequence initiated, completion in 10 minutes. Lu Zhou was very satisfied. However, the others also sensed that something was amiss. "Damn, I feel like all the traps have been triggered." "It's not triggered, it's in self-destruction sequence. Zhou Yuan has betrayed us." "That traitor! Quick, hurry back and inform that person." After a few sharp screams, Lu Zhou listened to these conversations with clarity. He could see clearly that the people opposite, upon realizing that something was wrong, immediately took out a smooth, green, round object from their pockets. Lu Zhou had previously thought that this thing looked like an insect egg. Once these people got hold of it, Lu Zhou immediately understood their intentions. They planned to teleport away. Lu Zhou certainly couldn't give them this opportunity. He immediately used the shadow shifting skill to flash over. With shadow shifting plus the protective shield, Lu Zhou and his group were practically invincible at this moment. In the astonished gazes of those people, Lu Zhou and his group, who had previously been far away, suddenly appeared right in front of them. "Damn, what the hell? These people can teleport too." "Impossible. There are no conditions for them to teleport here." They were well aware that their own positioning had been prearranged at 2 locations, which allowed them to teleport smoothly. However, the other side clearly didn't have time to set up, so were they using a more advanced technology? Lu Zhou's sudden approach brought immense psychological pressure to the group. However, their minds were chaotic and uncontrollable, so their initial thoughts were all mixed up. Lu Zhou coldly drew his gun and sent bullet after bullet into the heads of those opposite. When their heads burst open, expressions of surprise, confusion, and other emotions remained on their faces. After these people died, the green object they had dropped fell to the ground. Lu Zhou's speed was too fast. He didn't let a single person escape. Moreover, since the initial goal of the opposing side was to flee and report back, no one planned to self-destruct and perish together. Lu Zhou first scanned the dropped items on the ground with the game, and after receiving a notification that they posed no danger, he bent down to pick it up. Could this item be used to teleport to their stronghold later? Lu Zhou was thinking far ahead. At his earlier signal, the glass of the nutrient tank had already been lowered. Only the original layer of glass remained. Without saying a word, Lu Zhou opened the 3rd level and connected it. The flames were even hotter than before and instantly surged towards the opposite side. The gap that had been created by Lu Zhou's earlier actions could no longer hold. Crash! Accompanied by a tremendous explosion, the nutrient tank shattered. The green liquid inside gushed out like it was crazy. Just at that moment, Lu Zhou noticed that the thing the woman had released earlier was coming over. "Be careful, there's something behind," Lu Zhou warned, and everyone quickly dodged. Thanks to the original protective shield, everyone did not suffer any actual harm. Soon, the attacking creature revealed itself, a pitch-black monster that resembled a lump of mud. As Lu Zhou stared at this lump of mud, he was astonished to find that the protective value of the shield was rapidly decreasing. And this was only from a mere brush against this creature. What kind of monster was this that could be so terrifying? Lu Zhou's alertness toward the opponent instantly maxed out. Meanwhile, Wei Qingzhu furrowed his brows and spoke urgently. "Put on your masks. This thing seems to produce toxic gas." His sense of smell was exceptionally sharp, and since he often frequented laboratories, he was the first to be on guard when the odor emerged. The group quickly put on their masks, and Lu Zhou swiftly blew a bubble around each person. Once the bubbles adhered to their bodies, everyone felt much more comfortable as the murky air cleared up significantly. Chapter 401, Breakthrough Point. "Damn, I feel much better now. That poison gas earlier was really deadly. Zhang Jiasong coughed twice, a look of fear appearing on his face. Lu Zhou raised a finger to his lips. Don't talk yet. This thing seems to be able to hear and locate sound. Lu Zhou spoke in a very low voice, just enough for the three people around him to hear. As expected, after hearing Lu Zhou's words, the three immediately stopped moving. Not far away, that patch of rotten mud was slowly moving towards the direction where Lu Zhou and the others were. It seemed like it moved slowly when it didn't have a target locked on. Apart from the moving patch of mud, the entire room had become a mess. Green liquid from the nutrient chamber was spilling everywhere. A look of pain flashed across Dr. Chen's face as he stayed bizarrely at the bottom of the container, looking as if he were dead. Lu Zhou's gaze fixed on him, remaining still for a few seconds. I'll go burn him later. I suspect the deity isn't dead yet. As soon as Lu Zhou said this, the three agreed without hesitation. At this moment, Lu Zhou had already activated his cloaking suit, and the four of them had completely vanished. On the other side, the people who were closely monitoring Lu Zhou and his group were instantly bewildered. Report to the bishop, the intruders have suddenly vanished. The bishop of the True God Church was closing his eyes, hastening his incantation speed frantically. He had waited a long time for the moment of divine descent, but today there was such a huge mistake. He had thought he had set up an impenetrable net, but it turned out that the opposing side was not ordinary. But it's okay. There's still 10 minutes left, and the divine descent can come at any moment. However, before the divine descent arrives, he must first delay the opposing side. Dr. Chun could survive without the nutrient solution for about half an hour, but the opposing side would definitely try to kill him at the first opportunity. Without any hesitation, the bishop of the True God Church, this highly respected figure, spoke up. Who among you is willing to delay the opposing side and hold out for 10 minutes? The divine descent will be complete by then. As soon as the bishop said this, everyone looked around and a few people stepped forward. We are willing to go. The bishop glanced at the others who had been reluctant to step forward earlier and spoke in a very gentle tone. You've worked hard. Before you set off, I will pray for the divine protection to descend. After all, our opponent doesn't seem easy to deal with. After saying this, the bishop immediately reached out and took out a smooth, glossy green gemstone. The few who had volunteered immediately widened their eyes. Bishop, is this the protection of the deity? This was a thing that was impervious to blades and bullets. The bishop had demonstrated it before. This item could basically shield against any harm. With the protection of the deity, the few going out felt extremely excited. They originally went with a mindset of risking their lives, but now it seemed unnecessary. With the deity's protection, they wouldn't be going out just to die. Those who had not stepped forward earlier began to regret their hesitation. With the blessing of divine protection, going out this time was purely about earning merit, with no risk involved. For a moment, many felt regretful for not having stepped up earlier out of fear for their lives. The bishop scanned the faces of those below, who displayed various expressions, feeling quite pleased. He chuckled. It was all right. He had his own ways to deal with those who didn't intend to offer their loyalty. Turning around, he continued to instruct those being sent out. You must delay for me as long as possible. Once the time is up, you can withdraw actively. Yes. These individuals quickly agreed and then exchanged glances before disappearing from the location. The people sent over this time are basically the most loyal and skilled members of the True God Church. After receiving the blessing of the gods, their combat power has naturally increased dramatically. When Lu Zhou was about to rush over to kill Dr. Chun, he felt that familiar sense of pressure surrounding him once again. This time, the four of them deftly avoided the areas where the air was most compressed. Sure enough, moments later, a rain of bullets came down. Lu Zhou and his companions had already prepared for this, so they naturally did not get hit by any bullets. In addition to avoiding the sudden appearance of these people, Lu Zhou also needed to rush out directly towards Dr. Chun. Rationality told him that he had to kill this person quickly, Otherwise, delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Just as Lu Zhou opened fire, aiming directly at Dr. Chun, a transparent, arc-shaped protective shield suddenly encapsulated Dr. Chun, shielding him completely. Lu Zhou's brows gradually furrowed. There was actually a protective shield on the opposite side, too. Meanwhile, a few people who had just emerged wiped the sweat from their foreheads. Fortunately, we made it in time. Otherwise, the divine descent would have been interrupted. Keep your voices down. You all go and bring over the divine descent container. Protect it well, kill the enemies, and just give it to us. The voices over there were quite chaotic, but Lu Zhou relied on his keen hearing to catch what they were saying. They intended to take Dr. Chen away? That couldn't be allowed. Lu Zhou's mind raced, and he immediately appeared around Dr. Chen. In an instant, he activated his level 3 laser gun and fired several shots at Dr. Chen. Unfortunately, the protective shield was too effective. He was unable to break through it. Lu Zhou fell silent. On the other side, the group of people opened fire on Lu Zhou and his companions. However, Lu Zhou's protective shield was not to be underestimated. The bullets fell to the ground with a thud, only damaging a few dozen points of protective value. This group acted very systematically, occasionally distracting Lu Zhou and his companions in an attempt to take Dr. Chen away. But Lu Zhou kept a close watch on Dr. Chen. While dealing with the opponents, he also considered how to deal with this protective shield. The opposing protective shield was indeed troublesome. It appeared that its capabilities were not inferior to his own. How would he break through it? Lu Zhou fell into thought. At that moment, the voices from the other side grew louder, attracting the attention of the mud monster. The monster seemed to have locked onto their position and slowly made its way over. Those people appeared to be wary of the monster. Once it approached, they immediately fled. Moreover, Lu Zhou noticed that the monster basically did not attack the other side. Why was that? Zhang Jiao whispered. Did you all notice that the monster isn't attacking us anymore, either? As soon as these words were spoken, the three of them were taken aback. Indeed, ever since the monster first appeared and accidentally slapped the protective shield, it hadn't come over since. One reason was that they were basically making no noise, and the second reason could be this. Lu Zhou took out a few green round stones from his pocket. Could it be that these things are at work here? Wei Qingzhu looked over at the opposite side and said, I think it's very possible. These things might be the key, means to keep the monsters at bay. At this point, an idea suddenly struck Lu Zhou. Wait, I know how to kill Dr. Chen now. When he said this, a smile even crept onto his face. Wei Qingzhu stared at her nephew, then uncertainly asked, You're not thinking of luring the monster over, are you? Chapter 402, The Thunder Gatling. That's right. Lu Zhou immediately acknowledged his thoughts. This monster had extremely powerful destructive capabilities. Just a gentle collision had already damaged his protective shield quite a bit. If it was used against the opposing shield, would it also be destroyed? Everyone felt a bit anxious. After all, this information was merely their speculation, not a confirmed fact. However, the situation was urgent, and there were no other methods they could try. Without expending much effort, Lu Zhou focused on the location of Dr. Chun and threw over a small portable recorder. The sound was deliberately amplified. As soon as the sound emitted, the monster reacted immediately, its eyes turning red as it charged straight towards the lying Dr. Chun. The others also noticed the sound. Seeing the monster rushing towards Dr. Chun made their hearts race with tension and excitement. The mud monster was extremely formidable, and once released, it could not be recalled, unless it was killed. When this monster was created, the person who made it only told them that as long as they carried the blessing of the gods, they would not be targeted by the monster. In this situation, it seemed to be true. The few of them, because they had that stone, were still alive and well, while Dr. Chun, lying on the ground and unable to move, was in danger. Be careful. The enemy might break through the shield, someone whispered anxiously. The others soon reacted and rushed forward. Lu Zhou, with a cold gaze, drew his weapon and pushed back the opposing force. But the mud monster was still a step ahead. It jumped closer to Dr. Chen's position, let out a roar, and stretched out its filthy tongue to lick. Sure enough, the protective shield broke apart in just a few moments. Lu Zhou was delighted, his heart cheering. It worked. The others were shocked. One by one, they were so anxious that sweat poured down their foreheads. After breaking the shield, the mud monster intended to extend its tongue and taste Dr. Chen carefully. However, after hesitating for a moment, it ultimately did not harm him. It opened its mouth wide, then quietly withdrew to the side, no longer moving. This action from the mud monster left everyone stunned. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows and seized the opportunity to take out a laser gun, aiming it at Dr. Chen's belly and shooting. After a few shots, it was visibly seen that Dr. Chen's belly immediately shrank. Next, Dr. Chen's belly burst open, releasing a disgusting black-green liquid. Those sent by the True God Church to buy time were all numb. Seeing Dr. Chen being cut open, they immediately went crazy, trying to snatch him away. Lu Zhou would not let them have their way. Long before they planned to place their protective shield over Dr. Chen again, Lu Zhou had already accepted Dr. Chen into his own protective shield. Of course, for safety, Lu Zhou intentionally separated the protective shields of his group and Dr. Chen with a gap. The outside people could do nothing to Lu Zhou, and they were almost going to go mad with frustration. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou took out other firearms and unleashed a barrage at Dr. Chen. Wei Qingzhu and Zhang Jiao were not idle either. The three of them widened their eyes and opened fire. The sound of da-da-da was incessant. Quickly, Dr. Chen's once round belly was now just a pool of blood. Lu Zhou never forgot to deliver the finishing blow. At that moment, he threw out several incendiary bottles and ignited them. Quickly, flames soared, burning with the stench of human fat. The smell made everyone take a step back. The opponents were desperate, using every attack they could muster, but it was of no use at all. Lu Zhou curled his lips, feeling a sense of joy for the first time. The game came to life at just the right moment, its tone filled with surprise. "Oh, I didn't expect you to succeed. It's really hard to imagine." Lu Zhou cast a sidelong glance at the game. "Can that entrance be destroyed?" The game continued. "It can be destroyed, but I remind you that although their physical descent has failed, they will still try to control you in their own way." Lu Zhou's expression darkened. Wei Qingzhu didn't know what his nephew was doing while the game looked around. He keenly sensed that this was the best time to escape. Zhang Jiafu also had the same feeling and urged him to hurry up and run away. "Lu Zhou, we need to leave here first." Lu Zhou snapped back to attention. Everyone could clearly hear the sound of what seemed to be an army approaching not far away. Lu Zhou glanced at the children in the containers around the room. The army would handle these children properly. He took out the green stone from earlier and deliberately found a hidden spot to place one piece down. Then, he crushed one of the pieces and disappeared from the spot with everyone. The few people responsible for chasing Lu Zhou had extremely unpleasant expressions. "They've run away. Don't know where they went. Have you reported to the bishop?" "Already reported, but the bishop didn't say anything." The expressions of the group were serious. After thinking for a moment, they crushed the stone and returned to the bishop's location. Lu Zhou arrived faster than that group. When the four of them arrived, they saw the bishop of the True God Church kneeling on the ground, whispering something devoutly. In the next second, the bishop suddenly sprang up and retreated several dozen steps. His movements were extremely quick, and Wei Qingzhu whispered, "This person has the feeling of being strongly influenced by T-34 material. We need to be careful." As soon as he finished speaking, the others lunged directly at Lu Zhou and his group. At that moment, the bishop had a dark expression, looking at Lu Zhou and his group. "What a pity the descent of the god has failed. I didn't expect that a mere bug could possess such capability. I truly underestimated them. However, even if the true body cannot descend, the collapse of this time is also predetermined." The bishop cast a deep glance at Lu Zhou and his group amidst the chaos, and his entire body floated away like a bat. Lu Zhou was anxious, and in the midst of the chaos, did not forget to leave a protective mark on the bishop. "It was just a test, but I didn't expect it to actually succeed." Lu Zhou's surprise didn't last long before he noticed the ground beneath his feet trembling. What the hell? Immediately afterward, a sense of distortion came from the air. What else is coming? Lu Zhou felt apprehensive, as the enemy's attacks became even more ferocious. The protective value plummeted rapidly. Lu Zhou dared not delay and planned to leave. At that moment, the hidden creatures in the air finally revealed their true forms. They were bizarre-looking monsters. These creatures rushed towards Lu Zhou and his group like they were insane. Dense and overwhelming, with the firepower of Lu Zhou's four-person team, they couldn't break through. Lu Zhou's eyes burst with intense anger, and then he used the area attack weapon he had drawn from the game earlier, the Thunderstorm Tetran. Thunderstorm Tetran instantly fires thousands of bullets in 1 second, lasting for 5 minutes. Within those 5 minutes, the switch can be adjusted at will. Bullet cooldown time. 1 month. A special charging method can immediately replenish bullets. Chapter 403. Escaping with Life. Lu Zhou had never experienced the power of the Gatling gun. Although it could only fire for a brief 30 seconds, the impact of the bullets during that time was not something to be taken lightly. Seeing the urgent situation, Lu Zhou furrowed his brows and lifted the Gatling gun, aiming it at the creatures that were emerging from all around. He began to unleash a barrage of fire. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire echoed rapidly. The recoil from the Gatling gun was extremely powerful, causing Lu Zhou's hands to ache. He gritted his teeth and remained silent, allowing the gun in his hands to spew bullets without restraint. Thousands of bullets impacted the creatures, causing tremendous damage. The bullets seemed to be made of an unknown material, with remarkable power. Anything they touched would dissipate almost instantly. Such formidable power stunned Wei, Qingzhu, and the Zhang family. They were dumbfounded, staring at the Gatling gun in Lu Zhou's hands without blinking. While Lu Zhou fired the Gatling gun, he didn't forget to use his shadow teleportation skill to escape. With the overwhelming firepower, he managed to carve out a path through the horde of creatures, which were as numerous as locusts. Behind him were the relentless creatures, and in front was a chaotic labyrinth of tunnels. Lu Zhou pulled out a map and ran at full speed. He used the Gatling gun for only 2 minutes before breaking through. The creatures behind him couldn't keep up, and Lu Zhou led the others, running while circling around the obstacles ahead. The interior of the cave was deep and convoluted. After running for a while, they found themselves lost once again. Bang, bang, bang. After eliminating a few lingering creatures, the group paused for a moment to catch their breath. Taking advantage of the brief respite, Lu Zhou immediately pulled out a shield and searched for the person he had previously encountered. Wei Qingzhu beside him displayed a hint of conflict and hesitation. His memory was sharp, and logically, he shouldn't have gotten lost so easily. The Zhang family members, with one carrying Zhang Lele and the other deep in thought, were also puzzled. Zhang's father had been a hunter who frequently ventured into the mountains. He wouldn't have gotten lost even with his eyes closed. Why were they struggling in this place? Each of them had their own thoughts, but none revealed their concerns to the others. Having just escaped a life-threatening situation, it would be counterproductive to let the stress affect their morale. They were all experienced individuals, so they managed to keep their composure. Zhang's brother took a moment to glance at his sister, noticing the areas where she was bound by chains had chafed and healed, leaving tender, new skin exposed. His heart twisted in pain, and he cursed the members of the True God sect under his breath. Lu Zhou urgently scanned the map marked on the shield, trying to locate that person. After a quick sweep, he finally found the individual's location. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhou led the group onward. They faced little difficulty in finding the man they encountered earlier. The man looked surprised and concealed his anger upon seeing Lu Zhou rushing toward him. Lu Zhou understood the man's thoughts and said in a low voice, "Take us out of here, and I'll give you the antidote as soon as we escape." The man's eyes lit up and his tone softened slightly. "Really? Don't lie to me. If you don't give me the antidote, I can't guarantee I will lead you properly. Don't worry, "Don't worry, I'll give you half of it right now," Lu Zhou said as he pulled half of the antidote out from his pocket. The man across from him quickly reached out and snatched it away, immediately putting it in his mouth. After a cool sensation went down his throat, he clearly felt the discomfort in his stomach ease up significantly. It should really be the antidote. The man's attitude immediately improved, and he hurriedly led Lu Zhou and his group out. Lu Zhou and the others wasted no time and quickly followed. Thanks to the man's guidance, the journey became much smoother. During this time, Wei Qingzhu keenly noticed that the route the man was taking was exactly the same as the one her group had taken. Why was he able to lead them out? Wei Qingzhu seized an opportunity to ask this question. The man smiled obsequiously. "It's like this. It seems there are mechanisms set up here, and only our church's internal staff can pass through the cave." Lu Zhou and the others were all taken aback. "TSK, this mechanism is quite clever. By the way, how did those soldiers get through back then?" After a moment of thought, Lu Zhou's brows relaxed as he quickly found the answer. The true God Church isn't just represented by the man in front of them. The soldiers would naturally threaten the church staff to show them the way if they couldn't find it themselves. The group hurried along, and when they reached a cave entrance that emitted light, the man joyfully exclaimed, "If you go out from this entrance, you'll soon reach the exit." Lu Zhou darted forward to take a look. After confirming that the environment outside was indeed outdoors, and checking the surrounding area for any anomalies before looking at the protective shield again, Lu Zhou kept his word and gave him the remaining half of the antidote. The man was overjoyed, snatched the antidote, and immediately left the place. After the man left, Zhang Jiahao's expression was filled with anger. "Lu Zhou, did you really give it to him? That kind of scum doesn't deserve to live in this world. Have you forgotten how many children he has killed?" Lu Zhou smirked and quietly said to his friend, "Just watch. Good deeds will be rewarded, and evil deeds will be punished. It's not that retribution doesn't happen. It just takes time." Zhang Jiahao was bewildered, wondering when his friend had become so philosophical. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou was still looking at the map of the protective shield, watching as the man ran into a group of soldiers around the corner. The soldiers would surely be able to extract more information from this man. Whatever he did, he should face the corresponding retribution. On the other side, the man, who was happily enjoying the half antidote, was overjoyed. "I can't stay here any longer. I need to hurry up and leave, or I'll die here." The man muttered to himself, but his body honestly moved deeper inside. Inside was the wealth he had stolen and plundered in recent days. He wasn't a true member of the true God Church. He was merely a second-hand dealer taking advantage of the situation. Now that he had the opportunity to enter the true God Church and personally experience its benefits, he naturally didn't want to leave. The church would regularly provide them with weapons and tools for escape. And since church operations were always in groups, the man had observed several times that as long as one muddled through, they could easily live off the church while also reaping some benefits. He had already accumulated quite a bit of wealth for himself. During the church's operations, there were those fanatic believers who didn't take any treasures, focusing solely on completing the mission. The man loved working alongside such people. Not only could he slack off while working, but he could also gain more wealth. Thinking about soon escaping the true God Church, the man smiled broadly. However, as he turned a corner, he collided head-on with someone. First, there was a soft body brushing against him, followed by the hard, cold barrel of a gun. Chapter 404, Tornado Pursuit. The man trembled all over and, upon looking up, saw the neatly uniformed soldiers. His first reaction was to cry. The military personnel were astute. They quickly deduced his true identity from the terrified expression on his face, his clothing, and his movements. Without a second thought, the soldiers each grabbed the other by the arms and forcefully slammed their heads to the ground. Report to Instructor Song. This person is definitely a remnant of the true God Church. Song Wei's gaze was sharp as he scanned the man before him, causing the man to involuntarily shudder. That gaze was indeed piercing, It was the kind of presence that only someone who had been in power for a long time could possess. The man felt a sense of dread, as if he were facing a member of the true God Church itself. Before he could utter any words of plea, Song Wei whispered, "Do you know the way around here? If you do, lead the way. When we return, we will deal with you according to your crimes." The man raised his head, his eyes filled with hesitation. He had committed enough crimes for them to crush and kill him hundreds of times over. He didn't even hope for leniency upon his return. Song Wei was no ordinary person. He could see through the man's momentary struggle in an instant. We won't force you. If you don't lead the way, you can choose to die right here." As he spoke, he pulled a handgun from his waist and aimed it at the man's head. "Oh, and Lao Zhang, bring the other true God church member out here. Let him see firsthand what happens to someone who has no value." The man called Lao Zhang was taken aback for a moment. What a joke. Their group hadn't even captured a true God church member alive. Didn't this just put him in a difficult position? However, he reacted quickly. "Understood. I'll go get him right away." As he spoke, he casually grabbed a soldier and signaled him to quickly put on a black coat. People from the True God Church all wore black coats. Although they hadn't captured a living one, they had certainly come across quite a few dead ones. Naturally, they had stripped the clothes off the deceased. The man was filled with dread. He had initially thought he was the only captive. How could there be others? With one person, he could still threaten them not to kill him. But with two, his uniqueness was shattered. Song Wei's tone grew impatient. "Lao Zhang, hurry up and see who among them is willing to lead the way." Watching his companion being dragged over, trembling, the man's heart sank, especially when he saw the other person kneeling even faster than he had. Upon witnessing the betrayal of his companion, the man grew anxious. "I'll lead the way. I'll lead the way. I am responsible for this area, and no one knows these caves better than I do." Since the man had said so, Song Wei felt quite satisfied. "All right, I'll give you a chance. Lead the way for now." The man quickly nodded, but he soon realized that his back was already drenched in sweat. As he stood up and walked, his legs were even shaking. Damn it, he was scared out of his wits by this bastard. On the surface, the man feigned flattery, but in his heart, he was already thinking about finding a way to escape. However, seeing Song Wei's intensely oppressive gaze, he could only realistically guide the other party. As the man claimed, he was indeed in charge of this area. With his guidance, Song Wei's team moved forward much faster. Lu Zhou finally managed to lead everyone out of the cave. Once they emerged from the exit, they had completely reached the outside. Lu Zhou remained vigilant and activated their protective shield, checking for any nearby dangers. Upon closer inspection, Lu Zhou suddenly realized that they were actually behind that building. Their group had entered through the front entrance, and now they were positioned at the back door. The entire building had only the entrance and exit visible, while the central part of the structure remained completely hidden from view. Because of the considerable distance between the entrance and exit, Lu Zhou hadn't even noticed any movement at the entrance when he came out. Wei Qingzhu was holding a small tracking device, whispering, "The tracking device has resumed functioning. It seems much quieter over there. The giant monster should have been killed." No one knew how the military had eliminated the giant monster. The group was filled with doubts, but they all understood that the most urgent thing to do right now was to leave immediately. Zhang Jiaji needed medical attention, and it was clear that there were serious dangers here. After a brief moment of thought, Lu Zhou decided to take a helicopter. After all, this was the fastest means of escape. Zhang Jiaji agreed, but suddenly, her forehead began to throb violently. The rapid pulsing felt like something bad was about to happen. Zhang Jiaji suppressed her rising anxiety and said urgently, "I have a feeling we shouldn't take the helicopter right now. My sixth sense is telling me that we should drive away first." Lu Zhou looked deeply at Zhang Jiaji, his brow furrowing. "Did you sense something? I can't explain it, but it feels wrong to take the plane right now." Zhang Jiaji spoke honestly, and Lu Zhou didn't press her further. Without saying another word, he quickly found a clearing and got the vehicle out. No matter how many times they watched this process, everyone felt it was incredibly mysterious. A four-wheel drive vehicle appeared out of nowhere, which was indeed thrilling. Once the vehicle was out, Lu Zhou immediately called everyone to get in. Once everyone was inside, the vehicle didn't linger, but sped off into the distance. Soon, Wei Qingzhu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, furrowed his brow. Something seems to be coming from the distance. He quickly took out binoculars from the side of his seat, and when he saw that the distant object was a swirling tornado, he immediately became alert. A tornado is forming up ahead. It's estimated to reach us in about 2 minutes. Everyone's hearts immediately tightened. Lu Zhou frowned and slammed down on the gas pedal. We need to get out of this area as fast as we can. In the distance, the sound of the tornado was rapidly approaching them. Lu Zhou felt a sweat of anxiety. Thanks to Zhang Jiaji's warning, they would have been doomed if they had taken the helicopter in this situation. While the ground was also dangerous, at least the vehicle was more maneuverable. Lu Zhou pressed the accelerator to the floor, his eyes focused ahead, shooting out like an arrow. Faster, faster, even faster. The fierce wind chased after Lu Zhou and the others. Fortunately, the distance wasn't too close, and Lu Zhou skillfully weaved through the road, dodging all threats. He still had a device that could perform a group displacement. However, the downside was that this device required time to activate. At least 30 seconds had to be spent on the ground for it to work. This group displacement was more suitable for planned evacuations. But now, as they were fleeing in panic, they couldn't afford to stay on the ground for even half a minute, let alone a single second. While escaping, Lu Zhou also activated the protective shield. The winds raged wildly, and occasionally, heavy objects like stones and dirt fell from the sky. Thanks to the protective shield, Lu Zhou and his group remained relatively unscathed, with only a few dozen points of the shield's integrity worn down. Chapter 405, Hint. Behind them, a raging tornado was closely pursuing Lu Zhou's vehicle. Lu Zhou calmly drove the car, maintaining the highest speed and not daring to relax. In front of him was a massive shadow. As long as they entered that shadow, they would be temporarily safe. The tornado whipped the car's roof, making a loud rustling sound, as if the fierce wind would burst into their vehicle at any moment and wreak havoc. Zhang Jiahua sat in the back seat, his face filled with terror as he glanced fearfully at the rear of the vehicle. Boom, 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 streepje, streepje, streepje. It was unclear where the explosion originated, but the sound shook the heavens and the earth like the ground was trembling. Quickly, in Zhang Jiahua's line of sight, he was horrified to discover something. In the distance, it seemed a volcano was about to erupt. Since the loud bang, the sky seemed to have been pressed by some bizarre button, rumbling incessantly. Zhang Jiahua's face turned pale, his mouth stiffening from excessive tension. Lu Zhou, it seems that volcano over there is erupting. We must escape quickly. If not, in a moment. He didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood what it meant. That previous tornado mixed with volcanic eruptions and ash had led to a catastrophic scene that still loomed in everyone's minds. None of them wanted to return to that state of confusion and anxiety again. Lu Zhou glanced at the situation behind him through the rearview mirror and slowly drove the car into the shadow ahead. As they neared the shadow, the entire vehicle felt as if it had entered another realm, moving smoothly and seamlessly into the darkness. In Lu Zhou and the others' eyes, it was a reassuring black. Every time Lu Zhou used this ability, the surroundings would turn black. The few people in the car were momentarily stunned, but quickly realized that Lu Zhou was using his skill. Everyone's nerves were taut, and they all stared motionlessly at Lu Zhou in front of them. In this environment, it was pitch black beside them, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. The stillness made one even doubt whether they were still awake. Lu Zhou looked up, using a perspective only he could see, observing the outside. The tornado that had been chasing them had turned and gone in another direction. It seemed that their future path would not collide with it anymore. At the same time, the distant volcano was erupting more frequently. It continuously spewed out streams of lava, and the familiar volcanic ash once again filled the surroundings. Lu Zhou's expression turned grim, and Wei Qingzhu looked equally worried. The situation outside was worsening. Lu Zhou felt anxious, puzzled, and various other emotions surged within him. Clearly, they had already stopped the True God Church. Why was the situation around them not improving, but rather seemingly racing toward the worse outcome? However, no one could answer this question. Even Lu Zhou shouted several times for the game, but it seemed as if the game were unresponsive, ignoring his calls. He gritted his teeth and looked for the most appropriate moment to drive the car out. Once they exited, it felt as if the smell of volcanic ash was seeping into the cabin. In this situation, clearly, the best strategy was to escape quickly. To return to the shelter from here required driving 120 kilometers, and they had a general idea of the dangers along the way from their previous visit. Lu Zhou drove like mad to escape. However, due to the poor road conditions and an unexpected road break, the group had no choice but to stop the car and plan to switch to an aircraft. After all, they had already moved slightly away from the tornado. Compared to the dangers of an aircraft, it was clearly more exhausting to drive now. The transfer to another mode of transport went very smoothly. The Zhang family remained silent, only worried about when Zhang Lei in their arms would wake up. Wei Qingzhu, on the other hand, stroked his chin, his eyes filled with curiosity. How much longer will this natural disaster continue? If their action this time could be considered as having disrupted the harvesting plan, then why weren't they seeing any positive effects? Instead, the negative consequences were becoming more severe. Wei Qingzhu was baffled. While sitting on the plane, he was also anxious. Lu Zhou was fully focused on maintaining the flight. Due to the circumstances of the ascent, the route to the shelter was surprisingly smooth for everyone. However, something unsettling soon appeared. When they were high in the air and looking down at the ground, they noticed something was off. Initially, it was Zhang Jia Hao who discovered the anomaly. He was looking around, wanting to act as the team scout, when he unexpectedly found something. It's so quiet around here, but why do I feel like there are words spelled out on the ground? Zhang Jia Hao squinted, trying to see what the words said. Due to the distance, it was somewhat difficult for him. Wei Qingzhu casually took out a telescope and looked down. Once he looked, he was instantly filled with a sense of dread. God's descent failed, beginning to adjust the survival difficulty on Blue Star, adjusting to S-level disaster. When Wei Qingzhu finally read the line of text, he simply couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell? Why did these words suddenly appear? Zhang Jia Hao, seeing Wei Qingzhu's stunned expression, felt anxious and immediately asked, "Uncle Wei, what are you looking at?" However, Wei Qingzhu didn't reply. He tiredly handed over the telescope. He needed someone else's answer and a moment to calm down. Zhang Jia Hao, confused, took the telescope. Once he saw the same text, his eyes widened in shock. What on earth is this? He felt a dryness in his throat, and the intense impact made his mind dizzy, his rationality collapsing. How could this happen? Lu Zhou quickly sensed that something was wrong. After he and Zhang Jia Hao finished reading the line of text, the cabin fell into a prolonged silence. Lu Zhou even felt that, at that moment, the air itself seemed to carry a sense of oppression. For several minutes, no one spoke. Just then, Zhang Jia Hao exclaimed again, "Look, the words are disappearing." Hearing this, everyone immediately looked down again. Sure enough, the line of text was vanishing, and it disappeared at an astonishing speed. It was as if none of this had ever happened. Yet everyone knew deep down that it had indeed happened, and the content of that message, if known to the general public, would definitely lead to social unrest and real destruction. Lu Zhou was thinking even further ahead. Were these words seen only by the four of them? Were they intentionally shown to them? Or was it just a coincidence? Lu Zhou's expression was grim. At that moment, he wished he had fought to keep the leader of the True God Church alive. But unfortunately, the other party's movements were so smooth that they simply couldn't catch him. Chapter 406, Earthquake. I wonder how things are going on the military side. As Lu Zhou thought this, he piloted the helicopter, flying quickly ahead. At this moment, the scenery below the aircraft changed once again. A field of ruins. Lu Zhou's pupils suddenly constricted. He remembered that this area was not so devastated when he left. What had happened in between? Without saying a word, Lu Zhou immediately called his mother. The phone rang several times without anyone picking up. Lu Zhou's heart raced, and his movements grew increasingly tense. Why isn't anyone answering? Is something wrong? Lu Zhou had been out for 3 days, and he had only been able to contact his parents once during that time. After that, due to the lack of communication inside the mysterious building, he had to give up temporarily. But now, why can't he get through? Seeing Lu Zhou's anxious expression, Wei Qingzhu also called his wife. Surprisingly, he too was unable to get through. Zhang Jiehua felt the situation was critical and called home, but there was still no response. The atmosphere became even more silent at that moment. During this time, Lu Zhou also tried calling Wang De and the mecha pilot, Zhuang, but without exception, there was no response. Wei Qingzhu clenched his fingers tightly, analyzing softly. In this situation, there are only 2 possibilities. One is that the shelter has blocked the signal, which is why we can't get through. The other, Wei Qingzhu didn't finish his sentence. The implication was clear. The second possibility was that everyone was dead. Lu Zhou gripped the control panel tightly, his heart tightening. Yet he still managed to utter a few words. Don't think too much. Once we reach the shelter, we'll know. Soon, the helicopter flew to about 10 kilometers near the Liangshan Pass. They could no longer approach, or they would risk exposure. As they looked toward Liangshan, they discovered that the Liangshan Pass had already turned into a wasteland. The once towering city gates were no longer there, and the ground was strewn with rubble. This place could have been an earthquake, Zhang Jiehua exclaimed, gripping the binoculars as he observed the terrible scene below. The wireless signal tower over there has collapsed. No wonder there's no signal. Lu Zhou's worried heart eased a little, but looking at the chaotic aftermath of the quake, he couldn't feel happy. It appeared that the magnitude of this earthquake was not small. As they looked more closely, they noticed that although the Liangshan Pass was no longer intact, there were still many people in military green uniforms standing guard at the entrance. We need to find a place to land and then follow those people inside. Wei Qingzhu quickly made a decision. One by one, they landed swiftly and then switched to a vehicle. Considering that Lu Zhou had been driving for a long time, to prevent fatigue, the driving task for the next leg was handed over to the usually silent Zhang's father. Zhang's father had not driven long when they saw a traffic jam ahead. Everyone immediately got out of the car, put it away, and relied on walking to get in. As they passed through the Liangshan Pass, they saw soldiers maintaining order. Inside the Liangshan shelter, there were quite a few people, and it was currently quite chaotic. Nearly no one noticed Lu Zhou alone. Those who could enter Liangshan had quietly tightened their ID cards in advance. The military was verifying access with these cards. In front of him, the line of people was moving quickly as they swiped their cards to get in. Lu Zhou distractedly observed his surroundings, perked up his ears to listen to the commotion around him. The disaster victims looked very distressed, each one clutching their bags tightly or carrying items in their hands. The loudspeaker continued to broadcast. Attention all disaster victims. Due to limited space, only residents with Liangshan ID cards are allowed to enter the Liangshan shelter. Those without a Liangshan ID card can only enter the temporary shelter. Please line up, and we will speed up the process. The announcements came one after another. Lu Zhou, alone, listened intently to these words. As soon as the announcement was made, it naturally caused some unrest. However, this chaos was quickly suppressed. Various pieces of chaotic information circulated from the surroundings. I regret not coming to Liangshan earlier. If I had come sooner, I might have been able to apply for a Liangshan ID card and wouldn't be stuck outside now. Yeah, tell me about it. My home was fine, but yesterday's earthquake came too suddenly and all the buildings collapsed. Now my family can only come here to seek refuge with relatives in Liangshan. In the queue, People occasionally exchanged a few words. Liangshan has suffered relatively less damage, and I heard the shelters here are built very sturdily. This earthquake didn't even damage them. What a pity we don't meet the requirements to enter the shelter now. Don't give up. Let's just wait in the temporary shelter and slowly line up. We will eventually get our turn. Lu Zhou quickly pieced together the situation from the conversations around him. So, there was an earthquake yesterday. The surrounding cities were severely affected, but only Liangshan remained relatively unscathed due to the shelters. The anxiety in Lu Zhou's heart gradually eased a bit. Meanwhile, Wei Qingzhu and the Zhang father-son duo also realized the beginning of the situation. As they listened to the chatter around them, the line moved forward significantly. Soon, it was Lu Zhou's turn. Verification passed. He took out his ID card, and the swiping process went smoothly. The soldiers didn't ask Lu Zhou and his companions any questions and simply let them through. Lu Zhou quickly understood the reason. Many Liangshan residents must have been trapped outside for various reasons and were only now able to return, so he was likely mistaken for someone similar. This was quite fortunate, as it saved him the trouble of explaining. Once Lu Zhou and his companions entered smoothly, he still heard many desperate pleas behind him. These people without Liangshan IDs were now begging to be allowed into the shelter for refuge. It was quite chaotic. Lu Zhou had no intention of listening further. He quickened his pace to leave the commotion behind. They moved forward, finally entering the shelter, and he sighed in relief. The shelter in the distance looked intact and undamaged. The earthquake apparently hadn't affected it at all. In that moment, Mr. Zhang and Wei Qingzhu felt grateful that they had followed Lu Zhou and arrived in Liangshan early enough to secure a place. Otherwise, they would be as miserable as those outside begging to get in right now. After entering the shelter and reacquainting themselves with the familiar internal environment, the group felt utterly exhausted. The fatigue from the past 3 days seemed to wash over them. Lu Zhou's body was tired, but his mind was extremely alert. He needed to check on his parents first. Chapter 407, Ultra Level 9 Earthquake. Lu Zhou was preoccupied with his thoughts, and the others were no different. Everyone was trying their best to stay alert as they hurried back to their respective rooms. As they made their way down the path designated for researchers, Lu Zhou noticed that there were more people around. The number was noticeably higher than usual, and these individuals displayed a clear hostility in their eyes. Lu Zhou remained calm on the surface, but inside, he felt anxious. Wei Qingzhu and Zhang's family also sensed that something was off with the atmosphere. Everyone tried to maintain their composure while continuing forward. The corridor, which used to be well kept, was now a chaotic scene with people crowding together. Many individuals were even curled up on the floor with blankets, trying to sleep. The entire corridor was filled with a foul odor, mixed with the stuffiness that arose from poor ventilation. It was suffocating to the point of making one's head spin. In the past, there would be a light every few meters along the corridor, but now, small lights have been violently smashed, leaving only a few dim bulbs flickering. Without the illumination, the once peaceful and quiet corridor had become quite unpleasant. Lu Zhou frowned as he scanned the various unsettling sights. The expressions of the people behind him were also grave. After a difficult passage through the corridor, they finally reached the area where their homes were located. The doors appeared to be sealed tightly, with only slight signs of damage. It seemed that the family members were mostly safe. Lu Zhou let out a sigh of relief and knocked on the door, announcing himself. "Mom and Dad, it's me." Inside the house, Lu's father and mother were engaged in household chores and had heard the commotion outside. A lot had happened in the past 3 days. First, Lu Zhou and his friends had ventured into a dangerous area, followed by a large deployment of military forces leaving Liangshan, leaving only a small contingent to maintain order. However, there were always some restless individuals who took advantage of this opportunity to create chaos for the military. These people did not have Liangshan ID cards and were resentful of the preferential treatment and benefits given to the local residents. Taking advantage of the situation, several individuals led a rebellion. Since Lu Zhou had left, his parents had strictly followed his instructions, venturing outside only when absolutely necessary and mostly staying indoors. Besides the two of them, the household also included Jiang Xiaolin, Grandma Shan, and Wei Tongtong. To ensure Wang Da's safety, Lu's father had warned him not to go out casually, as there could be significant upheaval. Wang Da, sensing the instability, agreed to stay put. However, if anything happened to the Lu family, he would not hesitate to provide support. The rebellion seemed to be more of a reckless game, as the military could easily deal with them, but the resulting issues were far from simple to resolve. For example, the rebels had genuinely stirred up feelings of opposition between the military and the ordinary citizens. These people also wished to enjoy the good benefits of Liangshan and were demanding an explanation from the military. Meanwhile, the military was overwhelmed by the situation. After all, the person responsible for such major matters, Director Song, was not present. During this time, they had attempted to contact Director Song, but fundamentally, aside from initial contact, the signals seemed to be blocked, and they could no longer reach him. This is not the most distressing thing. The most distressing matter is yet to come. It was already enough to drive people into a frenzy that they couldn't get in touch with Director Song. But no one expected that a disaster was about to strike. An earthquake occurred. The Geological Bureau reported a magnitude 8 earthquake, such a powerful level that all the buildings in Liangshan would naturally collapse. Even the personnel responsible for monitoring at the entrance of Liangshan were affected, with many areas collapsing due to the quake. The military was already short-staffed, and now they had to provide disaster relief, urgently mobilize personnel to secure the entrance, and quickly construct temporary shelters, making life extremely difficult. However, when they arrived at the entrance of Liangshan, they found many crowds that were not local residents seeking refuge. These people looked disheveled, their faces filled with terror. They kept murmuring, "The earthquake, a major earthquake." The military sensed something was wrong and immediately dispatched personnel to investigate the surrounding earthquake situation. The results shocked everyone. It's impossible. It's even higher than a magnitude 9 earthquake. How could this happen? The external earthquake intensity was actually slightly higher than the maximum level of 9. Due to the super strong earthquake, buildings crumbled in an instant. Debris, garbage, and bodies were scattered everywhere outside. In addition, the ground was torn open by the earthquake, creating several fissures. After the military's reconnaissance team reported back, it was confirmed that a large canyon had formed in the northern part of Liangshan due to the earthquake. This canyon was exceptionally steep, and just looking at it could frighten anyone. When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but wonder how much energy it took for such a thing to erupt from the ground. The canyon was immediately cordoned off with warning tape. At first, the people of Liangshan felt that they were truly unfortunate, but after seeing the surrounding devastation one by one, they decided to keep quiet. Even those who had been the most vocal were no longer making noise. In the face of such a huge disaster, personal interests seemed trivial and insignificant. Some were holding their children, secretly grateful that Liangshan had built a shelter. Indeed, the only place that had almost no impact during this disaster was the shelter. In this magnitude 8 earthquake, only a few internal circuits and some decorations in the shelter were shaken loose. These were minor issues that could be easily repaired later. Due to the impact of the meteorite radiation, many people chose to find a spot in the shelter, living there in cramped conditions. There were also older individuals who felt they had little time left and insisted on staying at home. These people became victims of this earthquake. However, when rescue personnel dug them out, the expressions on their faces were almost devoid of fear. Instead, they held a tranquil gaze. It seemed that dying in the earthquake was their best fate. The team members silently looked at each person with calm expressions, then quietly raised their hands in a salute to them. The families of these individuals experienced sadness, but also a sense of relief. No one knew whether it was happier to die in this major earthquake or to continue to struggle to live in the world. Since the Liangshan shelter had survived this disaster, it naturally needed to take on the responsibility of accepting the victims. Previously, only local residents with ID cards could enter the shelter, but now, out of humanitarian considerations, the military had to calculate and transfer some disaster victims from outside into the shelter. Once inside the shelter, these victims naturally felt a bit more at ease. However, the local residents looked at them with discontent. Chapter 408, Reunion. These people looked fierce and dirty. It was hard to understand why the military let them in. Soon, some high-ranking indigenous people united to protest against the military. The content of the protest was, of course, that the military should not have allowed the disaster victims in. After all, their group had spent a significant amount of money to enter the shelter. The Liangshan military's temporary policy was to avoid confrontation with these people for the time being. Therefore, this issue needed to be resolved immediately. This is unavoidable. Please rest assured that the disaster victims are only temporarily placed in the shelter. A temporary shelter has been set up nearby, and they will be relocated there soon, said the person in charge of communication, who was formerly the provincial foreign minister, now deigning to negotiate with these small-time officials. Seeing the military take a step back, these protesters had no choice but to leave in anger. Before departing, they threw out a remark, "Please hurry. We have spent money and do not want to live with these people. They look very dangerous. If our lives are threatened during this period, we will definitely go directly to talk to Director Song." After these people left, others expressed their discontent. The disaster victims are all fellow countrymen. Their behavior is too lacking in humanity. Minister Gao turned to look at the young staff member in front of him, a bitter smile appearing on his lips. This foolish child, there is no such thing as pure humanity in this world. It's merely a matter of mutual benefit. However, he wouldn't say this out loud, for fear that this child would become completely disillusioned with humanity. Let's wait until Director Song returns. Director Song has been gone for 3 days. I wonder if things are going well on his end. The young staff member, briefly excited, fell back into dejection. Minister Gao casually reassured him a few times and turned back to continue the task of receiving and accommodating the Liangshan disaster victims. The construction of the temporary shelter was progressing very quickly. The previous shelter was built using a combination of manual labor and machinery, and the speed was already considerable. However, due to rapid advancements in construction technology, housing had nearly achieved 3D printing capabilities. With the right materials, a normal-sized civilian accommodation could be produced in less than an hour. However, since this was a temporary shelter, the construction took a little longer. Nevertheless, in 3 days, it was completed. The new shelter was not as large as shelter number 1, but could still accommodate a significant number of disaster victims. Soon, the work of relocating the disaster victims was assigned. Shelter number 2 was hastily built, and many internal facilities were far inferior to those in shelter number 1. As a result, some victims who were accustomed to living in shelter number 1 stubbornly refused to move to shelter number 2. The military was too busy to engage in prolonged disputes with these people. They explained repeatedly that shelter number 2 would gradually be equipped with more amenities to reassure the residents. A number of people left, but there remained a stubborn group refusing to move. The military could only temporarily abandon persuasion, planning to deal with the overall situation before addressing these individuals. Consequently, Lu Zhou and his group encountered many people along the way who were unwilling to move to shelter number 2. Among these individuals were quite a few with ill intentions and bad behavior. Their actions made the local Liangshan people very cautious and afraid, to the point that they dared not venture outside. These dissatisfied individuals, angered by the Liangshan locals' attitudes, began to destroy facilities recklessly or even defecate on the doorsteps of the Liangshan people, behaving shamelessly. Lu Dad and Lu Mom were among those affected. These individuals caused quite a commotion in front of their home. During this time, Lu Dad and Lu Mom simply pretended not to see. The current situation is turbulent, and everyone is holding their breath. There's no need for direct confrontation. It's better to avoid getting hurt. When he first heard the noise, he thought it was that group of troublemakers bothering them again. But the next second, he heard a familiar voice. That voice is his son. Mom Lu was very excited, but forced herself to remain cautious. She took a look through the peephole on the door, and to her surprise, it was the few people who had left earlier. Mom Lu quickly opened the door. Lu Zhou and Wei Qingzhu were the first to rush in. The Zhang family father and son also returned home. Mom Lu hurriedly approached, circling around the two, wanting to check if they had any injuries. But upon looking closely, she found that both of them were covered in numerous tiny wounds. What happened? How come you have so many small wounds? Mom Lu gasped in pain and turned to get the first aid kit. Jiang Xiaolin also came out, and upon seeing the two return safely, tears streamed down her face. Wei Qingzhu awkwardly tried to comfort his wife. Don't cry. These are just small wounds. They're not serious. Look, I'm back safe and sound with Xiao Zhou, right? He smiled and said earnestly, besides, we've temporarily stopped the divine descent and rescued Lele from the True God Church. All things considered, this is a pretty good deal. Jiang Xiaolin couldn't help but smile slightly. I'll go make you something to eat. Tong Tong ran over and hugged her dad tightly. Her little face was flushed, tears streaming down. Daddy, I finally get to see you. This little girl was sharp-witted. Her companion, Gout Jingheng, was gone, and later, even Lele was captured. She hadn't seen her dad for several days. The little girl was panicking inside, but didn't dare to speak about it in front of her mom and grandma. All her worries were bottled up in her heart, and seeing her dad return and her friend rescued relieved her emotions completely. Wei Qingzhu hugged his daughter, who was shaking and crying in his arms. His heart ached, as if countless knives were slowly slicing through his flesh. Mom Lu gently took out a bottle of saline solution and first cleaned Lu Zhou's wounds, then Wei Qingzhu's. Tong Tong offered to help treat her dad's wounds, and Mom Lu naturally agreed. Soon, Tong Tong carefully applied iodine to her dad's wounds just like Mom Lu did. The atmosphere was harmonious. Mom Lu, feeling heartbroken, asked, "You must have at least a dozen wounds on you." Lu Zhou finally had the time to look at his own body. Those tiny wounds were likely from the chaotic battle earlier. They were scratches from stray bullets or injuries sustained while escaping through the chaos. The wounds were shallow. It was just that the number made them look more serious than they were. Lu Zhou was confident that within a week, these wounds would heal. The smell of delicious food wafted through the house. Jiang Xiaolin had killed a chicken to properly nourish Lu Zhou and her husband. It was rare for Lu Zhou to enjoy such warmth, but at that moment, there was a knock on the door. His dad went to take a look, and upon seeing the people outside, whispered, "It's the Wang family and the Zhang family." Chapter 409, Nuclear Leak. After confirming it was the other party, Dad Lu quickly opened the door to welcome several people inside. Zhang's father was the first to enter. As soon as he came in, he hugged the child and asked Grandma Shan to take a look at her. Dad Lu, Mom Lu, Jiang Xiaolin, Grandma Shan, and Tong Tong all focused their gazes on the other side. Upon seeing, they immediately noticed that Zhang Lele was covered in numerous bruises and injuries. Mom Lu gasped, "What happened?" Zhang's family spoke angrily. "It was those people from the True God Church who did this. As long as my sister is not dead, they have never cared about her." A tall man, over 1.9 meters, was now crying like a fierce tiger. Grandma Shan, being kind-hearted and having often seen Zhang Lele come over to her place, had long regarded the child as her own. When she saw the child in such a state, she was first taken aback and then, after hearing the explanation from the other side, sighed and quickly went to fetch the medicine box. She wasted no time and soon returned. Gently, she picked up Zhang Lele and after a while sighed. "This child has only superficial wounds. The most serious issue is that she seems to be starving. She probably hasn't eaten for 3 days. Those people likely just gave her a bit of water." Hearing this, Zhang's family felt a tightening in their fists. Zhang's father had tears in his eyes, and Zhang's grandmother, who had come along anxiously, was red-eyed and sobbing as she spoke. "Dr. Shan, please save my granddaughter. She is still so young." Grandma Shan instructed Mom Lu to get the first aid kit. When it was opened, it revealed several bottles of glucose. Mom Lu first gave Zhang Lele 2 bottles of glucose and then set up a 4-drip for her. Lu Zhou, unable to bear seeing the little girl suffer, found the smallest and most energizing drink from a game and brought it out. This drink looked very similar to glucose. Even under everyone's watchful eyes, Lu Zhou was unafraid. After Zhang Lele drank the beverage, she gradually started to regain consciousness. When the little girl opened her eyes, it was as if she couldn't believe what she saw, and she closed her eyes again. Zhang's family stared at their sister intensely, nearly crying from joy. Zhang Lele, if you're awake, don't pretend to be asleep. Hearing her brother's voice, the little girl timidly opened her eyes, which were now filled with surprise and disbelief. Finally, she cried out, "Wow! Woo woo woo, brother, grandma, uncle, I thought I would never see you again." Zhang Lele cried heartbrokenly, and Tong Tong, who had been silent, also had tears in her eyes. Lu Zhou stepped aside, letting Zhang's family speak first. Wanda had come with his wife and parents. Once Zhang Lele had cried for a while and then fell back asleep, the Zhang family placed the child in the inner room. They temporarily entrusted the caretaking work to Grandma Shan and Zhang's grandmother. Tong Tong raised her little hand, volunteering to join the team to look after her friend. In the living room, Wanda looked at the situation inside after everything had been handled, then furrowed his brows and spoke. "The situation is not optimistic." When Lu Zhou saw him, he knew he must have learned something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a grim expression. Lu Zhou became serious, his tone grave. "Brother Wang, if there's something to say, just say it." At this point, everyone can handle any news. Seeing that the others were also eager to know what was happening, Wang sighed, his voice unable to hide its sadness. This earthquake has caused nuclear leaks in multiple regions around the world. According to the calculations based on the distance from Liangshan, a considerable amount of nuclear waste has already contaminated the land and rivers within a radius of 10 kilometers. Our observations indicate that these areas are expanding further. It is expected that in 2 months, the effects of a nuclear leak will sweep across all of humanity. By then, disasters will be rampant on the surface, and with excessive nuclear radiation, humanity might have to live underground for a long time. When Wanda said this, his expression was very gloomy. Listening to him, everyone was equally bewildered. What the hell? An earthquake caused a large-scale nuclear leak, and it has become so serious that the whole world will need to live underground soon? This news was a heavy blow to everyone. Although there had been signs of this before, overall, no one had thought that it would escalate to the point of needing to accept underground living so quickly. Wanda continued with a sad expression. "Since we discovered this matter, we have not yet announced it to the public. After all, we have to wait for the leaders to return before we can inform them and let them decide when to make an announcement. What I want to say is, since this situation has already developed, we can only do our best to use our foresight to seek a way out for ourselves." Wanda's words were very rational. Among the crowd, the quickest to react were Lu Zhou and Wei Qingzhu. Lu Zhou frowned. "How was the construction of the underground city going?" Zhang's father interjected appropriately. "I checked a few days ago. The construction area of the underground city is enough to accommodate 1/5 of Liangshan's population." Once this was said, everyone covered their mouths and lowered their heads in thought. Lu Zhou had many thoughts. The quota for entering the underground city was limited, which would inevitably cause chaos. Once nuclear radiation spread across the surface, it would be unstable to go anywhere. Taking refuge underground would be the only reasonable choice. With only 1/5 of the capacity for entry, and excluding those who must go underground, the probability of entering would indeed be quite low. Wei Qingzhu could use her position to take Lu Zhou's family away, but the Zhang family and Wanda's family would have to rely on themselves to get in. The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Everyone had many thoughts in their hearts, but no one knew how to voice them. Jiang Xiaolin suddenly exclaimed, got up, and went into the kitchen. She soon brought out a pot of pork stewed with cabbage and tofu. I just remembered that there was still food cooking on the stove. It was almost burnt. Let's not think too much about it for now. Come eat something first, and after we finish, we can think more. Jiang Xiaolin's tone was very gentle, which comforted everyone's anxious hearts. Everyone got up and sat down at the dining table. He Yin hurriedly got up to help serve the rice. Because she hadn't expected so many people to come over, Jiang Xiaolin had prepared a bit less food. During the time she spent going back to the kitchen, she quickly took out 2 sausages, sliced them, and mixed them with some seasoning to eat. The rice that Lu Zhou had brought earlier was also lightly fried by Jiang Xiaolin, mixed with some sugar and salt, treated as a snack. Yin, the cherries are over there. Can you help wash them? Jiang Xiaolin was busy moving around, and Yin immediately sweetly replied, Okay, don't worry, I'll take care of it. After some hustle and bustle, the meal finally looked a bit more abundant. Everyone sat down to eat, thinking about the situation, but their chopsticks were still diligently picking up food. After finishing the meal, the atmosphere eased a lot. Everyone carefully analyzed the possible scenarios they might encounter in the current situation. Each person proposed ideas, and everyone racked their brains thinking of solutions. Chapter 410, No Children. With many hands, problems could be solved. No matter how difficult the issue, once it was brought up, everyone would discuss it and manage to resolve it to a large extent. At that moment, however, Yin, who had been quietly sitting to the side, suddenly turned pale. She struggled to rush to the bathroom. Wangda, feeling anxious, quickly got up and followed her. The others immediately became concerned. By the time the 2 of them came out, 10 minutes had already passed. When they emerged, Yin looked exhausted, as if a gust of wind could blow her away. Mother Lu furrowed her brows and tentatively spoke. Yin, are you? Everyone was quite suspicious. After all, Wangda and Yin were a married couple wanting to have children, which was understandable, although having a child at this time was not the best choice. Yin's steps were unsteady, and there were faint dark circles under her eyes. However, a bitter smile appeared at the corners of her lips. No way. Wangda and I discussed it. We decided not to bring a child into this world to suffer. Implied in her words was that they had taken precautions against pregnancy. Mother Lu hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke. I have a feeling Yin might actually be pregnant. Don't tell me it's true. Yin, stretch out your hand. Let me check your pulse. Since Mother Lu had said so, Yin naturally couldn't refuse. She extended her arm, and Lu Zhou noticed that Yin had lost quite a bit of weight recently. He didn't know why. After about 30 to 40 minutes, Mother Lu's expression gradually turned serious. Yin felt a bit anxious and tentatively asked, Sister, am I pregnant? Mother Lu withdrew her hand and sighed. You really are. The baby is already 2 months along. Upon hearing this, Yin was instantly stunned. Wangda, standing nearby, was also dumbfounded. They had always taken precautions, so logically, the chances of this happening should be quite low. Yet, here they were, unexpectedly facing this situation. Wangda felt conflicted and hesitant. Under normal circumstances, he would be thrilled, as this would be his first child, and naturally, he would feel excited. However, the current situation outside was dire. With nuclear contamination, the health of the child in Yin's womb was uncertain. Moreover, with the medical conditions being so poor, what if something happened to Yin during childbirth? Although Wangda liked children, he loved his wife even more. He shared a deep bond with Yin. If anything were to happen to her, he couldn't imagine how he would live afterward. Yin was also troubled. To be fair, she too wanted their first child, as this would be their flesh and blood. However, given the perilous environment, it was uncertain whether the child could be safely delivered. Furthermore, she didn't want her child to be born into such a harsh and hopeless world. Lu Zhou noticed their indecision and was about to say a few sensible words when he began. The radiation outside is too intense, and it will only get stronger. Mother Lu immediately understood her son's underlying meaning and nudged his arm, signaling him to stop talking. Wang Da's face showed hesitation, and soon after, he quickly took his leave, taking his family with him. The Zhang family also left. Once everyone had gone, Mother Lu, irritated, turned to Lu Zhou and said, "What was that for? Those young couples know these things without you needing to say it." Lu Zhou glanced at Mother Lu and quickly clarified his stance. "Mom, I was just saying it casually. Besides, I was just speaking the truth." Lu Dad also walked over, taking a deep breath before speaking to his wife. "Dear, I think our son is right. Look at the current situation. It really isn't suitable for having children. You're a medical professional. You should know how dangerous it could be to have a baby now." Lu Mom sighed, her expression filled with a hint of helplessness. But that's their personal matter. Moreover, Wang Da and his wife are also here. They might really hope for their daughter-in-law to have a child for their son. Lu Zhou's eyes darkened as he thought to himself that he would need to persuade He Yin when the time came. He chose not to talk to his mother anymore. Meanwhile, after He Yin returned home, she felt a bit dazed. Wang Da was first taken away by his mother-in-law, and then he came back to talk to his wife. Hearing the commotion, He Yin looked up at him with a dull tone. "What did Mom and Dad say?" Wang Da walked over and gently stroked his wife's back a few times. "They said it's up to you. They won't interfere with our personal matters." He Yin nodded absently, her mind in turmoil. She wanted a child that belonged to the two of them, but she also feared bringing a child into this terrible world. For a moment, she couldn't make up her mind and felt quite conflicted. Wanda held her hand and, after some thought, slowly said, "Wife, I've been thinking. We should not have this child." He Yin looked at him with suspicion, and he continued, "Compared to the child, I value you more. Let's just be child-free for this lifetime. I can't imagine losing you. I wouldn't know how to get through every moment after that." As he spoke, his voice choked with emotion. "This child, we can only say it's a matter of fate that we won't be together." He Yin felt a surge of emotion. "Then let's find a time to ask Professor Shan for help." Wanda nodded, fearing that his wife might change her mind. "In the future, I'll look into whether I can get a vasectomy. Abortion is too harmful to the body, and I'm worried there might be similar situations in the future." He Yin's eyes brimmed with tears as she slowly nodded. Before long, the two of them, hand in hand, quickly knocked on the door of the Lu family. When Lu Zhou saw who it was, he couldn't help but advise them, "You really need to think it over. The radiation outside is quite serious." The implication was clear. Yet He Yin smiled slightly, her eyes full of joy. "Xiao Zhou, we're here to ask Professor Shan for help." Lu Zhou felt a bit frustrated, realizing that his persuasion had failed. Perhaps they were going to ask Granny Shan for some medication to help with the pregnancy. Lu Zhou thought to himself that if Wang Da and his wife truly wanted to have a child, he would look for any suitable items in the game that could assist the couple and then present them. After all, in Lu Zhou's view, having a child right now was simply unwise. It was hard to say whether the child would be deformed or if He Yin would be able to survive the childbirth. Moreover, the most terrifying possibility was that after putting in so much effort to give birth to a deformed child, He Yin might not even survive. Lu Zhou's mind was a jumble of chaotic thoughts when the couple had already arrived at Granny Shan's door. Lu Mom also saw these two young people and planned to walk over to see what they were discussing. As the door opened, Granny Shan looked up. He Yin's complexion turned slightly red as Wang Da pulled her inside. His face was also flushed, but he still spoke up, "Professor Shan, do you have any abortion medication here?" Granny Shan raised her eyebrows and seemed to smile at the corners of her mouth. "Have you thought it over? Are you sure? Once you take this medication, you can't regret it." Chapter 411. Care. Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback. He hadn't expected that both of them would so readily choose not to have child. Lu Mom was also surprised, but soon the corners of her mouth turned up as she sincerely wished the couple well. Grandma Shan feigned indifference, but Wang Da quickly stepped forward. "Professor Shan, please rest assured. We have thought this through before making this decision. After all, the current situation is too harsh, not just for Yin, but also for the child. This is not the right time. Besides, we are still young. There will be chances in the future. As Wang De spoke, he took out a small piece of gold from his pocket. Professor Shan, this is our heartfelt intention. We sincerely ask you to take good care of Yin Yin when the time comes. Grandma Shan looked down, her gaze falling on the piece of gold. She then smiled. You are thoughtful. You don't need to worry about Yin Yan's diet and medication for now. I will keep an eye on her. Wang De excitedly nodded repeatedly. Thank you. Thank you. Lu Zhou watched from the side, feeling genuinely happy for the couple. Yin Yin was guided into Grandma Shan's room. Grandma Shan was busy preparing the herbal medicine for the abortion. Lu Zhou wanted to see if there was anything he could help with. As soon as he entered, he saw 2 small pots bubbling away. The entire room was filled with a bitter herbal scent. Lu Zhou watched as the 2 pots of medicine became slightly thicker, and then Grandma Shan turned off the heat. Yin Yan's face changed dramatically with anxiety. However, Grandma Shan spoke gently. Yin Yin, I have prepared this medicine for you for 3 days. You will take 1 dose each day, and in 3 days, everything will be clear. This medicine is quite bitter, and there will be some discomfort during the process, but don't be nervous. It will feel similar to having your period. Once you finish these 3 doses, I'll brew some ginseng for you to nourish your body. You shouldn't think too much about having a child right now. Given the current situation, taking care of your health is the most important thing. As for children, you can wait until things settle down before considering that. Grandma Shan's gentle words unexpectedly calmed Yin Yan's anxious heart. It was as if she had grasped a lifeline in her panic and held on tightly. She slowly nodded and then drank the first dose of the herbal medicine. Lu Zhou had already stepped out, and Wang De came in at this moment. Yin was feeling tense, and with the discomfort in her abdomen increasing, she clutched Wang Da's hand tightly and wouldn't let go. Seeing his wife's pale face, Wang De suddenly understood that regardless of whether they were having a child or not, Yin was suffering greatly. Wang De had a cheerful personality. Even when he was on the brink of death before, he never cried and even found time to joke about it. But looking at his wife in pain, frowning in distress, tears welled up in his eyes. After the first dose of medicine was completed, as he carried his wife to the restroom and saw the distressing bloodstains, Wang De felt his eyes heat up, and his determination to get a vasectomy grew stronger. For 3 consecutive days, Yin obediently took her medicine. Grandma Shan kept a close watch on her condition, almost never leaving her side. Once it was confirmed that she had cleared everything out, Grandma Shan didn't relax. Instead, she prepared some ginseng pills for her. The preparation was quite complex, and several times, Lu Zhou saw Grandma Shan's busy figure. When Yin received the ginseng pills from Grandma Shan, she was astonished. The pills were enough for her to last 3 months. In 3 months, her weak body would be able to recover. But, calculating this way, the piece of gold she had given Grandma Shan was far from enough to cover the value of Grandma Shan's hard work. Yin signaled Wang to bring over some more, but Grandma Shan refused. I already accepted your gold, didn't I? There's no need for anything further. If you give me more, then don't come here to learn medicine anymore. Several times, Yin wanted to give it, but was firmly refused. In the end, she had no choice but to crush this thought in her heart. Wang De thanked them for a long time before finally taking his wife back home. He felt lucky to have met so many good friends. Although life was tough, everyone took care of each other in times of need, which was very heartwarming. After settling his wife, Wang De hurried to his unit. Although the current situation was quite chaotic, they, as frontline technical personnel, still needed to be at the forefront. Upon entering the laboratory, Wang De began to focus on making a very practical device, the Geiger counter. This device is most suitable for use in radiation environments. Wang De thought that making a few more would at least provide one for several families. This thing would be very useful in the future. In the past few days, Lu Zhou was busy procuring a batch of anti-radiation suits. These were hard to come by, and he exchanged a considerable amount of clean food and water for just 10 sets. Thanks to Zhang's father, he also managed to get several sets for his family to use as replacements. Lu Zhou exchanged almost all his food and water for resources with the wealthy. These people were most eager to obtain uncontaminated food. After completing 3 batches of transactions, Lu Zhou finally took a break. Zhang's father was busy nonstop. Zhang Lele needed various precious traditional Chinese medicines for nourishment, and Zhang's father was anxious to find more medicine for her. The costs involved were not small. Previously, Grandma Shan had given him some, but moving forward, Zhang's father felt embarrassed to keep bothering Professor Shan, so he considered collecting some himself. However, it was quite difficult to find high-quality traditional Chinese medicines now. In the past few days, Zhang's father was so busy that he could only acquire some mediocre supplements. This was mainly because the availability of such items in the market was too low. If there were slightly more, it would be much easier to procure them. Looking at the haphazard items he collected, Zhang's father couldn't help but furrow his brows tightly. The Zhang family also took the time to consult Lu Mom, only to regretfully discover that the supplements Zhang's father acquired were all of very ordinary quality. Grandma Shan eventually learned about this matter. When Zhang's father returned empty-handed once again, she called Zhang Jiahao over. Zhang Jiahao was still a bit confused, not knowing why the elderly lady summoned her. But when she looked over, Grandma Shan took out several ginseng roots that looked very good, almost top quality, and smiled as she pushed them over. "Why hasn't your dad come to find me while he's been busy collecting these things?" Faced with such a kind inquiry from a gentle elder, Zhang Jiahao accidentally flushed red. "Grandma Shan, please take them back. These ginseng roots are too valuable." This was the truth. Nowadays, wealthy people were most fond of acquiring high-quality medicinal materials. It was said that these medicinal materials could not only promote health, but were also crucial in resisting radiation. Who wouldn't be confused upon hearing this? Thus, the prices of these medicinal materials skyrocketed due to speculation. Seeing Zhang Jiahao say this, Grandma Shan was already well aware. Deliberately turning her back, she picked up the ginseng and threw it into her arms. Chapter 412, The Way to Wealth. "Jiar, this is not for you and your dad. It's for me to raise my dear granddaughter Lele. This child really needs it, and I temporarily have no use for it. You can return it to me later when you acquire more of the medicinal herbs. I must tell you, the recovery of a child's body only has a few months. If it doesn't recover well, it may leave a lasting illness later." Grandma Shan reasoned and threatened simultaneously. The Zhang family could not hold back and ultimately provided the medicinal materials. In fact, when Grandma Shan said the last sentence, it completely moved him. The Zhang family felt a sense of debt to Grandma Shan, not just for his father, but also for himself and his sister. Indeed, there would be opportunities to acquire more precious medicinal herbs in the future, but his sister's chance to recover was not something that would last forever. After coming to this realization, he respectfully bowed to Grandma Shan. Lu Zhou watched the interaction between them from the side. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind. He had seeds and seedlings of these plants, and in the game, the growth speed of these plants was incredibly fast. Could he take this opportunity to plant a large amount of medicinal herbs and then sell them through Zhang's father's network? After thinking about it briefly, Lu Zhou felt that this was highly feasible. After the Zhang family left, Lu Zhou first went to ask Grandma Shan about the maintenance methods for ginseng and other medicinal materials. Grandma Shan started by giving examples. "Take ginseng, for instance. The few that I gave to the Zhang family just now were grown in my cultivation box." Lu Zhou's interest was piqued. "Cultivation box? Can you show me what kind of cultivation box it is?" Grandma Shan led Lu Zhou to the cultivation box. Upon seeing it, the inside was lush and green. "Look at the plants inside. They're growing so well. This is grown with the nutrient soil invented by your uncle. I must say, your uncle's nutrient soil is truly remarkable. These medicinal materials have not been sick at all." Lu Zhou's lips twitched slightly. Then he looked into the basin. Inside, there were some fresh plants that had just been turned up from the soil, presumably the few that Grandma Shan had just pulled out for the Zhang family. Seeing this, Lu Zhou suddenly felt confident. Since even the diluted soil could have such strong effects, wouldn't undiluted soil be able to grow the needed medicinal materials even faster? Lu Zhou frowned, deep in thought about this question. Grandma Shan continued to explain to Lu Zhou the various points to note when planting medicinal materials. Lu Zhou picked up a small notebook and took many notes. After saying goodbye to Grandma Shan, Lu Zhou first went to the balcony, where there were several cultivation pots for vegetables. The vegetables inside were lush and green. In short, the whole family relied on these for their meals. A thought sparked in Lu Zhou's mind, and he entered the game. Without saying much, he began digging into the soil in the game. Of course, he also made containers to hold the soil. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to make the soil containers out of wood and clay. The speed of making these things in the game was incredibly fast. In just a few minutes, 10 full containers had already been prepared. Looking at the moist soil in the containers, Lu Zhou followed what Grandma Shan had said and placed the seeds of the medicinal materials into each one. After putting them in, he watered them. Because the soil he took out was 100% pure, the seeds sprouted with a speed visible to the naked eye, and tender green shoots began to emerge from the soil. As soon as these medicinal plants poked their heads out, they quickly began to grow taller and stronger, then flowered and bore fruit. Finally, in just a few minutes, the medicinal materials that originally required 3 months to mature were all ready for harvest. Looking at these mature medicinal materials, Lu Zhou felt excited. After calming down a bit and taking a few deep breaths, he began to collect them. Lu Zhou is currently collecting a few pots of medicinal herbs that have matured over 3 years. The other pots contain herbs that have longer growth periods, which are not yet mature. However, when Lu Zhou checked the herbs, he noticed that their maturity had already progressed halfway. After about 5 more minutes, the remaining herbs gradually matured. Even the ginseng, which requires the most time to grow, had completely developed. Lu Zhou dug out a piece of ginseng and examined it closely. From the appearance, it looked like a ginseng that was several years old. After some thought, Lu Zhou pondered whether keeping the ginseng in the pot for a longer time would yield even older ginseng. He glanced at the remaining ginseng still in the soil, made a slight plan, and decided to take them out periodically to check. Based on his observations, Lu Zhou pulled out the ginseng one by one at 10-minute intervals. Soon, he recorded the corresponding ages of these ginseng roots. Essentially, every 10 minutes, the age increased by several years. After leaving them for a long time, even a 100-year-old ginseng could appear. If he thought boldly, if left for an even longer time, there could be ginseng that is 1,000 years old or even 10,000 years old. Lu Zhou didn't plan to sell these aged ginseng. After all, they are too rare and could easily attract unwanted attention. He intended to sell a large quantity of several-year and 10-year-old ginseng. As for the 100-year-old ginseng, he could sell a few. The higher-grade ginseng he planned to keep for family and friends for future needs. With his plan in place, Lu Zhou felt a rush of excitement. He wanted to use these medicinal products to exchange with wealthy individuals for some valuable resources. He narrowed his eyes slightly. He really needed some aviation fuel for his helicopter. Various other high-tech machines were also on his exchange list. He looked once more at the pot area, where 10 pots were neatly placed in his home. Relying solely on these pots was still not fast enough. Lu Zhou quickly made a lot more pots, filling his home to the brim with them. Since he lived with his aunt's family, his actions naturally drew the attention of others. When Jiang Xiaolin came out and saw the house filled with pots, her eyes widened in surprise. However, after listening to Lu Zhou's plan, she quickly nodded, indicating she understood. Of course, Lu Zhou also asked his parents for help with this matter. Just the planting and harvesting of so many pots would be quite labor-intensive. Soon, Grandma Dan also learned about this. She was indeed a bit surprised because the growth speed of these plants was astonishingly fast, almost defying logic. Moreover, Grandma Dan was very aware of the research on the so-called nutrient soil by Wei Qingzhu and knew the extent to which it had progressed. Therefore, She quickly ruled out the possibility that Lu Zhou had obtained the soil from Wei Qingzhu. However, she didn't say much and was just happy for the family, knowing that with this soil, they wouldn't have to worry about medicinal herbs and vegetables for a while. In the following 5 days, everyone immersed themselves in a cycle of planting, harvesting, and replanting. Lu Zhou's parents were so busy that even in their sleep, their hands unconsciously dug holes and planted seeds. Chapter 413, Trade. After 5 busy days, the results were optimistic. Seeing that there were quite a few medicinal herbs in stock, Lu Zhou decided to let his family continue with their work while he went to contact Zhang's father to see if they could achieve greater profits from this batch of supplies. As soon as he stepped outside, he ran into Wang De. Wang De appeared quite excited when he arrived. "Lu Zhou, you just came out. Take these with you," he said, pulling out a few radiation detection devices he had previously made. "This is mainly used to test radiation levels. I think it should be useful." Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback, but quickly accepted the devices. These items were quite practical, and at the moment, were in high demand. Wang De continued, "Are you going to Zhang's place? Let's go together. I made one for their family too." Lu Zhou nodded. "Sure, let's all go together." Soon, the two of them quickly made their way through the bustling corridors filled with people. Along the way, the aggressive gazes from the crowd seemed to stick to Lu Zhou and Wang De like chewing gum, making Wang De somewhat uncomfortable. Neither of them relaxed as they walked. They stayed tense and alert, always on the lookout for anyone following them. When they arrived at Zhang's house, as soon as Lu Zhou and Wang De entered, the scrutinizing eyes from outside gradually dispersed. Zhang's family and Zhang's father were sitting on stools. Upon seeing Lu Zhou and Wang De, they immediately stood up. Zhang's father greeted them politely. "Why did you two come over? It's not very safe outside. You must be careful." Wang De nodded in agreement. "Yes, when we were coming over just now, those people's eyes looked like they wanted to eat us alive. Fortunately, since the two of them didn't look particularly conspicuous, even the most reckless people had to consider the situation before taking action. Uncle Zhang, I brought you a radiation measurement device. I tested it, and it works pretty well. Given the severe radiation outside, it's best to use this to measure anything you eat or wear," Wang De said as he took out the device from his pocket and handed it over. Zhang's father looked pleased. "Did you buy this? It's been in high demand lately." Wang De shook his head calmly. "I made it." Zhang's father went silent. Lu Zhou then took out a few freshly gathered medicinal herbs for Zhang's father to see. "Uncle Zhang, how's the market for these herbs?" Lu Zhou opened his hand, revealing various kinds of medicinal herbs that looked quite good. Zhang's father looked excited. "These are great. If we have a large quantity, we can trade them for quite a lot of valuable items." Lu Zhou replied indifferently. "Uncle Zhang, I want to exchange some aviation fuel, automatic planting equipment, and automatic lighting tubes for the light materials. Please reserve some of those agricultural materials for me." After discovering the wonderful uses of soil, Lu Zhou was no longer satisfied with relying solely on human labor to utilize it. If there were suitable machines that could replace humans, he would be more than willing to exchange for more of these machines. Zhang's father stroked his chin. "Your demands aren't particularly excessive. I think I can find buyers for them. By the way, Wang De, why don't you try making more of these measuring devices? The price has skyrocketed recently, and there's a huge demand. I suggest you do it. That way, if I sell them, most of the profits will go to you." Wang De hesitated slightly. "That's a good idea, but my materials are from the Research Institute. I can make a few, but if I try to make more, I think it might not be feasible." Wang Da's concerns were not without merit. Lu Zhou turned around, his eyes fixed on him without moving. "Brother Wang, this is such a great opportunity. It would be a pity to miss it. Just look at what raw materials you lack. At worst, Uncle Zhang can help you find the raw materials, and then you provide the technology and take care of the manufacturing. After selling it, you could discuss the profits." At this point, Wang Da's eyes brightened, filled with excitement. "Uncle Zhang, what do you think?" Uncle Zhang also had the same idea. After he heard what Wang De said about the raw materials, he was even more tempted. Most of these raw materials were accessible to him at a low purchase price, but with Wang Da's technical involvement, the value of these raw materials could multiply tenfold. Yes, recently there has been a craze for radiation protection. People are going wild for it. Moreover, the main thing is that this is purely a hot opportunity, and it might not exist in the next moment. After a brief discussion, they quickly decided to first sell the medicinal materials provided by Lu Zhou. As for Wang Da, Uncle Zhang would first go find the raw materials, and then Wang Da would take over the manufacturing. No one had any objections to this approach. Soon, without much effort, Uncle Zhang brought over a truckload of raw materials for Wang Da. For the next several days, Wang Da practically lived in his house, working hard on the calculations. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou teamed up with Uncle Zhang and the Zhang family to transport the medicinal materials for sale. The route for this shipment was through people Uncle Zhang had met during this time. These people had collaborated with Uncle Zhang several times before. At this moment, seeing Uncle Zhang and the others bringing over so many medicinal materials, everyone was shocked. They all gasped in awe. "Wow, old Zhang, have you hooked up us a big shot? Where did you get all these medicinal materials?" As they spoke, they looked at the raw materials. Fresh. They haven't been processed yet. According to the rules, processed materials would fetch a higher price, but Lu Zhou couldn't wait, and there weren't enough people at home to handle that. However, fresh materials also had their issues, such as these people questioning whether the radiation levels exceeded the standard. "Old Zhang, if they're fresh, we absolutely need to test the radiation levels. Otherwise, if something goes wrong later, it won't look good." After all, these were wealthy people, and if the radiation levels exceeded the standard later, they would definitely come back for compensation. Uncle Zhang remained calm. "Test it. Actually, I tested it before coming here, and it's at 0 radiation." The other party smiled politely, then took out their own measuring device. After waiting for 10 minutes and looking at the values displayed, the surrounding people rubbed their eyes, seemingly unable to believe what they were seeing. The device screen clearly displayed 0. This really caught everyone off guard. Uncle Zhang chuckled. "See, I told you I could handle it. You didn't believe me?" The others could only smile, but they were all puzzled in their hearts. Could it be that the other party is backed by a super powerful figure? They used to farm indoors, but now it seems they can't continue due to the earthquake, which is why they sold it to themselves at a low price. Fresh medicine is indeed cheaper than processed ones, but the quality of these medicinal materials was already good enough to sell at a decent price. After a moment's thought, several ideas popped into their minds. They immediately smiled. "I'm truly amazed. We'll take all these. What do you want in exchange?" Lu Zhou cleared his throat appropriately. Aerial fuel and agricultural automation equipment. Chapter 414, An Opportunity. As soon as this was said, the people across the table felt even more that there was a big boss behind Lu Zhou and his group. If there was no big boss, why would they bother with these agricultural items? However, aerial fuel is a very rare item. This stuff is only available for military use or for wealthy individuals' helicopters and airplanes, making it quite scarce. "I can get the agricultural machinery, but I can't guarantee the aerial fuel," said Lu Zhou, squinting his eyes and speaking coolly. "If not, then let's trade it for gold." "All right." The other side immediately agreed, then cheerfully signaled to their people to start moving these items. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang's father walked over and whispered to the person, "Brother, in a few days, I'll get you a batch of radiation detectors. Do you want them?" The other person immediately showed interest. "You mean the ones that measure radiation? Do you really have a source for that?" "This stuff is hard to come by," Zhang's father whispered. "I have a friend who makes these. His job is precisely that. In a few days, I'll get them for you. For now, show me if you have any suitable goods for me." The other person's previously indifferent face suddenly lit up. "Sure, old Zhang, just wait for my good news." After saying this, Zhang's father hurried off to continue bringing in several boxes of medicinal materials. The crowd had gone from initial shock to numbness. The other side acted very quickly. The entire transaction was completed in just one day, and all the downstream buyers had already scrambled to buy up this batch of medicinal materials. Lu Zhou had gathered the agricultural machinery. He wanted automatic irrigation systems, automatic sowing and harvesting machines, as well as some automation equipment for medicinal materials. All of these were loaded onto a large truck that Lu Zhou had driven. In a secluded corner, Lu Zhou collected all of these items into the game. In addition to these items, Lu Zhou also harvested several pieces of gold, which were genuinely heavy. However, the only frustrating thing was that there was no aerial fuel in sight. Last time, he had gotten lucky with the fuel, but optimistically estimating, it was only enough for about 1,000 kilometers of flight. For Lu Zhou, that was far from enough. Moreover, he knew that the further things went, the harder it would be to acquire this fuel. If he couldn't take advantage of the current opportunity to exchange for more, it would be even more impossible later. Thinking about how he wouldn't be able to easily fly the helicopter in the future made Lu Zhou feel a pang of regret. More aerial options meant one more chance at survival. After several days, just when Lu Zhou thought this matter was no longer feasible, who would have thought that an unexpected opportunity would arise? At this time, the medicinal materials trade was nearing its end, and Zhang's father had been busy finding buyers for the radiation detectors that Wang De had produced during this period. The speculation was correct. The demand for detectors remained high. Anyone with some strength in their family would buy one for everyone to use. During this time, Wang De was exhausted from making these things. However, the results were good, and he managed to earn a large sum of gold and other miscellaneous living necessities through selling them. To be honest, Lu Zhou hadn't seen much of Zhang's father or Zhang's family these past few days. The two were incredibly busy, practically out of sight. When they finally met again, it was Zhang's father who hurriedly sought him out. Upon seeing Lu Zhou, his eyes immediately lit up. "Xiao Zhou, didn't you want aerial fuel last time? There's an opportunity now." Lu Zhou felt a bit dazed, but he sensed that perhaps there was indeed a chance here. "Uncle Zhang, please tell me," he said. "About today's matter, a high-profile individual was bitten by an animal and urgently needs rabies vaccine. Although, given his status, he could use a helicopter to transport the vaccine, doesn't have time for that. He only has 4 hours, and even with the fastest flight, it would take at least 10 hours. Right now, everyone is frantically searching for the vaccine, hoping that there's some available in Liangshan." Lu Zhou's eyes flickered with a hint of excitement. Just as Uncle Zhang said, this is a great opportunity. Given the other party's identity and status, exchanging air fuel for the vaccine might not be a difficult task. Lu Zhou pondered for a moment and whispered, "I'll go and see if there's any vaccine available. Uncle Zhang, please wait for me for a moment." After temporarily leaving Uncle Zhang's sight, Lu Zhou pretended to leave, and after a while, he returned quickly. When he came back, he had a single vial of vaccine in his hand. It was just the right amount. "Uncle Zhang, I'll go with you. The amount of vaccine isn't much." This was indeed true. Lu Zhou couldn't produce the vaccine, and the stock he had was limited. If it weren't for the urgency of the situation, he wouldn't have used such irreplaceable resources for an exchange. Soon, the two of them drove off, quickly heading to the location of the individual in need. Fortunately, they only took an hour to get there. When they arrived, they found that they weren't the only ones there. Several others had also come. Lu Zhou and Uncle Zhang both felt a tightening in their hearts. They hadn't expected so many people to have vaccines. However, their anxious thoughts hadn't fully developed when, in the next moment, they were rejected. "Sorry, sir. The vaccine you brought has already lost its effectiveness." "I'm sorry." The medical personnel in charge of testing handed a vial of vaccine back to a pair of brothers. The two men looked as if they had eaten something unpleasant. This vaccine had been painstakingly gathered by them, and upon hearing today's news, they had thought they could live comfortably, but now their dream was shattered. Suddenly, they felt utterly dejected. The others were also rejected one after another. Meanwhile, the man in charge of the matter sighed, his eyes filled with sorrow. The individual he served was kind and gentle, always fair in his dealings, never having done anything wrong against the people. How could he be bitten by a dog and not receive timely help? Could it really be that good people don't live long and that disasters befall the innocent? The man's eyes were filled with pain as he stared at the rejected individuals, as if he could already see that person nailed to the pillar of death. Next, although there were many people waiting, the testing speed was very quick, not wasting a single second. Lu Zhou watched in surprise, and he also considered the identities of the people coming in with greater thoughtfulness. When their vaccine was taken in for testing, Lu Zhou's mindset was stable. On the other hand, Uncle Zhang felt a bit anxious. Had the vaccine survived the high temperatures? He was overthinking it. Lu Zhou's backers were so powerful. How could they make such a low-level mistake? Uncle Zhang's head was in a flurry, and his heart was pounding nervously. At that moment, the medical staff pushed open the door with a serious expression. Who is the provider of this vaccine? Chapter 415, Deal Done. Zhang Wei suddenly stood up, his face unnaturally pale. Lu Zhou rose leisurely, appearing calm and collected. It's us. Is there something wrong? The person's complexion gradually improved. Come in and talk. Lu Zhou followed closely behind, and Zhang Wei hurried to keep up. The other people in the hall had varying expressions on their faces. Upon entering, Lu Zhou noticed that there were quite a few military personnel inside, along with several people in white coats bustling around. These individuals were moving quickly around the room, their brows tightly furrowed. One person hurried over and, upon seeing Lu Zhou and Zhang Wei, widened his eyes in surprise. Hello. You are the ones who provided the vaccine, right? We just tested it, and the vaccine is very effective, completely sufficient for use. What are the terms of your transaction? Since the visitor asked this directly, Lu Zhou fixed his gaze on him and replied softly, The other party's requirement is aviation fuel. We need 100 barrels. 1 barrel of aviation fuel weighs 1 ton, so 100 barrels is not a small quantity. It depends on who the recipient is. For the people in front of them, this amount of fuel could be squeezed out without too much trouble. The key is whether the individual in question is worth the expenditure of fuel for the sake of saving them. After hearing this, the other person's expression darkened slightly. Lu Zhou and Zhang Wei had come as intermediaries this time, acting as middlemen rather than sellers. This arrangement maximized the safety of both of them. Zhang Wei was constantly observing the expressions of the other party, and when he saw a slight change in their demeanor, he felt a sense of tension in his heart. Please wait. We need to discuss for 3 minutes. While the other party was discussing, Lu Zhou and Zhang Wei leaned together, and Zhang Wei's voice was somewhat anxious. Xiao Zhou, do you think this can work? I don't like the look on their faces. After all, the trading partner seemed rather formidable. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment before speaking. But Lu Zhou was quite confident. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. Just look at their demeanor and how seriously they're taking this matter. I think it's highly likely we can get this deal done. Zhang Wei didn't reply, but the concern in his eyes was hard to hide. He even began to think about what to do next, regardless of whether the deal succeeded or not, to ensure both of them could retreat safely. 3 minutes later, the other party came back right on time. They wore a business smile. We accept. Due to the urgency of the situation, I hope we can get the medicine first. In return, we will deliver the goods from our side. Zhang Wei's brows relaxed, and the stone of tension in his heart finally fell. Lu Zhou's expression remained calm, as if he already knew the outcome. The medical personnel immediately began preparing the medicine, while on the other side, barrels of fuel were already loaded onto the vehicles that Lu Zhou had driven over, and they had specifically called a transport team to help with the delivery. Once a vehicle drove to a clear area, Lu Zhou parked the car and sent the remaining people away. Looking at the fully loaded aviation fuel, Lu Zhou collected all of it. This aviation fuel would ensure Lu Zhou wouldn't have to worry about running out for quite some time in the future. After successfully handling this matter, Lu Zhou and Zhang Wei returned home. Upon arriving home, Lu Zhou found that his parents and aunt were still hard at work. It's exhausting just to look at it. Lu Zhou quickly called for a stop. After all, they had already made quite a bit of money from the herbal medicine procurement. Their current popularity was a bit high, and many people were discussing these herbs, so they couldn't continue any further. Otherwise, it would be easy to attract trouble. After Lu Zhou called for a stop, everyone was slightly surprised, but then they continued to work diligently with their heads down. Lu Mom picked fruits while saying, "It's pretty good that you're not going out to sell. We could take our time working. This batch of herbs is planned to be kept for a while longer before we process them." Grandma Shan smiled gently, affectionately stroking the herbs beneath her. "I'll go inside and prepare the stove," Jiang Xiaolin said with a smile, and she continued to leisurely pick herbs alongside her sister. The room was lush and green, with herbs in various shades of red and pink, creating such a colorful scene that it felt like they were not indoors, but rather in a greenhouse dedicated to nurturing and growing herbs. A few people sat on small stools, busy with their hands, which made it seem a bit more leisurely. Lu Zhou walked over to take a look and noticed that most of the herbs in the pot were ginseng. Ginseng is easy to manage when planted in a pot, and it has strong effects against radiation, making it great to keep for family consumption. Suddenly, Lu Zhou thought of Dazhuang and his group and considered bringing over some herbs for the three of them. He specifically selected ginseng that was over 30 years old and even took several pieces that were over 100 years old to give to them. Of course, these were all processed herbs. Since they didn't know much about Chinese medicine, Lu Zhou asked Grandma Shan to help him prepare them, labeling each paper package or box with its effects, names, and then packing them up to take away. Every time he went over, he would bring quite a few things: food, medicine, and other supplies. After he arrived and knocked on the door, he was greeted by a tidy interior. Even though the room was small, because Lu Zhou had given them potted plants, the air in the room was always fresh, without any strange odors. Moreover, Dazhuang was quite capable in many aspects, so he had made quite a few practical pieces of furniture for the house. Especially the bed. Under Dazhuang's efforts, it had been transformed into a 3-tiered bed, and there were many shelving units added to the walls. These shelves were not empty. They were mostly filled with various stored supplies. Overall, the room was well kept. However, the only downside was that Lu Zhou noticed that the elderly lady was sick, lying in bed, unable to move. Beside her was the silently crying Yaya, while Dazhuang was busying himself. Lu Zhou quickly placed his things down and walked over. "Dazhuang, what happened?" The elderly lady in bed struggled to get up as soon as she saw Lu Zhou, but he stopped her. "Grandma Yin, please lie down. You don't need to get up." Dazhuang spoke in a low tone. "She seems to have a fever. She wasn't feeling well a few days ago. Have you given her medicine, Grandma?" Lu Zhou bent down and quietly asked, while the elderly lady moved a bit but did not speak. Yaya wiped her tears and explained, "She hasn't taken any medicine yet. We ran out of the last pill yesterday, and we were planning to see how she was doing today before deciding what to do. Grandma's throat has been a bit hoarse since yesterday, and today she can't speak at all." Lu Zhou nodded, taking out a cooling patch, fever-reducing medicine, and anti-inflammatory medicine, placing them aside. "Dazhuang, please make sure she takes this medicine. If she's not better in 3 days, come find me. Yaya, you need to take good care of Grandma in the next few days, okay?" Lu Zhou squatted down, watching as Yaya wiped her tears and tried to appear calm. Chapter 416, Announcement. "Brother, thank you. I will follow your advice." Lu Zhou felt a bit frustrated and continued to remind her, "After Grandma gets better, remember to let her take some of these medicines to replenish her health. By the way, I brought some supplements that are suitable for your age. Yaya, come here. I'll explain it to you in detail." Yaya moved closer to Lu Zhou, and he took out the medicine to explain the dosage to her. After explaining, Lu Zhou looked at the elderly person lying on the bed. Although the old woman couldn't speak, her eyes were always fixed on her granddaughter and Lu Zhou. After bidding farewell, Lu Zhou left the Yin family. When he returned home, he found that the whole family was sitting in the living room, their faces solemn. Lu Zhou glanced around and saw his uncle sitting in the center. Wei Qingzhu was looking down, and after hearing the commotion, she turned to look at Lu Zhou. "Xiao Zhou is back. Come sit down. I have something to discuss." Seeing his uncle's cautious attitude, Lu Zhou felt uneasy. It seemed like something significant was about to happen. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Zhou sat down, He heard Wei Qingzhu speak in a low voice. Song Wei has come. As soon as he arrived, all the work was immediately put on the agenda. The first thing to handle is the underground city. The rules for entering the underground city have been announced. It will be determined by a lottery. The others had already been psychologically prepared by Lu Zhou's earlier guesses, so they were somewhat accepting of the news. We initially thought that we, as research personnel, could bring our family along, but it turns out that only we, the research personnel, can enter the underground city. Our family members will not have this opportunity. They will also need to participate in a lottery. Jiang Xiaolin expressed her concerns. Is everyone in a lottery? Are there no preferential measures for technical personnel? Wei Qingzhu sighed and sounded slightly more optimistic. There are actually some advantages. The lottery pools for technical personnel and ordinary citizens are separate, meaning that technical personnel have a higher probability of entering the underground city than ordinary citizens. Wei Qingzhu then explained in detail the categories of technical personnel. The outcome was good. Everyone in the family qualified. By the way, research personnel can bring one minor child into the underground city. This meant that Wei Qingzhu was securing an opportunity for her daughter Tong Tong to enter. As far as I know, the lottery plan for entering the underground city will be announced to the public in about half a month. Wei Qingzhu's meaning was very clear. She urged everyone to take advantage of the next half month to improve their skills, as it was said that their abilities would be assessed before the lottery. Once this was settled, everyone finally went to bed. Lu Zhou lay on the sofa, feeling wide awake. He was aware that the disaster was nearing its end. In his previous life, he had never entered the underground city. At that time, he had just obtained the access permit for the underground city when he was killed from behind. So he had no idea what the conditions in the underground city would be like. Moreover, would there be other disasters after avoiding radiation in the underground city? Just thinking about it made Lu Zhou feel extremely uneasy. But there was nothing he could do about it. He could only wait helplessly to adapt once he entered. Lost in worry, Lu Zhou gradually fell asleep. For several days, the entire Lu family was immersed in their respective tasks. Wei Qingzhu was responsible for gathering information and doing her own work. Lu Zhou's father completely resigned from his job to focus on growing vegetables and medicinal herbs at home, occasionally checking electrical engineering books. Lu Zhou's mother was also busy, practicing various rescue techniques with his aunt without pause. Since Lu Zhou mentioned that there was no need to ship products last time, those extra pots were also taken back by him. Only 2 flower pots were left at home, but they didn't look out of place. When the news broke, Lu Zhou didn't keep it to himself. He shared it with the Zhang family and the Wang family the very next day. Both families agreed to come together to solidify their knowledge. Thus, among those studying pharmacology, there was one more person, Yin Yin. Even Wang's mother came along, trying to reinforce her weak skills. Wang's father followed Lu's father to learn techniques. The Zhang family wasn't idle either. They were intensifying their practice. After close preparations, half a month later, the military indeed sent people to deliver a speech as promised. The weather that day was gloomy, and when everyone was called to the conference hall, they were all in a daze. Lu Zhou and his family huddled tightly together in a corner. Several armed military personnel arrived, and Wang protected his wife and parents, while Zhang Jiahao squeezed beside Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou, do you think these people are going to start talking about that matter? Zhang Jiahao asked. Lu Zhou felt they would. He lowered his voice and said, "Let's just watch." As expected, after a few preliminary remarks, the military personnel announced the rules for entering the underground city. As soon as the rules were stated, everyone erupted. If a family was poor, they might feel lucky. But for those who had confidence in themselves or thought they were guaranteed entry, they immediately became furious. What a joke! After all this, they had to rely on a lottery to determine if they could enter. Lu Zhou remained silent, coldly observing the chaos around him. Everyone was initially unable to accept this, but there were quick thinkers who realized that this method of entry was irreversible and started to ask other questions. Thus, someone immediately inquired about when the radiation would completely contaminate the surface. so they were calculating time. They thought the military wouldn't disclose such information, but the speaker on stage spoke in a chilling tone. There are 3 months left until the surface will be completely contaminated. As soon as this was said, everyone became even more anxious and fearful. Immediately, other random questions followed. How many people can the underground city accommodate? Is the lottery held daily, weekly, or monthly? Or is it just one chance? These people wanted to ask, but they didn't have the courage to voice it. The officer coldly looked at the restless crowd, enunciating every word. There will be a draw once a week. We will post the detailed lottery plan later. When the meeting ended, everyone still felt a sense of terror and anxiety. Who can guarantee that they will be able to draw lots and enter the underground city within 3 months? Although no one had seen a region covered by nuclear radiation, they had at least heard of it. Before the apocalypse, there was a country that experienced a nuclear leak, and it was said that many people died during that incident. Humans exposed to intense radiation could die in mere seconds. Moreover, those who died looked pitiful, their bones rotten, flesh deformed, making it hard to bear. Thinking of these consequences left everyone's heart heavy. But there was no way out. The earthquake had caused radiation to spread globally, and all humanity had to move underground. With the announcement of the underground city, the security situation had deteriorated significantly in the past few days. Chapter 417, Lottery Location. To stabilize order, the military has recently started directly dragging away troublemakers. The cries of those being taken away sent chills down many people's spines. Moreover, the most terrifying thing is that these individuals have never returned after being taken away, leading many to speculate about their fate. Ultimately, everyone began to guess that it was the military who was behind it. Are they being sent for experiments? It's also possible they're being forced to work. Yeah, with so few people available, they definitely wouldn't just kill them. Everyone speculated, and each person's theory seemed reasonable, making others believe them. Lu Zhou silently observed this situation a few times. He had a good memory and could remember people he had seen once. Indeed, those who were taken away never returned. Lu Zhou remained silent, turning to walk with Zhang's father and the Zhang family to continue their trade. After all, everyone felt uneasy about going to the underground city. Many people started to hoard food, so what mattered most now was to get something to eat, and prices were extremely high. Seizing this opportunity, Lu Zhou sold off the grains and crops he had stockpiled in the game, as well as some fruits. Not long ago, the game had undergone an upgrade. One of the biggest benefits of this upgrade was the ability to pre-process fruits and crops. Taking advantage of this, Lu Zhou ground the barley into flour and turned the other fruits into canned goods. For the containers of the canned fruits, he used 2 types. One was metal cans, and the other was glass jars made from clay. The main canned fruits he produced were cherry cans, apricot cans, dried plums, and dried fruits. Overall, he assessed the characteristics of the fruits and canned those suitable for it, while others were made into dried fruits. These fruits contained rich vitamins and sugars, making them highly nutritious, so they fetched great prices in the trading market. When Lu Zhou and his group brought their goods over, the person in charge of receiving them was instantly overjoyed. Hey, you finally made it. The last batch sold like crazy. Everyone was fighting to buy it. TSK, TSK, TSK. Too bad you missed it. The person looked quite pleased, and Lu Zhou and the others quickly noticed the overall situation. That batch of goods had indeed allowed this person to earn quite a bit. This transaction went very smoothly. As Lu Zhou and his group were about to leave, they saw the person quickly catch up and whisper a few serious words in Zhang's father's ear. After hearing this, Zhang's father looked momentarily dazed, followed by an expression of disbelief. The person smiled and turned to busy themselves with their own matters. Once Lu Zhou and the Zhang family finished their business, before either of them could ask, Zhang's father spoke up. He just told me that the lottery will start at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Lu Zhou's brows twitched as he checked his watch. It was currently 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the location for the lottery was a bit far from where his family lived, so they needed to hurry over to participate. Not only was Lu Zhou thinking this, but the other two felt the same way. After tidying up a bit, the three of them drove over. As soon as they entered the house, Lu Zhou looked at his busy parents and calmly said, "Mom and Dad, the lottery is about to start. Let's head over first." Lu Dad was holding a large garden shears, his brows twitching. Really? All right, wait a moment, I'll change my clothes." Only then did Lu Zhou notice that Lu Dad, who was in charge of managing the flowers and herbs, was currently dressed in a messy outfit. Lu Mom put down the book in her hand, looking worried. Lu Zhou comforted her. "Don't worry, Mom. I'll be here the whole time." Lu Mom forced a smile. "I'm not worried. I'll go call your aunt and Grandma Sha now." As for Uncle, he still wasn't home at the moment. The quota for entering the underground city had not yet been allocated, and Wei Qingzhu couldn't afford to be lax about the situation over there. Not long after, the three families were fully armed and appeared at the door of their respective rooms. The group consisted of young people, middle-aged individuals, women, elderly people, and children, which indeed drew attention. In the corridor, there were still some civilians who hadn't had time to evacuate. At the sight of Lu Zhou and his group, they hurriedly shrank back into their rooms. They would also assess the difficulty level of hunting. The opposing group visibly had more numbers, and although their clothes were somewhat old, they were very clean, and there were no signs of hunger on their faces. They looked to be in quite good condition. They were a group of people with very good vitality. After assessing their strength, these people regretfully discovered that they couldn't take on the opposing side and could only give up helplessly. Lu Zhou seemed to be leading the way. He walked casually, but in reality, he was alert at all times. He noticed all the unusual behaviors of those people along the way. Lu Zhou's body was in a very relaxed state, but only he knew that if danger arose, he could explode into action in an instant. The path was quite smooth. At one point, someone reckless sprinted forward, trying to target the weakest child in the group, Wei Tongtong. Lu Zhou immediately knocked that person away. After that, Lu Zhou took a strong stance against this individual, leaving him gasping for breath. Lu Zhou's eyes revealed a fierce look, but in the end, it was Lu Mom and Lu Dad who came over to pull him back. "Son, stop. You can't kill anyone here. Just leave him here. Someone will come to take him away soon. Why do you have to go so far?" Jiang Xiaolin was fuming with anger and gave the man a few slaps, then urged Lu Zhou not to act violently. Although she was worried about her daughter's safety, her nephew couldn't simply put her daughter in danger. Lu Zhou glared around with a fierce expression, his tone very cold. "This is the consequence of attacking my sister. Anyone who isn't afraid of death can come and try again." The people around, who were originally restless, all fled after witnessing such a tragic scene. Lu Zhou snorted coldly, then tightly held onto his sister's hand. Wei Tongtong was startled by the man who had charged at them earlier and now walked a bit unsteadily. Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel a surge of anger inside him. If the person had aimed at him, he wouldn't have been this angry. This person clearly bullied the weak and feared the strong. Why didn't they find an adult but instead chose his little sister? Didn't they think that the younger girl was the easiest to bully? The feeling of suffocation in his chest rose a few notches. Lu Zhou suppressed his displeasure and quickly led the group through the corridor. After the earlier incident, their progress was exceptionally smooth, with no further reckless individuals coming forward to provoke them. When everyone arrived at the location for the lottery, they were all taken aback. What lay before them was an exceptionally large space capable of accommodating a significant number of people. However, the decoration here was very simple, with only the most basic cement walls. But this did not detract from the vastness of the space at all. Chapter 418, The Lottery Begins. In this place, Lu Zhou responsibly stated that it could even accommodate all the people from Liangshan. When Lu Zhou and his group arrived, there were already a few people scattered throughout the venue. Those who had come early were mostly individuals who were well informed. After all, those who weren't in the know were probably still on their way. Seeing that everyone was obediently finding their spots to line up, Lu Zhou called his family and friends, quickly joining the line as well. Wangda and Zhang's father let Lu Zhou's group hold their spot while they wander among the crowd, starting conversations to try and gather some information. One after another, the two began to collect some useful intel. Some people speculate that this place might be the entrance to an underground city, which is why such a large structure was built here. Of course, this is just speculation. After all, it doesn't really look like an entrance. It seems too simple. Later on, we should be drawing numbers from the pool. It's said that this time the quota for entry is the largest ever, with a maximum of 10,000 people. When they mentioned the figure of 20,000, Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. That's indeed a large number. Currently, the population gathered in Liangshan is far greater than this number. The Zhang family felt an unprecedented calm. Zhang's sixth sense told him that he should be able to draw a number soon. Wangda, on the other hand, began to think about more practical matters. His workplace had already informed him that he could enter the underground city and also bring one miner along. However, since he didn't have any underage children, this quota was very likely to go to waste. Lu Zhou felt a bit nervous inside. In his previous life, he had indeed drawn a ticket for entry into the underground city, but he wasn't sure if his father would be able to draw one this time. Everyone had their own thoughts. Soon, Lu Zhou noticed that about 10 soldiers quickly came up to the stage and began setting up some broadcasting equipment. They worked quickly, and within 15 minutes, everything was ready. At this point, half of the crowd had already arrived, with the other half still rushing over. Lu Zhou discreetly scanned the whole venue, eventually fixing his gaze on a person at the back. Song Wei. This officer currently looked quite grim, standing there and whispering something to the person next to him. Lu Zhou suddenly became curious if Song Wei had brought back any noteworthy secret information after his last trip. He wondered if his uncle could gather any of this information. Quickly, Lu Zhou dismissed his own thoughts. He realized he was overthinking. Song Wei clearly seemed like a person of deep thought. Such individuals would never share information with someone they didn't trust without a fair exchange. After letting go of that thought, Lu Zhou felt a bit bored as he waited for the event to start. As more and more people gathered, the previous silence quickly vanished. People in the crowd began to whisper and exchange hushed conversations. For some reason, Lu Zhou felt an odd sense of déjà vu, as if he were standing at a school assembly, mingling among the crowd while the school leaders spoke on stage and the students below were whispering to each other. Lu Zhou chuckled, shaking off this ridiculous notion. Sometimes, the noise from the crowd would get so loud that the officers on stage glanced down several times, their gazes filled with warning. The crowd, realizing they were in the wrong, quickly lowered their heads and fell silent. After more than half an hour passed, Lu Zhou noticed that the surrounding crowd was growing larger. At this point, it was almost 4 p.m. Lu Mom unconsciously tightened her grip on Lu Zhou's sleeve, while Lu Dad pretended to be indifferent, clenching his fists tightly. However, at this moment, Lu Zhou could clearly see that the two of them were extremely nervous. On the other side, Wang De and his wife held hands tightly, and Wang Da's father also had a tense expression on his face. Zhang Fu was holding Zhang Lele, his eyes fixed intently on the person who was about to speak. The noise from the crowd unexpectedly came to a halt. No one dared to cause a commotion during this lottery. Causing a disturbance here could lead to immediate execution, unless the person causing the trouble was out of their mind or completely wanted to end their life. Lu Zhou raised his hand and noticed that the hour hand had unknowingly reached 4 o'clock. At 4 o'clock sharp, the person on stage began to speak. Lu Zhou recognized the speaker. It should be Secretary Song's female assistant. She cleared her throat first, her voice sharp and clear. The woman was quite beautiful, but her tone was devoid of any emotion. First of all, I want to congratulate the members of the public who arrived on time. You have obtained the opportunity for the first lottery draw. We will not wait for anyone who violates the rules. Those who did not arrive on time will lose their chance for the first lottery. As she spoke, a loud sound of a door slamming echoed, and Lu Zhou noticed that the door, which had mysteriously disappeared earlier, was now firmly closed. He even heard several screams from outside. What's going on? We haven't entered yet. Let us in quickly. We want to participate in the lottery." The noise was effectively blocked by the heavy door. Almost everyone had a single thought flash through their minds at that moment. This is really strict. The cold demeanor of the female officer immediately calmed down some of the more restless individuals. The woman on stage scanned the audience and continued, "This lottery will be divided into a draw for technical personnel and a draw for ordinary citizens. Technical personnel, please proceed to the left room for your technical evaluation, while ordinary citizens, please enter the right room for the lottery draw. Those who are drawn will receive a ticket like this." As she spoke, the woman pulled out a black ticket from her pocket. It shimmered under the lights, with golden embossed letters that read "Qualification for Underground City Residents." Many people stretched their necks to get a better look at the ticket. The woman casually set the ticket aside and continued, "Any conflict is strictly prohibited within the venue, whether verbal or physical. Anyone who violates this will be immediately executed. All those undergoing technical personnel evaluation should not engage in deceitful behavior. Any concealment of qualifications or skills will result in an automatic assessment of unqualified moral character, leading to a permanent loss of qualification for the underground city lottery." Upon hearing this, many who were considering taking advantage of the situation shivered in fear. While the technical personnel pathway seems to offer advantages, can they really bear the consequences of such punishment? The woman on stage coldly stated, "All right, let's not waste any more time. We will now officially begin." With that command, everyone almost uniformly found their way to their intended destination. Lu Zhou and his group naturally looked toward the left side. Over there were small rooms resembling containers. There were many of them, each labeled with its respective area of responsibility. Lu Zhou squinted as he looked over. The labels included medicine, agriculture, mechanical engineering, physics, chemistry, and so on. Chapter 419. Luck is very important. The crowd surged with great speed, and almost everyone was afraid of being left behind. Almost the moment the female officer on stage finished speaking, these people automatically parted to the sides and quickly ran toward their destination. Lu Zhou and his family chose to go left. After spotting the words written on a shipping container, Lu Zhou separated from his family and entered the building. They had agreed to meet at the entrance after the lottery draw. Given that arguing and fighting were not allowed here, Lu Zhou felt fairly at ease about his family's safety. When Lu Zhou stepped inside the container, he discovered that the interior was much larger than it appeared from outside, at least 3 times bigger. Several people were seated inside, and they were likely responsible for the technical evaluations today. These individuals wore military uniforms and had very serious expressions. Lu Zhou quickly realized that these people were from the same batch that had conducted the inspections in Liangshan earlier. He squinted and moved closer, then pulled out 2 slips of paper from a cylinder beside him. After unfolding them, his brow relaxed. He was familiar with both questions, and there was also a practical task that he often practiced. After confirming that he had answered all the questions correctly, one of the officers handed Lu Zhou a card. "You have passed. Proceed forward," the officer said. Lu Zhou then noticed that after passing the test, there was a small door in the back of the container that he needed to enter. He quickly walked over, pushed the door, and it opened silently. Continuing inside, he saw several light strips illuminating the area brightly. Following the path forward, he reached the end, where a box stood that looked similar to a donation box. Before he could express any doubts, a voice came from above. "Draw your prize from the box." Lu Zhou hurried over, reached in, and quickly selected a prize slip. However, after taking it out, he regrettably discovered that he had not won anything. What he held was a red prize slip that read, "Thank you for participating," in large letters. Although he didn't win, Lu Zhou's heart was not as tense anymore. There would still be other chances. The mechanical voice above emotionlessly responded, "Sorry, you didn't win." Next, after this announcement, a small door behind the box opened. Passing through this door, Lu Zhou found himself back in the large hall where he had started. At this time, there were still quite a few people in the hall. Lu Zhou scanned the faces of these individuals and quickly noticed a few people who were smiling discreetly. They were trying hard to hide their excitement, but the joy in their eyes was hard to suppress. Looking around, he also noticed many others who appeared downcast, probably because they hadn't won. Lu Zhou stood in a relatively prominent spot, waiting for his family. After about half an hour, his family members gradually arrived. Lu Mom looked vexed, while Lu Dad had a neutral expression. Lu Zhou could tell at a glance how things had gone. The moment Lu Dad saw Lu Zhou, he immediately grabbed Lu Mom and jogged over. "Son, I have something to tell you. I won." From Lu Zhou's observation, it was clear what had happened. Lu Mom was more concerned about Lu Zhou and hurriedly asked, "What about you?" "Nothing," Lu Zhou replied. Lu Mom's mood visibly sank a few notches. Then she sighed and comforted him. "It's okay. There'll be a few more opportunities later. Who can be so lucky as to win on their first try?" So far, only Lu Dad had one from the Lu family and from the Zhang family. Only Zhang Jia had one winner. As for the Wang family, they were unusually fortunate, with both He Yin Yin and Wang Mu winning. The families gathered together and whispered a few words. After some communication, everyone realized that the conditions inside the prize boxes were quite similar. However, after drawing the winning ticket, the machine would ask whether to use it for oneself or to gift it to someone else. Moreover, according to what Lu Zhou knew, the gift of a prize ticket was only considered successful once they arrived here. Since they couldn't gauge whether their family members had won or not, everyone remained cautious and decided to wait until the end to see what happened. Wang felt a bit of the pent-up frustration ease. His family members were only one, his dad, away from being eligible for the underground city. With a little more effort, surely they wouldn't have such bad luck every time, right? As more people gathered in the hall, the big door on the other side soon opened with a bang. The crowd surged out all at once. Lu Zhou held on to his family tightly, and once they were outside, everyone hurried back to their rooms. On the way, Lu Zhou witnessed several arguments breaking out. Most of them were over the prize tickets. He witnessed an elderly man winning a ticket, only to be pulled and tugged at by his two sons. Each wanted to ensure their own survival. The old man looked terrified and disappointed, while his two sons ended up fighting each other until others intervened. After the lottery in Liangshan, for several days, wherever they went, chaos ensued. People were shouting and arguing, and in their anger, they didn't care whether it was their parents, spouses, or children. They all fought together. As for everything happening, Lu Zhou and his group could only watch coldly from the sidelines. During the commotion, Lu Mom felt anxious and forced herself to manage the medicinal herbs at home, concocting various remedies. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou continued to sell supplies with Zhang's father. They all knew that once they entered the underground city completely, who could tell whether these items would become cheaper or more expensive? They had to seize the opportunity while they could. Zhang Jia was busy alongside Zhang's father, and during this time, they continued to take care of his younger sister. After narrowly surviving last time, Zhang Lele initially had a timid personality, but after some time with her family and friends' support, she became lively and cheerful again. The two little girls often huddled together, whispering to each other. In the black market, tickets for entry into the underground city started to circulate and be sold. Because of the unique transfer mechanism, these people couldn't simply kill the ticket holders and had to exchange fairly with them. However, generally speaking, tickets for entering the underground city were quite valuable yet scarce. If not for the special urgency of the person, they wouldn't sell their own life ticket. Usually, those who transferred the underground city tickets were families that were so poor they were on the verge of starvation. Even if they didn't sell the tickets, their family would starve to death. These rare tickets, once put up for sale, circulated quickly. The rich were crazy, scrambling to buy tickets. After all, this was a matter of life and death. Sometimes, when Lu Zhou entered the black market, he would see the tickets being frantically sought after. He couldn't help but think back to his past life. Right now, it was just the beginning. These people had not yet discovered legal ways to bypass the lottery winners, but as time went on, They would find ways to crack the ticket holders' defenses and subsequently begin to target those who possess tickets. At that time, many lives were lost. Chapter 420, Strong Enemy. Lu Zhou was also among them. His gaze gradually deepened. He was no longer the same Lu Zhou he used to be in this life. This time, he aimed to ensure his family's safety by taking refuge in the underground city. Zhang's father frowned and tentatively suggested, "Xiao Zhou, do you think we should try to buy a few underground city tickets?" Lu Zhou replied calmly, "Uncle Zhang, I don't plan to buy any for now." Zhang's father couldn't press Lu Zhou further and simply nodded, but he was still thinking about it in his mind. Zhang's son in the passenger seat unexpectedly spoke up, "Dad, don't buy them. I feel like we'll make it into the underground city smoothly." Zhang's father trembled slightly. Fundamentally, he could trust his son's words 100%. Zhang's son continued, "Lu Zhou, don't worry. I can feel it. You'll also be chosen." Lu Zhou, "Well, your feeling is correct. I actually did get chosen in my previous life." Soon, the topic quickly faded away. After finishing today's material transactions, the three of them drove back. However, Lu Zhou noticed that around their protective shield were about 10 green lights surrounding them. At that moment, the three were not inside the cool mountains, but were conducting transactions outside. Normally, they would be very cautious, as safety was relatively low outside. After several trips without incident, had this group now set their sights on them? Lu Zhou remained expressionless, continuing to observe. He urged Zhang's father to speed up while keeping an eye on their surroundings. He wanted to see if he was overthinking the situation. As their vehicle accelerated, the surrounding green lights began to move quickly, closely following behind them. Seeing this, Lu Zhou understood that this group was indeed targeting them. "Uncle Zhang, family, take out your weapons. We have company," Lu Zhou whispered, pulling out his gun from his side. Zhang's son was much calmer than before, unfazed as he drew his gun, swiftly scanning outside the car window. "I see 3 people behind the car and on the right." Zhang's father couldn't divert his attention from driving, but he also drew his gun. The 3 of them immediately switched to a readiness state. The car continued to drive forward. Lu Zhou suppressed his racing heart, wanting to see how long this group could maintain their disguise before attacking. After driving for about 10 minutes, the pursuers could no longer hold back. As Lu Zhou's group passed a grove of dead trees, a gunshot rang out in the air. "Be careful, they made their move," Lu Zhou shouted, holding his gun with a cold and ruthless expression. Those people seemed to have used some kind of tactic. The car's tires became sticky, and they quickly found themselves stuck to the ground, unable to move. Lu Zhou's expression darkened. Their car was forced to stop. At that moment, several bullets struck the car's windows, shattering against them. The explosives were powerful, and the car windows were blown apart. However, because Lu Zhou had reinforced the vehicle beforehand, the windows did not shatter immediately. Before long, Lu Zhou heard a voice from outside. "Damn, what kind of windows are this tough?" The voice sounded young, probably in his 20s. Lu Zhou reacted swiftly, opening the door and firing his gun. He utilized shadow movement to quickly avoid the sticky liquid on the ground. Once he had taken out the throats of the 3 attackers, the group clearly panicked. "What the hell? How did this guy get out? How could he dodge the ground and run out? It's impossible. The area around the car is so big. How can an average person jump away? This group must have teammates backing them up." The explanation quickly convinced these people. They were all bloodthirsty individuals, and no one would be afraid because of this. "Brothers, let's charge. If we kill these people, everything in their car, the money on them, and their sources of goods behind them will all be ours." I don't know who shouted this, but it instantly boosted the courage of those around. Lu Zhou observed coldly. Beside him were Zhang Fu and Zhang Jiahao. The two had just been brought out by Lu Zhou. Zhang Jiahao aimed at a boisterous person on the opposite side and fired several rounds. That person immediately dropped dead on the spot. Blood red stained a large area around them. "Damn, the opponent is fierce. Brothers, shoot the 3 people in the car first." With this shout, several bullets bang, bang, bang were fired toward the car interior. Some even threw a few grenades. Boom! Swiftly, the car windows shattered. This group of people suddenly became excited. Finally blew it open. Damn it, these grenades are my lifeline. I had to use them to blow up the car. Who the hell threw the bomb? Are you stupid? You blew them up. Aren't we only going to get one haul today? Are you all idiots? Can't you see the obvious difference between having one meal and having meat every meal? Hurry up and see if there are any survivors inside the car. This must have been said by a leader, clearly infuriated. Lu Zhou's eyes darkened. These people had their sights set on the resources they had. But do you think you can take it without paying a price? Under the leader's command, several bold individuals rushed forward, planning to be the first to loot the spoils. Lu Zhou smirked and took out several Molotov cocktails, throwing them over. Unfortunately, this rented truck. As soon as the Molotov cocktails hit the ground, fierce flames erupted uncontrollably, and the flames quickly deformed and expanded the fuel tank, accompanied by a boom sound as the truck exploded. When the vehicle blew up, everyone trying to scavenge from the bodies was engulfed by the rolling flames. The entire situation escalated rapidly. The others watching the excitement were instantly sprayed by the flames, screaming and rolling around, trying to extinguish the fire on their bodies. Taking advantage of the chaos on the opposite side, Lu Zhou and the other two immediately opened fire, starting to eliminate the enemies in sight. As long as these people showed themselves, they couldn't escape the gunfire from the three. The air guns they used did not even need to be reloaded in a short time, and their killing power was truly astonishing. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire continued. On the opposite side, there were also agile individuals who immediately used Lu Zhou's gunfire to determine their location. Bullets whizzed toward Lu Zhou and the other two. They quickly sidestepped to dodge, and the bullets thunk, 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 all lodged into the trees. The opponents were quite difficult to deal with. As they adjusted their shots, they continued to pursue closely. The positions of these bullets were particularly perilous, and Lu Zhou barely managed to dodge. Zhang Jiahao wasn't quick enough to evade and had his arm lightly grazed. Zhang Fu also dodged somewhat clumsily. Seeing this situation, Lu Zhou immediately deployed a protective shield. The opponents were skilled marksmen. That was Lu Zhou's first reaction. The chaotic battle lasted for 10 minutes. While Lu Zhou and the other two ran and shot, they managed to take out over 10 of the opposing forces. Unfortunately, the most formidable sharpshooter on the opposing side remained elusive. Chapter 421. It turns out to be him. The sharpshooter on the opposite side was indeed quite skilled. Several bullets hit the protective shield that Lu Zhou had activated. If it weren't for Lu Zhou's shield, Zhang Fu and the Zhang family members would likely have been injured. Due to the numerical advantage of the opponents, the three of them found themselves in a tough battle. Soon, Lu Zhou realized that they couldn't continue like this. He whispered a few words to Zhang Fu and the Zhang family, signaling them to pretend to be hit. He was certain that those people would come over to check on them. Once they approached, they would rise and eliminate these opponents. Once the plan was made, Zhang Fu and the Zhang family members didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. They had witnessed the power of Lu Zhou's protective shield and were naturally not overly anxious. Moreover, in previous encounters, Lu Zhou had always managed to maneuver perfectly, bringing everyone out alive. Thus, everyone had a high level of trust in him. Lu Zhou opened his mouth and said softly, "I will count to 3, and then we all find an opportunity to lie down." Zhang Fu and the Zhang family exchanged glances and nodded. 3, 2, 1. Lu Zhou fell first, his body hitting the ground with a bang sound. To make the act more convincing, Lu Zhou even splashed some tomato juice on himself. Seeing Lu Zhou fall so quickly, Zhang Fu and the Zhang family members followed suit and dropped down. The three of them chose positions that were not very high, and when they fell, Lu Zhou secretly activated the protective shield to cover the three of them, so they basically didn't suffer any significant injuries. The sound of gunfire continued to echo around Lu Zhou. After the gunfire stopped, the attackers hesitated and lowered their weapons. "It looks like the other side is dead. I saw 3 people fall from the tree." "I saw it too. Let's go over and check the situation. Is it possible that they are just pretending to show a weakness? You're overthinking it. Even if they are pretending, with so many of us, they have already exposed themselves to our line of sight. Do you think they can escape now? Some questioned, while others scoffed. However, the leader thought for a moment and then said calmly, "Let's go over and take a look. There are only 3 of them. They can't do anything to us." The group gradually moved toward Lu Zhou and the others. Lu Zhou was constantly monitoring the changes in the green dots on the protective shield. When he saw about 10 green dots moving forward and 1 green dot remaining still, he immediately realized who that stationary dot was. It must be that sharpshooter. A sense of intuition rose in his heart. Lu Zhou calmed himself and waited for the perfect moment to strike. Soon, the surrounding green dots got closer and closer, and Lu Zhou exchanged glances with Zhang Fu and the Zhang family members. The 3 immediately understood. The knuckles of the Zhang family member turned white from gripping tightly. He felt a bit nervous and silently counted in his heart. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. As they approached 1, the Zhang family member's heartbeat intensified. Finally, he reached the end of his counting. In almost an instant, Lu Zhou sprang up, and after standing, he pressed down on the tracking gun with the fastest speed. Dozens of bullets shot out, directly targeting these unsuspecting individuals. The Zhang family member did the same and fired his tracking gun. The recoil made his arms numb, but he finally felt a sense of relief in his heart. Zhang's father needed to have a stronger psychological quality. This was also part of the plan, successfully sending the bullets into the enemy's chest. Of course, aside from firing the tracking bullets, Lu Zhou's main goal was to eliminate the lone sniper across from him. In the midst of his busy schedule, he picked up his pistol and aimed at the green dot displayed by the system's protective shield, firing a few shots. The opponent seemed caught off guard by this situation and couldn't dodge in time. He managed to avoid 3 bullets with great effort, but 1 bullet completely blew apart his hand. The man's eyes flashed with panic as he immediately turned to run. However, he was blocked by Lu Zhou, who had appeared behind him without him noticing. Lu Zhou utilized a shadow shifting skill to firmly lock onto the man. Initially, he intended to use this skill, but at that moment, the distribution of the green dots was too chaotic, preventing him from determining which one was the real target. After much difficulty waiting for this opportunity, he naturally had to take matters into his own hands. The opponent reacted quickly, drawing his pistol with one hand, intending to shoot Lu Zhou a few times. Lu Zhou's gaze turned cold as he kicked the opponent's firearm away. Then, with a punch, he struck the man, instantly robbing him of the ability to resist. Thanks to the nourishment provided by the system's crops and his relentless training day and night, Lu Zhou's skills were exceptionally formidable. If he didn't often hold back, his strikes would undoubtedly result in fatalities. When facing a strong enemy earlier, Lu Zhou didn't dare to be careless and used all his strength for a powerful punch. Crack! The clear sound of bones fracturing came from the opponent. Lu Zhou was unsure where the fracture occurred, but the man's body went limp and fell to the ground. It seemed that he had lost the ability to resist. Lu Zhou wouldn't give the opponent any chance to counterattack. He cautiously took out his pistol and generously offered the man a plate of peanuts. With these dozen-odd bullets fired, if it weren't for a shield like Lu Zhou's existing, even a god would be unable to save him. Sure enough, after seeing that the opponent had completely lost his ability to move, Lu Zhou finally breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Zhang's family and Zhang's father had also dealt with most of the enemies, leaving just one leader alive, planning to interrogate him later. After eliminating the formidable sniper, Lu Zhou removed the mask from the man. He wanted to know if he recognized this person. Considering the man's impressive skills, he couldn't possibly not recognize him from his past life. However, once the mask was taken off, Lu Zhou was immediately stunned. It turned out to be him. This person was etched deeply in Lu Zhou's memory. He was one of the culprits who had killed Lu Zhou in his previous life. After obtaining a ticket to the underground city, Lu Zhou had been extremely cautious, fearing that criminals would find out. He was already aware that this group was buying underground city tickets without limits. Anyone holding a ticket to the underground city was in extreme danger. Unless a person held significant power or status, they were unlikely to avoid such a crisis. Unexpectedly, despite Lu Zhou's caution, he still couldn't evade this group. When he attempted to leave the city to make some money, he was shot in a vital spot by someone with malicious intent, and then one of the pursuing individuals stabbed him to death. Before dying, Lu Zhou clearly saw the faces of these individuals. Among them, the sniper was this very man before him. Seeing this person again stirred some emotions in Lu Zhou, and his doubts only multiplied. Did accidentally killing the person who had previously killed him mean that no one would be able to kill him in this life? Or would someone else come to kill him later? After all, according to what Wei Qingzhu had said, the outcome already existed. Only the process could vary. Chapter 422, Elimination. Lu Zhou was momentarily confused, but after a period of bewilderment, he buried the matter deep in his heart. Once he confirmed that the man was thoroughly dead, he hurried over to Zhang Fu and the Zhang family's group. The leader over there was already speaking. When Zhang Jieqi saw Lu Zhou approaching, he greeted him first, then said with indignation, "These people are driven by greed for wealth, thinking that we've made money, so they came out to rob us." The leader regretted his words, genuinely surprised that he had so many brothers, yet they had fallen into the hands of these people today, feeling instantly depressed. Lu Zhou closely examined his face for a while, regretfully discovering that this man was not the killer who had attacked them. "You all continue to question him. I'll go check on the others first." Lu Zhou quickly searched the area, trying to find the one who had attacked. However, after searching everyone, he regrettably found that there was indeed no one who had attacked them. After confirming that he had not overlooked anyone, Lu Zhou had no choice but to leave and temporarily join Zhang Fu and the others. At this moment, the leader was repeatedly banging his head on the ground, begging for mercy. Zhang Jieqi turned around and quietly asked Lu Zhou, "What should we do with him?" Lu Zhou coldly and indifferently replied, "Kill him. We must eliminate the roots of the problem." After saying this, he fired a shot, and the man's head instantly burst into a large hole. Zhang Jieqi was somewhat stunned and quickly jogged to catch up with his friend. "Lu Zhou, where do we get back now?" Their means of transportation had been burned, and they were still not sure of distance from Liangshan. Furthermore, Zhang Fu had checked the other side's vehicle, which was also unusable. Lu Zhou didn't respond, but took out his off-road vehicle directly. "We need to hurry back." Now Zhang Jieqi was able to accept this outrageous scene, and he quickly called for his old man. The three of them drove back to Liangshan rapidly. When they returned to their own room, they found that Lu Fu was also covered in many injuries. Lu Zhou frowned. "Dad, what happened?" Lu Mom was still applying medicine to Lu Fu and immediately replied, "These people went crazy. I don't know how, but your dad's lottery ticket was leaked. Just now, your dad was relentlessly pursued by a few people, and it's only because fighting isn't allowed in the shelter that he isn't hurt more severely than he is now." Lu Zhou was slightly taken aback. This lottery spot should have been very confidential. How did these people find out that his dad had won the underground city entry ticket? Wait. Lu Zhou immediately picked up the phone and called the other two families to inquire. As expected, Wang Mu and He Yin had also suffered attacks to varying degrees. It seems that the information was leaked. However, were these people targeting just them, or were all winners being attacked? Lu Zhou was puzzled and shared this concern with Wang Da. Wang Da's expression was grim. "I inquired a bit, and so far, there haven't been any incidents like this in other places. Even if there are, it's just family disputes. But being attacked by strangers like us is the first case." Lu Zhou's expression turned icy, and his gaze instinctively became dangerous. "Someone is plotting against just us." He quickly ran through all the people he had previously clashed with in his mind and finally narrowed down the suspect to one person, Yu Ziming. At that time, due to the disaster arriving too swiftly, Lu Zhou hadn't had time to deal with Yu Ziming. This matter, considering from Lu Zhou's perspective, the likelihood of Yu Ziming is the highest. To verify his thoughts, Lu Zhou made a point to inquire about Yu Xin's current position. When he learned that the other party was also involved in the underground city ticket lottery plan, Lu Zhou frowned and immediately realized that this was the other party's revenge. Moreover, it was even more absurd that the military system did not have any regulations stating that leaking the lottery list was illegal. Brother Wang, I owe you an apology. I suspect this person is Yu Xin. Wang De was surprised, and soon, Lu Zhou explained his reasoning. Previously, Wang De knew that the Zhang family and the Lu family were at odds with the Yu family, but later, as Lu Zhou hadn't mentioned Yu Xin much, he almost forgot about the person. Yu Xin is very petty. It's possible that he coincidentally saw our names and then took revenge. Lu Zhou's speculation made sense, and Wang De immediately gritted his teeth in anger. This bastard, after joining the military, actually behaves so lawlessly. Lu Zhou quickly calmed down. After thinking for a moment, he said quietly, "This isn't good. I'll go find my aunt first and see if this matter can be dealt with." The priority of retaliating against Yu Xin had to be pushed back. The most important thing now was to stifle the development of the situation. Lu Zhou immediately thought of a suitable candidate in his mind. Song Wei. Of course, he couldn't easily meet the other party, but he felt that it would still be possible if it was his aunt. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhou immediately contacted his aunt. Wei Qingzhu, after learning about the situation, hurried back from the working area. When the two gathered, he sat calmly on the sofa. Just in time, I have a research result ready and was planning to meet him. The two quickly hit it off, and Wei Qingzhu immediately found someone to report this. Upon hearing it was Wei Qingzhu, the other party quickly confirmed that they could meet with Director Song in the afternoon. After handling these matters, that wasn't the end. Lu Zhou also sent someone to investigate Yu Xin, and the other party promised to bring over Yu Xin's information the next day. Lu Zhou's killing intent surged. Initially, he had no intention of killing the other party, but since the other party kept provoking him time and again, it was as if he was asking for death. To eliminate an enemy, one must strike when the enemy is still weak and deal a decisive blow. Soon the time for the meeting arrived, and the two were led to Director Song's office. When they reached that familiar door, Wei Qingzhu opened it first. As soon as the door opened, Song Wei was sitting in front of his desk, deep in thought. Seeing that the other party didn't react, Wei Qingzhu and Lu Zhou entered together and closed the door behind them. Song Wei was pondering the intelligence he had gathered from the True God Church's followers. These people were simply lawless, killing many civilians under the guise of divine intervention. At that time, the surviving infants had been arranged for observation, and only after confirming there were no abnormalities were they returned to their families. As for the infants without guardians, Song Wei entrusted his secretary to find some professionals specializing in infant care to raise these children. Of course, these children were destined to become his most loyal soldiers. In addition to rescuing hostages, he still had some doubts that needed resolving. He had personally seen that girl from the Zhang family being taken in by the True God Church, but later, he did not see her again. Moreover, the strangest thing was that the girl from the Zhang family somehow returned safely to the Zhang family. It was hard not to raise suspicions. Chapter 423, Strike. However, these issues had not yet been specifically inquired about by Song Wei regarding the Zhang family. After all, there was some connection to Wei Qingzhu, making it inappropriate to take direct action. Song Wei was lost in thought, his gaze passing over a warm glimmer. He slightly pursed his lips and asked softly, "Professor Wei, is there something you need?" Wei Qingzhu stepped forward and handed him several sheets of paper. These papers detailed the possibility of large-scale introduction of the T-34 substance. Sure enough, in the next moment, Song Wei's pupils widened slightly. He even held his breath for a moment, but still maintained a calm facade as he asked, "Professor Wei, is this true? Can T-34 really be applied on a large scale now?" Everyone present knew what this meant. It meant that soldiers' capabilities would be significantly enhanced, and humans would have a greater chance of survival during natural disasters. The first step would certainly involve military applications, and once there were no adverse reactions, the dosage could be slightly reduced for public use. If everything went smoothly, this substance would greatly enhance human resistance. Wei Qingzhu continued to explain some key issues to him with a calm smile and a steady tone. The more Song Wei listened, the brighter his eyes became. This is promising. He soon cleared his throat, took the papers, and then instructed, Professor Wei, I will soon send you a batch of experimental personnel. You can boldly apply your research results then. This matter concerns people's livelihoods, and I believe you understand better than I do the benefits that this technology can bring to humanity when applied on a large scale. Wei Qingzhu nodded with dignity, and then casually mentioned something about a leak of names. Song Wei, being an astute person, immediately pieced together the situation. At that moment, Wei Qingzhu signaled Lu Zhou to come over and explain the matter in detail. When Lu Zhou approached, his demeanor was neither servile nor overbearing. He spoke plainly, without embellishing, calmly recounting the entire situation. Upon hearing this, Song Wei's eyebrows noticeably furrowed. It seemed he was quite angry. However, he couldn't explode in anger on the spot. He could only maintain a stern face and speak seriously. Comrade Lu, Professor Wei, I'm sorry. I haven't been strict enough in my management. Rest assured, I will have someone escort him over right away. He didn't say anything more, but both Lu Zhou and Wei Qingzhu understood that Song Wei would no longer grant the other party any position. A junior officer and a promising scientist, anyone with sense would know whom to choose. Wei Qingzhu smiled faintly and said, As for that person, we won't see him again. I've been very busy lately, but if he causes any adverse effects, I sincerely ask for your assistance. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow, understanding that his uncle was suggesting that Song Wei deal with those people. Seeing that the two opposite him still looked relatively calm, Song Wei knew that this incident wouldn't impact Professor Wei's mood. His brows relaxed, and his tone naturally became lighter. Don't worry, this matter is on me. By the way, I'll have someone send you off. When Lu Zhou and his uncle were escorted out by Wei Qingzhu, Song Wei acted quickly. He first had Yu Ziming arrested, then erased his position. Of course, the military personnel gave Yu Ziming a lesson. In order to protect Wei Qingzhu's safety, Song Wei ordered that Yu Zin be kept in custody without a moment's delay, ensuring that this person could not leave their sight. The military executed this with an iron-fisted approach. After this series of actions, not only were those who held some dissatisfaction towards Wei Qingzhu frightened, but even those who had no grievances against him, as well as individuals from various other sectors, silently made their decisions in their hearts upon seeing Song take such a stand for Wei Qingzhu. This person is now a guest of a prominent figure in Liangshan. He cannot be so oblivious as to seek death. Those who had a chance to be exposed to such secrets, after returning home, one by one warned their subordinates to keep a distance from Wei Qingzhu and the people around him. They dared not take the risk, for when the time came and something truly happened, who could guarantee on which side that esteemed person would stand? Currently, it seemed highly likely that he would protect Wei Qingzhu. Yu Zin could never have imagined that he, wanting to seek revenge on Lu Zhou, would be arrested by military personnel just as he was plotting. Without saying a word, they first beat him up, and by the time it was over, his military rank was long gone. Yu Zin was filled with hatred, gritting his teeth, but he had no way to fight back. Initially, he was pondering where the other party's background came from, being so arrogant. However, when he was beaten by the military personnel, he inadvertently heard about Wei Qingzhu's capabilities. This kid, why pick a fight with anyone but the family of Professor Wei? Isn't he asking for death? Professor Wei hates it the most when someone targets his family. This person truly stepped on a landmine. The surrounding soldiers whispered to each other. Since these comments were not military secrets, they were able to converse freely. Yu Zin was momentarily stunned, then dumbfoundedly murmured, What the hell? You guys say Wei Qingzhu is just a researcher. He actually thought so. Due to the protection of Wei Qingzhu's identity, his personal information had been falsified. The intelligence dealers could only find out that Wei Qingzhu was an ordinary researcher. Now, hearing these words from a few people, Yu Zine felt an immediate sense of disbelief. Before he could utter another word, he received a heavy punch to the mouth. Shut up. Professor Wei is not someone you can casually mention. Wasn't it he who developed the nutritional medicine you took back then? These soldiers had long understood the enmity between Yu Zine and Lu Zhou's group. Once they realized Yu Zine was merely seeking revenge on Wei Qingzhu due to past grievances as neighbors, they were furious. This person truly had a small mind. Even the old officer who had once heavily relied on Yu Zine came to visit him during this time. When he arrived, Yu Zine hurriedly jogged over, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions, unsure whether to cry or laugh. He respected this elder, and at that moment, he truly did not know how to face him. The elder silently looked at him, then sighed. Zine, you're no longer a child. Why are you still entangled in such matters? With all the hardships you've gone through, how can you still hold on to those past grievances? Yu Zine's expression darkened. For some reason, he felt a bit unsteady, his head feeling soft. Indeed, what was he trying to accomplish? After all, the ones who had killed his family were not Lu Zhou's group. The real perpetrator had long been killed by him. He had no right to seek trouble with Lu Zhou's group anymore. He involuntarily began to recall his thoughts at that time. Initially, he was only venting his anger. Chapter 424, Self-Inflicted Consequences. All the resentment towards his father, the betrayal, the grief over his mother's loss, and the regret for wronging his enemies were all directed at Lu Zhou. Yu Ziming felt conflicted. His rational mind was in a frenzy, yet emotionally he couldn't accept that he had made a mistake. Across from him, someone was staring at Yu Ziming, their eyes revealing sadness. Ziming, before your father passed away, he earnestly asked me to take good care of you. This is a ticket to the underground city. Take it, and after a month, you can go out. Remember, once you're out, you're just an ordinary person. Don't stir up trouble again. Yu Ziming felt a strange sense of panic rising in him. He looked up at the person who was once his father's best friend and also his godfather. His emotions suddenly became chaotic. Godfather, what are you going to do? The other person did not answer. Instead, he sighed and turned to leave. Yu Ziming desperately pounded on the cell bars, wanting to get out, but the officers on either side just punched him twice. Little brat, quiet down. These punches were quite powerful. Yu Ziming was starving and weak from hunger, and he collapsed to the ground. No one knew that this scene was being clearly observed by Lu Zhou through a secret flying device he had released. He stroked his chin, pondering how he would make Yu Ziming pay once he was out. Time passed quickly. After the first lottery draw ended, the second draw soon followed. Having learned from the first experience, no one dared to be late for the second draw. Lu Zhou and his family squeezed together, quietly waiting for it to begin. When the time came, everyone was surprised to find that this time, the lottery process was much simpler. Thanks to the skill verification from the first round, the second round did not continue the skill checks. Instead, people were divided into two lines. Those with skills went to the left to draw lots, while ordinary citizens went to the right. The entire process was quick and efficient. In this lottery draw, among Lu Zhou's friends, only Grandma Zhang drew a winning ticket. The rest were all just there for the experience. With one or two winners, there would be a third. In the third draw, Jiang Xiaolin won, while the others were left without luck. In the fourth draw, Grandma Shan won, leaving Lu Zhou, his mother, Zhang's father, and Wang's father still without a ticket, and they had not drawn anything yet. Watching people around him win their tickets to the underground city one by one, Lu Zhou's mother was naturally extremely worried. She wasn't too concerned about herself, but was anxious about her son not drawing a ticket and what would happen if he couldn't get into the underground city. Lu Zhou's father suggested that they draw first, and if it really didn't work out, he would transfer his own spot to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou encouraged his parents to relax, assuring them that he would definitely win a ticket. After all, there were still 8 chances left, and he didn't believe his luck could be so bad as to not draw even one. At the same time, Lu Zhou noticed that Yu Ziming was about to be released. At this moment, Yu Ziming was no longer the proud, arrogant person he once was. Since entering prison, he had been beaten and starved every day, and his current appearance was so weak that he looked like a gust of wind could blow him away. He couldn't afford to linger. He just wanted to return home, grab something, and find a place to hide. He had received the ticket to the underground city from his godfather, and he needed to survive. Unfortunately, this little desire to live vanished when he was surrounded by a group of people who had jumped out from who knows where. These people didn't look respectable. They all had yellowed teeth and wore tattered clothes. Yu Ziming tried to scare them off, but he completely forgot that in his current state, he couldn't frighten anyone at all. These people grinned sinisterly as they advanced, surrounding Yu Ziming completely. They all held short sticks or iron rods in their hands. Yu Ziyuan tightly gripped the pistol in his pocket, planning to shoot the opponents dead when they approached. However, unexpectedly, the group feigned an attack and overpowered Yu Ziyuan, easily snatching his gun away. "Hey, big brother, he has a gun. What nice find." The man who got the gun had a joyful expression on his face. The killing power of this weapon was far greater than that of the sticks they were wielding. The others were equally pleased. It hadn't been long since they searched Yu Ziyuan and found such a treasure. According to the man, this guy still had an entry ticket to the underground city on him. Whether that was true or not was unknown. After his gun was confiscated, Yu Ziyuan immediately wanted to pounce on them. But the opponent pressed the gun against his forehead, causing his legs to go weak. He originally intended to resist desperately, but when the cold, round barrel met his forehead, he realized just how naive his previous thoughts had been. It was incredibly difficult for one person to resist in such a situation. Yu Ziyuan trembled all over, feeling both fear and the urge to act tough. "You better not do anything. I warn you, my dad is the commander of the military district. If you harm me, I will make sure you regret it." Before he could finish speaking, he received a kick to the face. Following that, a flurry of kicks came. These people's shoes were filthy, and the soles even had traces of dung. Yu Ziyuan trembled all over. Just as he was about to speak, he was struck in the mouth with an iron rod. When that blow landed, his head buzzed, and his mouth filled with the taste of blood. The thick metallic taste was like spilling a bucket of rusty water into his mouth. Yu Ziyuan quickly realized that some of his teeth felt loose. The pain made him furrow his brow frantically, opening his mouth as if he were a dying fish, gasping for breath. The raucous laughter of these people echoed in his ears. Mocking remarks and uproarious laughter were relentless. "Ha ha, you're killing me. Looks like this guy hasn't figured out the situation yet. How should I tell you? That godfather of yours has long been dealt with. Forget it. It's normal for him not to know. After all, he's just come out." In the next moment, Yu Ziyuan felt his hair being roughly yanked. He forced his eyes open to see a mouth that was constantly writhing. Inside were yellowed teeth that occasionally emitted a foul smell. The mouth opened and closed. "You'd better listen and hand over that entry ticket, or I'll make you beg for death." After hearing that threat, Yu Ziyuan trembled uncontrollably, like leaves caught in a gust of wind. The man disgustedly threw him aside and began to search him, running his hands over him. Yu Ziyuan opened his mouth, regret gradually spreading in his heart. He shouldn't have provoked Lu Zhou. He couldn't blame anyone else. He could only blame himself for courting disaster. The man's searching technique was very skilled. It was clear he was used to this. Accompanied by a sharp, piercing laugh, he burst into laughter. "Ha! Hiding it so well, but it was still found by me." With that, he pulled out a black ticket from Yu Ziyuan's small pocket. In that instant, everyone's greedy eyes were fixed on the ticket. This represented a chance at survival. The difficulty of obtaining this ticket was indeed categorized as hard. Chapter 425, Environmental Kill. As a technical staff member, Lu Zhou had tried 4 times but still couldn't draw anything. Moreover, their chances of drawing were much higher than those of ordinary people. It's hard to imagine just how important this city entry ticket would be in the eyes of ordinary people, let alone the ragged individuals in front of him. They were inherently ruthless and violent. When they learned that Lu Zhou had inadvertently leaked information about the ticket, they naturally came to try their luck. What they didn't expect was that they actually managed to get their hands on the prize ticket. Yu Ziyin was anxious inside. This ticket could not be handed over easily. He had heard that his godfather had already been dealt with. The last time he came to see him, it might have been their final meeting. Unexpectedly, he had given himself the last chance to live. Yu Ziyin struggled to get up. As soon as he propped himself up on one side, he was violently stomped back to the ground. His face pressed tightly against the floor. Yu Ziyin opened his mouth and let out silent gasps. Those people laughed crazily above his head. Ha, he's anxious. This person is anxious. It seems this thing really is the real deal. But shouldn't we sell this ticket? After all, there was only one. This thought was unspoken among them, bottled up inside. However, the leading thug's expression flickered with discomfort, and he soon said, "We'll talk about that later. First, take care of him. We don't want any trouble later." The others nodded in agreement. In pairs, two of them lifted Yu Ziyin and tossed him into the kitchen. After that, the group poured gasoline and set it ablaze. This guy is done for. Let's hurry and get out of here. Quickly. If we delay any longer, we won't be able to leave. As they rushed towards the exit, they suddenly realized that the door had been securely locked. What the hell? Why is the door locked? What is going on? Damn it. Why didn't the boss notice this? That bastard must have locked us in. In a panic, they tried to smash the windows or break down the door to escape. Some even rushed to the kitchen to try to put out the fire. Unfortunately, the house was devoid of any water source. They managed to find a basin of water, but it was nowhere near enough to extinguish the flames. Damn it! One of them cursed, throwing the basin of water aside, and then frantically grabbed a chair to smash the glass window. However, the glass was too sturdy. After a long struggle, they couldn't break it open. They were all as anxious as ants on a hot pan, running in circles. But the situation quickly worsened again. Someone noticed that outside, flames had suddenly erupted as well. Damn it, there's fire outside too. We're finished. Screaming and cursing, these few people realized that the flames showed no mercy, consuming all their words in filth, leaving them cleanly burned away. Meanwhile, not far away, the leader of the arsonists felt a sense of relief. Good, this time, not only had he obtained firearms, but he had also gotten his hands on a city entry ticket. One couldn't say it wasn't fortunate. As for those companions who were burned to death, he had never considered them partners. Thinking about his own safety being secured, the man couldn't help but smile, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The fire in the house was raging, quickly attracting the attention of people nearby. They contacted the fire department, but after a long struggle, it was only then that the flames were extinguished. The officer in charge of the operation arrived at the scene and found everything reduced to ashes, with no remnants left behind. Given their multiple responsibilities, it was only natural for them to treat this incident as a case of arson. Who has the energy to deal with so many issues now? The military was severely understaffed and was on the verge of being overwhelmed. A large portion of the troops had been dispatched to the underground city for construction, while the remaining forces were responsible for maintaining order and dealing with various chaotic matters on the surface. Furthermore, a significant number of the core troops had perished during the last campaign against the True God Church. Now, the military had to complete missions quickly, continuously absorb fresh blood, and also allocate a portion of their manpower to train these new recruits. In summary, as long as the public security issues weren't too severe, no one had the patience to investigate these matters at this critical juncture. This was also the reason why the man dared to commit arson openly. He knew he was exploiting the loopholes in the law and timing. The man jogged to a secluded area, cautiously took out an entry ticket, and his eyes glowed with heat and greed, almost seeping out. Just then, he suddenly froze, looking down in disbelief to see blood flowing from a round hole in his chest. Fresh blood oozed out from inside. The man spat out blood and looked up to see a person he didn't know when had appeared in front of him. He pulled out the handgun he had just seized, intending to shoot. But unfortunately, as soon as he drew the gun, he collapsed. The gun slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. There was disbelief in the man's eyes. This person was someone he had inadvertently overheard information about. Upon careful thought, he felt a surge of regret. The other party had set a trap, leading him and his group to obtain this entry ticket. With a chest full of frustration, the man fell to the ground, never to rise again. Lu Zhou quietly watched as the man bled out from the gunshot wound. He reached out and took the entry ticket from the man's hand. The ticket remained pristine, untainted by blood. After pocketing it, Lu Zhou strode away from the scene. The UZ incident unexpectedly ended in this manner. After Wei Qingzhu spoke, many people rushed to clean up the mess left by UZ. As for UZ's godfather, he had committed numerous offenses in the past, and this time he had offended someone too powerful. The higher-ups were unwilling to protect him any longer, so he could only resign himself to his fate. Due to his past, he had already been sent to a military tribunal. As for Wei Qingzhu, he was already overwhelmed with work. He was responsible for the comprehensive advancement of T-34 material applications. Among these, the batch of volunteers sent over by Song Wei had already been infused with T-34 material, which was rapidly taking effect on them. Of course, that was only the positive side. Before conducting the experiment, Wei Qingzhu had performed numerous animal trials. After confirming a 90% controllability, it was only then that the application on these volunteers was permitted. This time, the experiment was remarkably successful. Each individual turned out to be controllable. After being modified with T-34 material, these individuals immediately found that their physical strength had increased several points. Weightlifting, running, long jumping, coordination tests, and various other physical data showed that the experiment was a resounding success. Wei Qingzhu was only responsible for integrating T-34 material into the human body, while the subsequent training for the overall physical quality of the military troops was beyond his management scope. Chapter 426, Turmoil. In addition to being responsible for implanting T-34, Wei Qingzhu and a large group of researchers under her also had to record various physical data of these individuals. Each person had a unique physical record notebook. The researchers would occasionally review these notes to prevent any unexpected occurrences. Once the overall project showed exceptional results, Wei Qingzhu immediately handed all these individuals back. Song Wei visited several times and paid close attention to this plan. When he saw that the physical fitness of her subordinates had become so formidable, his eyes widened in disbelief. Surely he wasn't mistaken? His subordinates' weightlifting achievements had exceeded the world record, not to mention the short-distance running, long jump, and other physical capabilities, which were all higher than the world record data. Song Wei felt a surge of excitement. Wei Qingzhu smiled with satisfaction, occasionally making grand promises. Director Song, this is just the first step in enhancing physical fitness. As we progress, we will continue to research radiation resistance. Our current foundation is too fragile. In the future, we'll uncover vast genetic libraries that we can freely encode. As she spoke further, Song Wei felt a bit dazed. Wait, isn't this a bit outrageous? But looking at the calm and confident expression of Professor Wei, he suddenly felt that the words of a genius should be trustworthy, right? The team members working with Professor Wei listened to her talk endlessly, drenched in sweat. Oh my God, she really can talk the talk. According to the current development speed, conservatively estimating the realization of these concepts could take 5 or 10 years. However, seeing Director Song captivated and his team members silent, they all collectively decided to keep their mouths shut. Well, no matter how long it takes, it's indeed achievable. After all, Professor Wei never specified a timeline for realization. Moreover, this project gave the military more hope, and their entire project team would receive more attention. Whether in the present, past, or future, only with utility value can one survive longer, and the words spoken carry more weight. These individuals were well aware that since joining Professor Wei's project team, they had secretly gained numerous benefits. Once Song Wei successfully led this group of talented individuals away, everyone, including Wei Qingzhu, continued to immerse themselves in intense experiments. On Lu Zhou's side, he had preserved a city entry voucher obtained from Uziming. This thing served as a backup plan. If, in the later stages, someone from their group had not been able to obtain an entry voucher, this voucher would serve as a means of survival. After all, by then, the method of entering with these vouchers wouldn't require personnel verification for transfer. Of course, Lu Zhou did not plan to use this method unless absolutely necessary. When Lu Zhou returned, his mother was busy sorting important supplies at home. She first organized the items and then placed each one into a pouch. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou's father was busy managing medicinal herbs. During this time, everyone planned to grow more herbs, preparing them in advance for future use. The days were monotonous and repetitive. As time passed swiftly, they soon arrived at the day of the drawing. This was the first drawing of the second month. After a month and 4 attempts of the drawing, many people had a faint feeling that this ticket was exceedingly rare. Moreover, many had already realized that the chances for technical personnel to draw tickets were far greater than for ordinary citizens. Therefore, before long, the first public conflict erupted. After another round of drawing lots with no winners, the ordinary citizens were filled with righteous indignation. People should be equal. Why is it that we can only draw from the right side? Yeah, we have other abilities too. Why is it that only those deemed capable by you get to participate? The person saying this was a professional stock trader from before the apocalypse. Before the end times, he lived quite well, only needing to trade stock for 3 hours each day to accumulate enormous wealth. But unexpectedly, after the apocalypse, that skill became completely useless. Having grown accustomed to a life above others, he was deeply dissatisfied with falling into the ranks of the common people, especially now that there was a distinction being made between groups for selection. The man's voice was very stirring. Suddenly, many others who hadn't won joined in the outcry. Yes, everyone is equal. Anyone can become successful. Why do you segregate us? It's so unfair. The chances of winning here are obviously too low. Protest! Protest! The scene erupted into chaos. Many people angrily waved their arms, raising them above their heads, and some emotionally charged individuals even picked up objects to throw at the stage. The military officer on stage looked grim and was about to speak when several armed soldiers rushed over. Bang! 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 A round of gunfire rang out. Instantly, many of the protesting individuals fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked by the scene. Song Wei appeared at the highest point, his expression cold, his voice chilling enough to freeze a person. If you don't want to live, you can die right now. Lu Zhou was also astonished for a few seconds. Zhang Jiahao, Zhang Yi, and the rest of the family looked dazed as they watched the machine guns sweep across the crowd below. Once the protesting crowd realized what was happening, they immediately screamed. Ah! 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 Various chaotic screams filled the air, creating turmoil. They never expected that their resistance would lead to such a deadly outcome. In fear, these people looked around and found that half of those who had protested were now lying on the ground, shot down. Zhang Jiahao, Wang De, and Lu Zhou exchanged glances, each reflecting shock in their eyes. Oh my God, they kill people just for a disagreement. Song Wei's voice was icy. Whether from an individual perspective, a team perspective, or from the perspective of humanity, in order to maintain human civilization, the resources of the underground city are limited and can only be provided to useful talents. As for this scene, once things stabilize later, you can certainly take me to a military court. His expression was cold, and beside him, the female secretary, the first-time drawing officer, spoke with a chilling tone. Those who have objections can choose not to come next time. Everyone felt tense, their hearts pounding loudly. The small thoughts of speculation they had were instantly extinguished. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and everyone's minds felt like mush stuck in a fog. Chapter 427, UFO. The surrounding environment remained oppressive. The air was thick, filled with the stench of blood. What was more terrifying than this smell was the cold, indifferent voice of the female officer on stage. Dismissed. As soon as the words fell, Everyone let out a sigh of relief, secretly grateful that they had not blindly joined in the chaos. If they had, they too would have ended up among the fallen. Just thinking about it sent a chill down their spines. After this small incident, no one dared to protest any longer. After all, those who had initially protested had been killed. How could they tread the same path? When Lu Mom returned from the drawing venue, she was somewhat absent-minded and ended up with no appetite for a whole day and night. The others were also left with significant psychological scars. Lu Zhou was initially shocked for a few seconds, but quickly regained his composure. However, seeing the state of those around him, he thought it best to let them rest for a while. After all, witnessing such a scene could instill fear in anyone. Soon, under Song Wei's iron-fisted approach, no one dared to rebel. The subsequent lottery participants were much more obedient, and during this period, public order improved surprisingly well. Lu Zhou could tell that everyone was afraid of Song Wei. By the end of the second month, Lu Mom drew a city entry pass. Lu Zhou's tense heart immediately relaxed a bit. Then, during the first lottery of the third month, Zhang's father also drew a city entry pass. Looking at it this way, Lu Zhou was the only one without an entry pass. The closer they got to the city entry date, the more anxious Lu Mom became for her son. What would happen if he didn't get an entry pass? During this time, Liangshan experienced several major incidents. First, the radiation measuring device began to sound alarms. The readings escalated suddenly from a barely harmful radiation level to one extremely hazardous to human health. The current radiation level had reached a point where, unless one wore protective clothing, it was basically impossible to traverse the ground. If exposed, the human body would suffer severe radiation burns and die in agony. Even those wearing protective gear would find their suits completely deteriorated within an hour. After the alarm was issued, initially, a few people didn't believe it and still ventured out in their protective suits. However, that night, none of them returned. Soon, the disappearance of these individuals was reported to the Liangshan military. The military was shocked and quickly dispatched drones to investigate. Unfortunately, after a few hours, the drone screens went black, indicating they had malfunctioned. Everyone silently watched this scene unfold, speechless. If even the machines couldn't withstand the intensity, neither could humans. The underground city plan had to be expedited. Once it was confirmed that nuclear radiation would cause significant harm, the military immediately sent out warnings to the general public, urging everyone to retreat to the shelters. The shelters, constructed from special materials, could effectively block radiation. After the warnings, the public, prioritizing safety, had no choice but to retreat to the shelters day and night. With so many people in close quarters, conflicts were bound to erupt. The crowd, which had calmed down due to Song Wei's earlier actions, began to argue once again. Zhang's father was regretfully forced to give up. He temporarily halted his plans to conduct business outside. Now he could only engage in small trades within the shelter. Although there were some small businesses, it ultimately turned out that making a profit was difficult. In the past, the area was vast, and everyone wasn't competing for profits in a confined space. Now, with everyone squeezed into the shelter, the limited area made competition much fiercer. Many people were thinking about working hard to save some money or food for their families before entering the underground city. After mixing in for a few rounds, Zhang's father realized that there was no profit to be made, so he gave up. He was currently resting at home, preparing for the upcoming entry. On the other hand, Wei Qingzhu was tirelessly busy with the tasks assigned by Song Wei. They were conducting experiments on the resistance of the new humans to radiation levels. Because this task was quite challenging, it required Wei Qingzhu to lead the team throughout the experimental process. There were quite a few people responsible for protecting him, as he was the most promising new scientist and couldn't afford any accidents. On the side of Lu Zhou, he was completing some daily tasks, and, aside from that, he was checking the situation in the game. During this time, thanks to Lu Zhou's relentless efforts, he managed to fish out quite a few interesting items. Protective suit. Thin as a cicada's wing, it does not hinder movement and can resist radiation and other harmful rays. Although this item has a single function, given the current situation, it was indeed very useful. Lu Zhou had fished out several of these protective suits and planned to find opportunities to distribute them among everyone. In addition to obtaining these items, he also acquired several design blueprints. These blueprints were remarkable, as they were actually designs for a flying vehicle. The blueprints resembled a flying saucer, but the internal designs were very complex. Moreover, Lu Zhou could only fish up one blueprint at a time. In total, he managed to gather all the manufacturing blueprints for the flying saucer. After reviewing all the blueprints for the flying saucer, Lu Zhou fell into silence. This flying saucer was made of materials that could resist extremely high temperatures, and from the accompanying text, it seemed to be a flying vehicle of the underground tribe. Lu Zhou had heard of the underground tribe before. It was a small urban legend, saying that the underground tribe lived deep within the earth and possessed advanced scientific technology, which allowed them to reside there comfortably. Many of the flying saucers seen by surface dwellers were often thought to originate from this tribe. According to legends, this tribe maintained an observant stance towards humanity, posing no threat while also providing no support. Because disasters were rare in the Earth's core, they lived quite comfortably. Originally, Lu Zhou didn't believe that such an underground tribe existed, but upon seeing this blueprint, he couldn't help but think that perhaps it really did exist. Besides drawing these blueprints, Lu Zhou also obtained many materials. These materials were not ordinary ones that could be found everywhere in the game. They were peculiar items. Upon comparison, Lu Zhou was astonished to find that these materials were basically essential for constructing the flying saucer. Building a flying saucer required many materials, some of which could be found, while others were entirely unheard of. The extra materials in Lu Zhou's hands were precisely those that he had never heard of before. He didn't expect the game to provide him with them. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou's gaze dimmed. He decided to take the items and go find his uncle to discuss. Meanwhile, Wei Qingzhu was overwhelmed with work. When Lu Zhou was let in by someone, he was still hunched over, busy recording the experimental results. Chapter 428, On the Brink. Looking up, a haze of confusion filled my eyes. Before I could say much, Lu Zhou had already taken me aside. After closing the doors and windows, Lu Zhou first checked the surroundings. Once he confirmed that there were no surveillance devices, he took out the UFO blueprints and those unnamed materials. At first, Wei Qingzhu was somewhat perplexed, but the more he looked at the blueprints, the more absurd they seemed. After finishing reading the blueprints, his brows were tightly knitted. He reached out to carefully examine a piece of special material provided by Lu Zhou. This material indeed did not resemble any products from Blue Star. The two men fell into a heavy silence. Eventually, Wei Qingzhu let out a sigh. This UFO has significant implications. I suspect it could be the key to breaking our deadlock. As soon as he finished speaking, both felt their hearts uncontrollably racing. All right, I'll start studying these materials first. After that, we can consider how to get this thing up there. Creating a UFO was not something that could be done by just one or two people. It required the collective effort of many. Lu Zhou nodded, having nothing to add. After Lu Zhou left, Wei Qingzhu started examining these materials and was soon astonished to discover that one type of material only needed 1 gram to expand into a thin sheet covering a full 10,000 square meters. This was truly incredible. After a bit more research on the other materials, Wei Qingzhu finally realized something was amiss. One type of material was impervious to high temperatures. No matter how intense the flames, it simply could not be burned. After Wei Qingzhu's frantic experiments, he roughly grasped the uses of these materials. He couldn't help but feel a bit shocked. This was the first time he had seen these materials, and it was undeniable that they were all extremely important. Thus, they had to find an opportunity to send the UFO blueprints over. Furrowing his brows, Wei Qingzhu began searching for a way to break the deadlock. He ultimately decided to take the items to Song Wei, using the pretext that they were sent by an anonymous person who preferred to remain out of the limelight. Song Wei became interested, and after reviewing all the materials, he fell into silence. After a long while, he finally spoke and gave orders. I will dispatch all materials scientists and aerospace engineers to assist you. This mission must be completed. This matter was of great importance. Song Wei had no selfish motives. He simply wanted to focus on creating this thing. He understood very well that it would be extremely useful. A copy had to be sent to Kyoto as well. As for whether to send it to other bases, that would be determined by Kyoto. Song Wei gathered a few people to escort the items through the underground city passage. The outside world had been severely contaminated by nuclear radiation, leaving only the underground city passage as a viable route. When the underground city was built, they had specifically created interconnected roads between major bases for convenient travel, fearing that there might come a day when the surface would be completely impassable. Now, this foresight had finally proven useful. The military in Liangshan quickly delivered these items. Everyone was stunned and turned pale upon seeing the materials. However, soon everyone realized that the construction of the flying saucers must begin. Moreover, it had to be prioritized above all other constructions. The big shots in Kyoto had long anticipated what the future Blue Star would face, and now that such a variable had finally emerged, they naturally wanted to seize it tightly. For the construction of the flying saucers, Kyoto allocated a lot of manpower and resources and worked tirelessly on it. With the specific blueprints and materials available, the construction was much more efficient than before. However, since this was a new technology, the speed was still somewhat slow. Previously, scientists in Kyoto had been researching aviation technology, and now that they had the flying saucer blueprints, their efforts were like a tiger adding wings. The production efficiency had significantly increased compared to before, and the trial and error costs were greatly reduced. Without the blueprints, they would waste a lot of resources to determine each structure of the flying saucer, the materials needed for construction, as well as to design the optimal angles and shapes. This would lead to a significant waste of manpower and resources. With the blueprints, all these unnecessary wastes were basically eliminated. Song Wei had observed the construction several times up close and was quite satisfied. With many scientists brought in from the central district, Wei Qingzhu also found things much easier. The entire plan was progressing in an orderly manner. After Lu Zhou handed the blueprints to his uncle, he occasionally asked about the flying saucer's progress. Wei Qingzhu would inform Lu Zhou about everything. However, while everyone was enthusiastically constructing the flying saucers, an event occurred that left everyone feeling downcast. An earthquake struck the ground. Moreover, it was an earthquake exceeding 9 on the Richter scale. There were no people living on the surface, so logically, there shouldn't be any feelings of gloom. However, on that day, the logistics personnel responsible for maintenance discovered a crack at the edge of the shelter. This crack was about 10 meters long, but fortunately, it was relatively narrow, with the widest part not exceeding 10 centimeters, making it not too difficult to repair. However, everyone felt low-spirited. The shelter was no longer the safest place. If there were a few more major earthquakes or other disasters, the shelter might be destroyed immediately. Although the logistics staff quickly repaired the shelter and the matter was kept under tight control, many well-informed people were aware of the situation. Originally, the underground city entry tickets were already precious, but now, due to the precarious situation of the shelter, the value of these tickets soared even higher. Although there were still 2 weeks until they would enter the underground city, many qualified individuals were eager to enter right away, who could joke about whether the shelter could hold up or not. These people with considerable power were digging for news, trying to sense if they could open the underground city entry sooner. Meanwhile, some more sensible individuals were preparing their escape bags, ready to leave at any moment, raising their family's alertness to the highest level. It was also at this time that the underground city entry tickets no longer required personal authorization. This meant that more people would die. Faced with the thirst for life and the fear of death, Many people were arguing frantically over the entry tickets. Soon, the 10th third lottery also arrived. This time, Lu Zhou still did not win a ticket. Lu's mother was anxious and pulled Lu Zhou, wanting to rush into the lottery room to exchange her entry ticket for her son's. She could not imagine how she would live if her son could not enter. Lu's father stopped his wife, insisting on using his entry ticket instead. As the two were pulling at each other, Lu Zhou felt a pang in his heart and hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "Mom, Dad, let's not argue. Let's go home first." In the end, the two were reluctantly taken away by Lu Zhou. Once they got home, Lu's mother was extremely anxious, but she was startled by a black entry ticket that Lu Zhou took out. She breathed rapidly. "Son, where did you get this?" Chapter 429, Nightmarish Attack. Lu Zhou remained calm. Yu Ziyu is in trouble. He did not sugarcoat the situation. Lu's parents were already aware of the mess Yu Ziyu had gotten into. The two of them stared blankly at Lu Zhou for a long time before their thoughts finally shifted back to the present. "Oh, so it's about Yu Ziyu's trouble. Wait, does that mean?" The two widened their eyes, wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. After Lu Zhou showed them the talisman he was holding for protection, Lu's parents finally felt reassured. Lu Zhou had already asked his parents to pack up everything that needed to be taken along, leaving only the essentials for sleeping out. As for the Zhang and Wang families, Lu Zhou had earlier advised them to gather their most valuable belongings and prepare to leave together. For some reason, Lu Zhou had a premonition that a storm was about to brew. The other two families, upon hearing Lu Zhou's advice, wasted no time and immediately packed everything they could. Even the Zhang family had prepared their beds, planning to leave the moment any unexpected event occurred. The peaceful days lasted for only a couple of days. Soon, news came from Wang that 3 more gaps had appeared in the shelter. Wei Qingzhu revealed that, in addition to repairs, many material science experts have been dispatched for modifications. With just 4 days left until the next lottery draw, Lu Zhou's heart began to race faster and faster. 2 days before the lottery, Wei Qingzhu returned, looking exhausted but with eyes sparkling with excitement. Before the family could ask him anything, they quickly learned that the project had achieved a phase of success, and they were temporarily given a break until they entered the underground city, where the second phase would begin. Lu Zhou was somewhat taken aback. "I thought they would be anxious. How can they still give us a break?" Wei Qingzhu smiled. "They are anxious, but while we are on break, other teams are closely following our progress and continuing their work. For example, we are building the framework, while another team is responsible for the materials used on top." Hearing this, everyone understood. Jiang Xiaolin's mood improved somewhat. Great. You finally came back. Just in time to spend some time with your daughter. For the next few days, let's focus on taking care of our little family first." Jiang Xiaolin could hardly feel anxious now. To ease her worries, Lu Zhou had already told her that he also had a ticket to enter the underground city. Jiang Xiaolin instantly smiled with joy. The whole family could get in smoothly. They even realized they might not need to participate in the lottery anymore. After all, the last lottery had left Jiang Xiaolin with quite a psychological shadow. With Wei Qingzhu back, Lu Zhou didn't talk much with him, but turned to let his uncle join the family. That night, Lu Zhou lay down on the sofa and fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, however, he was jolted awake by a series of thunderous sounds that shook the ground. His heart raced as he quickly sprang up. The clock's hands pointed to 3 in the morning. Before he could say anything, he noticed a cacophony of footsteps echoing outside the corridor. The sounds were frantic, mixed with terrified shouts from people. "Ah, help! Help, run! There's an earthquake! The shelter is breaking. Radiation is coming in. It hurts. Mom, it hurts so much. Save me, help." The voices outside relentlessly assaulted Lu Zhou's eardrums. Lu Zhou quickly realized that an earthquake had struck. Moreover, the earthquake had caused damage to the shelter. Judging by the sound, the damage seemed quite severe. He hurriedly got up and woke up his still sleeping aunt and her family. Everyone acted without hesitation, first putting on their radiation suits. Lu Zhou quickly tidied up the furniture, moving with a fluidity that resembled flowing water. In his mind, the location they needed to go to immediately surfaced. The place we drew lots to enter should be the entrance to the underground city. He led his family in a frantic rush. However, when they were still over 100 meters away from the lottery room, Lu Mom suddenly stumbled, falling heavily to the ground, clearly having hurt herself badly. Lu Zhou was anxious and heartbroken, rushing over to pick up his mother and carry her away. But before he could reach her, he noticed that Lu Mom's protective suit was swelling dramatically. Soon, with a loud bang, Lu Mom exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and the torn protective suit revealed Lu Mom's face and body. However, her body no longer resembled that of a normal person. It looked like a deformed monster. Lu Zhou was stunned, and then an overwhelming wave of sorrow washed over him. His heart fell as if it had been violently torn apart and deeply dropped. He turned to look at Lu Dad, only to find that he had met the same fate. Looking up, he discovered that at some point, the shelter's ceiling had already collapsed. Cracks had formed into huge openings, from which lethal radiation was spewing out. Not only Lu Dad and Lu Mom, but many people around them began to succumb, exploding in a shower of blood. Blood splattered across his face. Lu Zhou's vision became a haze, obscured by blood. He felt dizzy and nauseous, his steps heavy as if he could no longer move forward. Trying to remain calm, he suddenly realized that, without knowing when, his own hands had begun to swell rapidly. Bang! Blood splattered everywhere, and then everything fell silent. Lu Zhou was startled awake. Upon waking, he was still unconsciously gasping for breath. Looking up, it was 2 o'clock in the morning. In an instant, that intense feeling of fear drilled into his heart. He anxiously checked his fingers and then rushed like the wind to his parents' room. When he saw his parents peacefully sleeping in bed, Lu Zhou realized that, without knowing when, he had become so tense that his back was soaked with sweat. The thought of the dream he had just experienced made Lu Zhou feel uneasy. He had only had such a dream once before, during the time they camped at the cliff with everyone. Thanks to the hints in that dream, they had avoided a deadly crisis. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Zhou immediately began shaking his family awake. "Mom! Dad! Wake up!" Lu Dad and Lu Mom sat up abruptly, their minds clear. After the apocalypse, very few people could sleep soundly through the night. Basically, any slight noise would wake them. In the darkness, Lu Mom seemed to see her son's anxious face. "What's wrong, son?" "Dad, Mom, put on these suits immediately. We need to leave right away." After throwing out this line, Lu Zhou quickly called the Zhang and Wang families while rushing to wake his aunt's family. In less than 5 minutes, everyone had been dragged out of bed by Lu Zhou. No one questioned the specific reasons. Whatever Lu Zhou told them to do, they immediately complied without a word. Chapter 430, Escape. The Zhang family and the Wang family have made contact. Lu Zhou informed them that they must meet at their doorstep in 5 minutes, or they would be in danger of losing their lives. Both families were not ones to procrastinate, and they completely trusted Lu Zhou. After all, if it weren't for him, they would have perished countless times along the way. Both families immediately got up, putting on the clothes Lu Zhou had given them earlier, and then donned radiation protection suits on top. They packed all their important belongings onto their backs, with each person carrying an equal share of the luggage. On Lu Zhou's side, he waved his hand and stored everything into his storage bag, leaving each person with just a backpack containing food and medicine to avoid drawing attention. As the 5 minutes were up, Lu Zhou led his family out the door. Upon exiting, they saw the Wang family and the Zhang family rushing over in a panic. The two families were so hurried that they were out of breath, panting heavily. Lu Zhou looked anxious and said, "Quickly, everyone, follow me. We must reach the lottery draw location first." Although the others were somewhat confused, they quickly followed Lu Zhou's lead. While running, Lu Zhou relayed everything he had dreamt about the situation to everyone. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's words, the Zhang family looked bewildered. After swallowing hard, they seemed a bit frightened. "Well, I was woken up by this dream too." Everyone was stunned, and Lu Zhou's sense of urgency intensified. This was not a good sign. Everyone knew that the last time they encountered such a situation, the entire group nearly lost their lives. Thinking back to Lu Zhou's descriptions of his dream, the group quickened their pace even more. As they ran, they first had to go down the stairs, then cross the hall, and finally go down another staircase to reach the lottery location. The entire shelter was vast. However, the only good thing was that the shelter was currently empty, making it much easier for them to run, unlike in the dream where they were crowded and couldn't pick up speed. When Lu Zhou and the others made it down the stairs and reached the hall, they suddenly noticed several streaks of red light shooting across the sky, resembling meteors with long tails. If it were just a beautiful sight, many would have been amazed by the beauty of the meteors, but now they were on the run. Seeing the meteors at this moment, they all felt a sense of impending doom. In that instant, Lu Zhou realized that the scenes from his dream were indeed coming true. With a blank expression, he immediately activated the alarm system and, while running, triggered all the alarms along the way. In the past, he hadn't dared to confirm whether the events from his dream would occur, but now that he had witnessed them, Lu Zhou would not just focus on escaping for himself and neglect the others. Meanwhile, Wang De and the Zhang family were frantically triggering alarms. In no time, the entire shelter was filled with the blaring sounds of alarms, the high decibel level nearly shattering Lu Zhou's eardrums. Soon, Lu Zhou watched helplessly as a meteorite crashed heavily into the area above the shelter. The meteorite appeared to be quite large, and as it fell, the entire shelter shook violently. The ground trembled along with the intense shaking, and Lu Zhou tightly held onto his parents as they all ran desperately towards their destination. Even as the first meteor streaked across the sky, the night shift workers had already noticed something was off. While there were sometimes meteor showers, they had never seen such a dense cluster of meteorites. Without having time to think, the next moment, alarms began to sound one after another. This group of people began to respond at the fastest speed possible. Lu Zhou led his family and friends, navigating through the complex roads in his mind like a map with a protective shield. Because of the alarm, many people were caught off guard. Even those who were dazed knew they had to pack up and run immediately. As Lu Zhou led his family and friends through the hall, they found themselves surrounded by people rushing to escape in all directions. Some people remained quietly at home, as they were accustomed to the meteor showers and believed their homes were the safest places. But what they didn't know was that a massive meteor was barreling straight toward the shelter. It was moving at an incredible speed, leaving a brilliant tail in its wake. And then, with a speed that was almost imperceptible, it violently crashed into the top of the shelter. Crack! In the darkness, this sound resonated clearly in everyone's ears. Many of those still fleeing looked up and saw the meteor had actually breached the shelter. Crash! The shattered pieces of the shelter's roof began to fall down like rain. Meanwhile, many soldiers had already taken action. They urged the public to stay at home temporarily or to avoid the damaged areas. The crowd was in a panic, screaming, crying, cursing, complaining. Every kind of noise filled the air. Lu Zhou said nothing, desperately pushing through the crowd, racing toward their destination. He was extremely anxious. Now that the meteor had broken the shelter, it wouldn't be long before an earthquake struck. The people in his dreams had been shouting about the earthquake. Lu Zhou's heart sank heavily, his palms feeling icy cold. They were running quickly and frantically. Many people were torn between whether to run or stay put. However, more perceptive individuals had already grabbed their families and rushed toward the evacuation center. They brought only the most essential items and donned protective suits. As they ran, they threw on the simplest radiation protection cloaks. At that moment, a stronger surge of energy erupted from beneath everyone's feet. It was thick and terrifying, containing boundless energy from the earth, surging forth. In that instant, nearly everyone running was violently slammed against the walls. When Lu Zhou hit the wall, he tightly embraced his mother. His back smashed against the corridor wall, and a wave of pain hit him instantly. Lu Zhou gritted his teeth against the discomfort, struggling to take out an energy-replenishing candy from his inventory. Almost instantly, the pain disappeared without a trace. Under Lu Zhou's protection, his mother suffered almost no injuries, while his father was held by Lu Zhou, significantly cushioning the impact of the earthquake. The crowd of fleeing people collapsed in an instant. The earthquake lasted for about 3 minutes. Once the tremors stopped, Lu Zhou dared not linger and forced himself to rise. As everyone struggled to get up, Lu Zhou was already on his feet. In his group, his aunt and Wangda were injured. Wangda had hurt his arm, while his aunt had injured her leg. In this life-and-death situation, Lu Zhou said nothing and carried his aunt on his back as he ran. Although Wangda was in severe pain, his legs were still functional. Lu Zhou's heart was aflame with urgency as he carried his aunt while a crowd of people followed closely behind, hastening toward the evacuation center. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the air. Chapter 431, Escape. All personnel, proceed immediately to the lottery area. The announcement continued for a long time. Lu Zhou was carrying his aunt on his back, with his mother closely following at his side. Everyone on the road had only one destination, the lottery area. In an instant, amidst the chaotic scene, all that could be heard were the sounds of people running, panting heavily. No one dared to stop. The entire group was moving very quickly. In this situation, if anyone with difficulty walking fell down, they would surely be trampled to death by the crowd behind them. Wei Qingzhu was carrying Grandma Shan on his back, while Tongtong was entrusted to Lu Dad. Zhang Dad originally planned to carry Grandma Zhang, but unexpectedly, Grandma Zhang, who often did farm work, was surprisingly agile and didn't slow them down at all. Seeing this, Zhang Dad gritted his teeth and carried Lele, quickly keeping pace with the group. The others were managing to keep up with the pace of the crowd. Lu Zhou had actually experienced a similar moment of escape during an earthquake that had happened when he was in elementary school. During lunch break, a 5.7 magnitude earthquake struck. As the desks and chairs started shaking, the teacher shouted for everyone to quickly go downstairs. Lu Zhou followed the crowd, rushing down the stairs. At that time, he was small and got caught in the middle of the crowd, unable to move at all. His body was squeezed painfully, and he didn't even have time to move his feet before being pushed down the stairs by the throng. Thankfully, his shoes fit well at that time. Otherwise, he would have definitely lost them. The current scene was very reminiscent of that time. However, Lu Zhou was taller now and was not completely powerless. But behind him, the petite Yin Yin and Wang's mother weren't as fortunate. The two of them were squeezed so hard that their faces turned pale. Yet they were desperately trying to keep up with the rhythm of the group. The reason Lu Zhou and his group were running ahead was that by the time the announcement was broadcasted, they had already covered most of the distance. Now, they had to descend over 30 flights of stairs, and who knows what kind of jerk designed this spiral staircase. During the lottery, this section of the route was actually the easiest to traverse because the elevators were still operational. The only annoying thing was waiting for the elevators, as there were only 2 of them, each capable of holding a maximum of 50 people, but far more people were there to draw lots. When the crowd saw the seemingly endless spiral staircase, they were stunned for a few seconds, and then someone cursed out loud. Damn it! Who's the idiot that designed this? Is this thing even meant for people to use? Come on, hurry up. The announcement said we need to reach the lottery site quickly. We don't know how long this shelter can hold out. Move it. Hey, those in front, speed it up. The people at the front took a deep breath, lit their flashlights, and quickly started running down the stairs, albeit tremblingly. Due to the earthquake, many of the electrical circuits in the shelter were damaged, and there weren't even proper lights on the stairway. The only good thing was that the staircase was fully enclosed, so it was unlikely for someone to accidentally roll off the side. The worst-case scenario would be slipping and rolling down the stairs directly in front. To reduce this probability and to be able to run better, many people turned on their lighting tools. Most used flashlights, but some had insufficient battery power, flickering with weak light. Others used high-intensity flashlights, which, when taken out, instantly illuminated a large portion of the path ahead. Lu Zhou had a cold expression on his face as he instructed his family to turn on the powerful flashlight. As soon as the flashlight was turned on, he felt that the path beneath his feet became a bit clearer. The people behind him were anxiously urging him on, while the person leading the way also felt a wave of fear in his heart. What a joke! One had to be cautious here. If one accidentally stepped into thin air and fell to their death, at least it would be a quick end. But if they were trampled to death by the people behind, that would be a real tragedy. The person at the front tried their best to maintain speed while also observing the ground carefully. However, during the process of moving forward, many people still stepped into thin air, crashing heavily into the backs of the people in front of them. Fortunately, there were so many people that they were packed together, preventing anyone from being thrown out in one go. But worse was yet to come. Just as it seemed that one person was about to be trampled to death, a pair of hands suddenly lifted him up. The person on the ground was still in a daze, and when he turned slightly, he couldn't figure out who had just helped him. Meanwhile, Lu Mom quietly watched her son and reached out to pull up a boy. The boy looked around 18 or 19 years old, clearly showing signs of panic on his face. She had intended to lend a hand, but didn't expect that her son would actually take action. Lu Zhou tightly pressed his lips together, feeling anxious in his heart. When he raised his hand to check the time, he was surprised to find that it was only 5 minutes until 3 o'clock in the morning. He didn't expect that their escape would consume so much time. Lu Zhou's heart raced as he held his little ant even tighter behind him, desperately trying to control his anxiety. He thought they could succeed. After all, this time they had set off more than 40 minutes earlier than last time. Last time, they had set off at 3 o'clock and had also been very close to their destination. Lu Mom knew what her son was worried about, and to be honest, her anxiety was no less than Lu Zhou's. As they descended the stairs, the sounds of arguments, footsteps, and other chaotic noises mixed together, causing everyone to feel flustered. After going down 30 flights of stairs, the spiral staircase made everyone feel dizzy, and every cell in their body screamed in discomfort. His brain throbbed painfully, and the dense crowd of people in front of him, along with the cacophony of voices behind, constantly reminded everyone that this was a real escape. Although they were already exhausted, no one dared to stop, hoping to move faster, even faster. Above their heads, it seemed they could still hear the sound of meteors crashing into the top of the shelter, along with the continuous broadcast. Everyone, please immediately proceed to the lottery area. The top of the shelter has been damaged, and a large amount of nuclear radiation is leaking. The mechanical electronic voice was deafening, making everyone's eardrums feel hot and their bodies tremble. Almost everyone recognized a harsh reality. Death was relentlessly pursuing them from behind. Just as everyone managed to run up 60 flights of stairs, someone shouted, "It's almost there, just 10 more floors." At this point, Lu Zhou also remembered clearly that they had taken the elevator to the lottery area on the 70th floor, which indeed was a very deep place. Was the depth of this place related to the entrance of the underground city? This thought flashed through Lu Zhou's mind for just a moment before quickly fading away. In the dark, someone's watch chimed with the time. It's now 3:10 a.m. The voice carried an inexplicable aura of death. Lu Zhou's brows furrowed tightly, and his pace quickened even more. Hurry, hurry, hurry. When everyone finally reached the 70th floor after enduring countless hardships, several people unexpectedly cried out loud. But Lu Zhou understood that this was not the time to cry. He looked around, wanting to see who would open the door. Chapter 432. Entering the Underground City. This door was extremely heavy, and at this moment it was tightly closed. Some people, already on the brink of collapse, were shouting, "Open the door! Open the door! Let us in!" The broadcast said to come here. Why isn't the door opening? Help! I don't want to die. The chaos was overwhelming, with all sorts of cries filling the air. But the core demand from everyone was simply to get inside. What a joke! They were already at the door. How could there be any reason to not let them in? Before the crowd's anger could fully coalesce, they saw the huge door begin to slide open, quickly revealing the familiar interior. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and rushed in as if they were risking their lives. Lu Zhou tightly held onto his parents, afraid that they might be swept away by the crowd. Following closely behind were the Zhang family, the Wang family, and his aunt. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Zhou quickly scanned the room and finally focused his gaze on a large decorative piece. In his view, this might be the entrance to the underground city. Without saying a word, he pushed through the crowd with his family and friends, and after much effort, they finally squeezed inside. At this moment, Lu Zhou and his group were positioned near what seemed to be the entrance to the underground city. He had thought ahead, hoping that once they were allowed in, his whole family would get inside more quickly. They were among the first batch of people to arrive, and within a short span of just a few minutes, the crowd behind them surged in like a hungry snake, rapidly increasing. At this time, Jiang Xiaolin asked Lu Zhou to temporarily put her down. When he let go, he noticed his aunt's face was pale. They had been so busy escaping that he hadn't even had time to give her a bottle of pain relief medicine. Feeling guilty, Lu Zhou took out a small piece of candy and distributed it to everyone. This candy was the same one he had just eaten, capable of quickly replenishing energy and alleviating pain. Everyone quickly finished the candy and were pleasantly surprised to find that their previously drained stamina seemed to have returned somewhat, and the pain caused by the crowding during the earthquake had also eased significantly, at least enough to prevent them from being overwhelmed by physical discomfort. Seeing that everyone was in slightly better condition, Lu Zhou raised his arm and checked the time. It was already 3:30. When those events occurred in his dream, Lu Zhou didn't remember the exact time, only that they had started running around 3 o'clock. If he thought about it carefully, the dream sequence should last until 4 o'clock, right? He was skeptical, but quickly dismissed this thought. Something felt off. They were getting closer to their destination, but based on the current density of people, it seemed unlikely they would get in any time soon. So that meant they were close to that time? While Lu Zhou pondered these matters, a number of fully armed soldiers in military uniforms appeared. They were not only responsible for maintaining order, but were also engaged in some unknown activities nearby. Many people who had hurriedly arrived began to anxiously don their radiation suits. They had been moving so quickly that many had not had time to put them on. As time quietly passed, with 10 minutes left until 4 o'clock, a sudden, extremely mournful scream echoed from outside the door. Ah! Lu Zhou's entire body tensed up. It was happening. Dad and Mom were also tense at this moment. They had heard Lu Zhou talk about the dreamlike scene, which was so terrifying that just mentioning it struck fear into their hearts, and it indeed brought them a great shock. The people inside the room were still somewhat unclear about the situation, but each of them was warily looking towards the entrance. At the entrance, the person closest to the door looked both scared and curious as they glanced outside. However, in just a fleeting moment, the sight sent them into screams of horror. Outside the door, people were collapsing to the ground in agony, and soon after, their bodies swelled up, their eyes turned bloodshot, and with a loud bang, they exploded. Their scattered body parts filled the sky. This scene left those unfortunate enough to witness it with their eyes wide open in shock. Others outside who were slowly becoming infected watched helplessly as the very people they had just spoken to, who had run away with them, suddenly burst apart. The shock of that scene was overwhelming, and it took a long time for many to finally react. It's radiation. It's because of radiation. Quick, close the door. Close the door. This heavy door was made from radiation-resistant materials, designed to effectively block external radiation. Almost before everyone had reacted, the door slammed shut. It closed much faster than it had opened. Outside, the terrifying scene was cut off. The cries and desperate wails were sealed away. The survivors closest to the door were left in shock. After a moment's thought, they felt weak all over. They were the last group to arrive. If they hadn't moved a little faster, it would have been them exploding outside. The radiation outside was so harmful Before the crowd could recover from the mix of fear, anxiety, relief, and sorrow, they heard an announcement over the intercom. All those with access cards, please show your access cards and quickly enter the door. Due to the last round of lottery not being conducted yet, we will hold a live lottery after we have counted the number of survivors. Everyone, please do not panic, do not be afraid. This is the safest place. Even if you temporarily enter the underground city, radiation will not penetrate. We will provide orderly support afterwards. Those without entry tickets, please do not force your way in. Otherwise, you'll be dealt with by armed personnel. After hearing this voice, everyone finally noticed that the huge decorative piece was actually the entrance to the underground city. Lu Zhou felt a surge of joy. His guess was correct. The crowd quickly formed a line, and those eager to survive hastily organized themselves. With expressions of panic from surviving a disaster, many were trembling as they handed over their entry tickets at the giant entrance to the underground city. The entry tickets needed to be inserted into the machine, and the entire process was swift. Lu Zhou tightly held onto his family, with friends following closely behind as they gradually stepped into the underground city. He felt excited, but also a sense of confusion. Once they successfully passed the inspection and entered the underground city, Lu Zhou immediately saw a massive roller coaster-like track. He furrowed his brow. Before he could ask a question, he noticed that the people in front of him were already being ushered into the cars, quickly leaving along the iron tracks. The carriages had several sections, and Lu Zhou's family along with others were all crammed inside. Everyone anxiously boarded the vehicle, and the person responsible for closing the door immediately slammed it shut with a bang. After making a gesture to indicate the start, the vehicle slowly began to move. Chapter 433, Artificial Intelligence, Xiaoxin. Everyone in the vehicle, after the door closed and the car started, wore an unusually tense expression. After all, escaping from such a hellish nightmare would leave a psychological shadow on anyone. Once Lu Zhou entered the car alone, the person in military uniform simply left a remark, "Hold onto the handrails tightly." Then, in a hurry, he left. When everyone finally came to their senses, they looked up and found that the ceiling was covered in dense handrails. How to put it? It was very similar to the handrails found in buses or subways. Considering the super steep slope they had just seen, Lu Zhou silently went up and grabbed onto the handrail, while the others quickly followed suit. The children were advised to tightly hold onto the arms or legs of the adults. The car slowly began to move, and for some reason, Lu Zhou felt a bit like the prelude to a roller coaster's launch. This feeling didn't last long before the entire vehicle suddenly dropped sharply. The speed was very fast, and the impact was enormous. At that moment, thankfully, everyone was gripping the handrails tightly. Otherwise, they would have been immediately disoriented. Wei Tong Tong and Zhang Lei Lei clung tightly to their respective adults, their faces pale. Meanwhile, the others were also swaying, but they managed to stabilize themselves. The descent lasted for about 10 seconds, and once those 10 seconds passed, the vehicle immediately leveled out and started to drive smoothly. The transition from the previous descent to the current level motion was quite brief. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, beginning to relax and observe their surroundings. Lu Zhou, curious, looked out the window. It was his first time in the underground city, so he had no idea what it looked like inside. As the vehicle drove along, everyone could clearly see the situation outside. Contrary to Lu Zhou's expectations of darkness and desolation, the scene was completely different. Along the roadside, there were occasional lonely streetlights standing by themselves. The roadside indeed appeared quite desolate, with mounds of earth visible in the distance. Everyone felt a bit anxious, and many people had already begun to worry about their future lives. The car drove for about 5 minutes before coming to a stop. A voice came from inside the vehicle. "The underground city has arrived. Please disembark, travelers." Everyone snapped back to reality and hurriedly got off the vehicle, standing at the entrance of the city gate, gazing in astonishment. Lu Zhou got off neither too early nor too late. He supported his aunt and brought along a group of family and friends into the city. What greeted their eyes was a city gate that appeared quite imposing, with a large door firmly closed. The size of this structure, placed here, indeed, gave a sense of shock. Lu Zhou never expected that the construction of the underground city could be completed so quickly. The others also gaped at the city gate, and soon everyone began to whisper among themselves. My God, this is too big, right? It's only been a little while, and the underground city looks pretty good. They must have started building it in advance. Everyone had various speculations about the underground city, but that couldn't dampen their excitement. Before they could continue discussing anything, they heard a noise entering their ears. Welcome everyone to the underground city. I am the artificial intelligence Xiao Xin, and I will introduce the tasks for you next. Xiao Xin's voice was no longer the cold, mechanical tone typical of machines, but instead a soft and gentle female voice that made people involuntarily relax. Please everyone come to the left workstation to activate your Liangshan ID cards. If you do not have one, please go to the right artificial service counter to make a new appointment. To protect the legal rights of the residents in Liangshan, we continue to provide each resident with 30 gene of food and corresponding fuel every month. If you're a resident of Liangshan, please go to the welfare center located directly in front of the main entrance as soon as you enter the city to collect your supplies. This was indeed quite considerate. Wang had thought to himself that he and his companions would be able to collect a considerable amount of supplies, which could serve as a temporary provision. Of course, there were also people who were not residents of Liangshan, and upon hearing this, they couldn't help but feel a bit displeased. But the dissatisfaction quickly dissipated the next moment. All residents entering the underground city are legally entitled to food, winter supplies, and fuel for a month. Additionally, the underground city offers various job positions. We hope everyone can find a job they are satisfied with. With this introduction, the basic information had been covered. Lu Zhou and his family listened attentively, then quickly moved to the left to activate their ID cards. Beep, beep, beep. Activation successful, confirming you are a resident of Liangshan. The gentle female voice slowly transmitted, not loud, only audible to Lu Zhou. He quickly moved forward, and his family members passed through smoothly behind him. Once everyone entered through the main gate, their surroundings suddenly brightened. The underground city was not as desolate as they had imagined. Instead, there were various residential buildings, office buildings, and other public facilities like hospitals already completed. In addition, many small, round objects were flying in the sky. Before they could be surprised for a few seconds, someone placed bracelets on each of them. Put on the bracelet, and you'll be able to stay in contact with Xiao Xin at all times. If you have any issues, you can notify her. The crowd was uncertain. Given the current state of artificial intelligence, they thought it wouldn't be particularly advanced. However, everyone complied and wore the devices. As soon as the bracelet touched Lu Zhou's arm, Xiao Xin's voice immediately reached his ear. Hello, my dear friend. Hello. Lu Zhou politely replied, and then asked about the flying objects in the sky. What are those? Xiao Xin smiled and replied, These are small drones. They are responsible for reconnaissance or delivery. If you want to purchase something, you can use them. Of course, it's not free. However, the drones belong to various shopping malls and government entities. If they prepay the money in advance, they can use them for free. With this answer, Xiao Xin responded to many questions. Lu Zhou stroked his chin and slowly asked, Is there a mall in the underground city? Yes, you can use points to purchase some items. Currently, we highly recommend the nutritional supplements. They are not expensive and have good effects. As she spoke, a screen appeared in front of Lu Zhou. Inside was a familiar image. Upon seeing it, Lu Zhou recognized it immediately. The nutritional supplement was exactly what his uncle had used. However, how could the bracelet now have such an impressive screen? Lu Zhou looked at the screen in front of him, his face full of shock. Many others shared the same expression. Wang was quite interested in examining the bracelet, while on another side, Xiao Xin was conversing with Wei Qingzhu. Chapter 434. The Concealed Survivors. Wow, hello, Professor Wei. I'm so glad to see you. The escort team tried to contact you earlier, but couldn't get through. I will immediately report your safety to them. As for the nutritional supplement you developed, it's selling very well. The higher-ups have decided that 10% of the profits will belong to you. Xiaoxin, although clearly an artificial intelligence, spoke with a hint of reverence and respect in her tone. Wei Qingzhu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that this was encouragement from the higher-ups, a way to motivate him to invent more items for the country and its people. As everyone listened attentively, they quickly gathered knowledge from Xiaoxin. From Xiaoxin, they learned that these bigwigs had entered the underground city over a month ago. Many people from other shelters had also been relocated here through underground tunnels. Lu Zhou didn't expect the construction of the underground city to be completed so quickly. Xiaoxin seemed to read his thoughts and said, "The rapid construction of the underground city is thanks to the contributions of the experts in materials science and architecture. They developed an upgraded version of the 3D printer that can create sturdy and functional houses at the fastest speed. Most of the buildings we see now were completed using this technology." Wei Tongtong curiously asked, "What about the vehicles and the railway tracks?" Xiaoxin smiled and replied, "You're a very clever little one. Indeed, that's the case." Everyone suddenly understood. No wonder the construction here was so fast. After learning the answers to their questions, everyone first went to the resource center to collect supplies from each household. Then, using their ID cards for identification, they quickly found that the housing center recognized that they had previously owned homes on the surface. Currently, the houses are generally designed in a 3-story layout. Since you all arrived together, would you like to be assigned to the same one? The staff member had a neutral expression, but the words they spoke were relatively friendly. Yes, that would be great. Thank you for your help." Wang smiled, and then heard sounds of clicking as the staff member worked. After a moment, they said, "All right, take your ID cards, and you can open the doors over there." Lu Zhou and his group hurriedly expressed their thanks, and then quickly made their way to their designated housing area. The residential buildings were located less than 2,000 meters away from the housing management office. When Lu Zhou and the others reached the residential area, they realized that the design of the houses here was somewhat similar to those from the shelter. However, while the shelter had single-story rooms, this place had 3-story houses. Upon closer inspection, they noticed that the top of the houses had structures resembling elevated bridges. Of course, these were not elevated bridges, but rather another area of construction. The entire structure had a very futuristic and interstellar construction feel. Lu Zhou remarked, "I didn't expect the houses here to look more comfortable than those in the shelter. The space seems much better than before." "That's true. The shelter was indeed cramped," Wang De and Zhang Jia commented. Behind them, there were other residents coming to find accommodation. When these people saw the houses, they thought about similar things as Lu Zhou and his group. However, soon everyone wasted no time and quickly entered their respective houses. Lu Zhou said quietly, "Let's go in as well and tidy up our things." Everyone immediately agreed. Then everyone, carrying their luggage, used their ID cards to quickly enter the house. Due to the 3-story nature of the building, the extra Zhang family members were assigned to the neighboring first floor by the staff. As Zhang Jiabao watched everyone separate, he felt a bit anxious. However, upon seeing the living conditions, his expression immediately brightened. Oh my God, the underground city provided such nice accommodations. It was no wonder that Zhang Jiabao was astonished. The house in front of him was already furnished. He had expected to see empty rooms upon entering, but who would have thought that there were beds, dining tables, sofas, stools, and even a bathroom already set up? Only the soft furnishings needed to be arranged, but this made Zhang Jiabao feel incredibly happy. Grandma Zhang widened her eyes, and both Zhang Ku and Zhang Lele were stunned in place. At that moment, Wanda called, "Hey, is the place you're staying in also already furnished?" Zhang Jiabao quickly nodded, his tone excited. "Yes, Wang Ge, this is just too good. It feels like we're not just being given a place to live." Wang found it a bit strange, but after inquiring about his own group, he discovered that every household was the same. On the other side, Jiang Xiaolin stared at the fully furnished place, speechless with amazement. Their home not only had finished furniture, but also appliances. She had planned for Xiao Zhou to bring in the appliances, but now it seemed almost unnecessary. However, such excellent living conditions made Jiang Xiaolin feel somewhat uneasy. When Lu Zhou came up to deliver items, he happened to overhear someone making a call to his aunt. Yes, we've already informed them to arrange comfortable accommodations for you and your family and friends. If you have any problems, just call us immediately. Beep, beep, beep. The call quickly ended, and Lu Zhou walked in, first putting down the items, then looking around and noticing that his aunt's home actually had appliances. He had mainly come to deliver appliances for his aunt's family. When Jiang Xiaolin saw Lu Zhou, she hurriedly invited him to sit down. Xiao Zhou, come sit and rest for a while. I'll tidy up. Lu Zhou obediently watched as his aunt took items from the luggage he brought. Before long, Jiang Xiaolin took out some bed sheets and pillowcases. She went into the bathroom and stuffed all these items into the washing machine. Just before she closed the lid, Jiang Xiaolin took a special look at the washing machine. It was actually brand new. Once the buzzing sound came from a bathroom, Wei Qingzhu wandered around for a bit and then sat down on the sofa. These pieces of furniture were also 3D printed. I checked the quality, and it's quite good. These appliances should be from before the apocalypse. The two of them got up to check the voltage and water situation. Lu Zhou said softly, the water flow and electricity seem to be quite good at the moment. In Lu Zhou's home, the furniture was also complete. The family only needed to take out their previous appliances to continue living. Wei Qingzhu responded quietly, and then seemed to avoid Jiang Xiaolin as she said, Xiao Zhou, they plan to accelerate the production of the flying saucers. In a week, I must return to my post. Moreover, I suspect that those above know about things we are unaware of. When Wei Qingzhu said this, she was in a very calm and composed state. Lu Zhou looked up at her. Aunt, how do you know? Wei Qingzhu kept her voice very low. We all suspect that there's a person up there who can foresee things, or perhaps a reincarnated individual. Upon hearing the term reincarnation, Lu Zhou's previously relaxed expression suddenly sharpened. Chapter 435, Isolated Space. In fact, Lu Zhou had long had his suspicions. Before he had a chance to send information to the higher-ups, they had already made the most suitable choice. This indicated that someone had known about everything in advance and had informed the higher authorities. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou's eyes were filled with turmoil. He couldn't help but wonder how long this savior had survived. Was this person an ordinary individual, a scientist, or someone from the upper echelon? Based on his speculation, Lu Zhou felt that the probability of this person being an ordinary person was very low. After all, if an ordinary person were to talk about such matters, they would likely be considered insane. This person must hold a relatively high status. After self-defense, Qingzhu finished speaking. Both of them straightened their bodies on the sofa, their expressions quite grim. Lu Zhou wanted to know if this person was aware of what the ultimate future for humanity would be. However, it was Wei Qingzhu who spoke softly. This information was something I accidentally heard. In general, only those people should know about this. Lu Zhou nodded, fully understanding his uncle's words. After exchanging a few more comments, they stopped discussing the topic. Wei Qingzhu informed Lu Zhou that the laboratory they had discovered together was now unapproachable due to excessive surface radiation, making it impossible to proceed any further. When Lu Zhou inquired about radiation protection inside, Wei Qingzhu nodded. It is radiation resistant, but we are unsure how much it can actually shield against. For safety, it's better to head into the underground city. While the two were chatting, Lu Zhou's aunt had already stepped out of the bathroom. Lu Zhou took the opportunity to suggest heading home. Jiang Xiaolin didn't have time to ask him to stay a while longer. In the blink of an eye, Lu Zhou had already gone downstairs. When Lu Zhou returned home, his parents were busy installing appliances. Although the room was a bit messy, having his parents there made Lu Zhou feel very happy. Recalling that terrifying nightmare from before, Lu Zhou suddenly felt a sense of emptiness in his heart, as if everything had been repaired. In front of him, his parents were there, his family was bustling about, and everyone was looking forward to the future. Lu Zhou didn't dare think too much, feeling a bit of moisture in the corners of his eyes. At that moment, a mocking laugh suddenly echoed in his mind. The sound was very annoying, and a second after it appeared, Lu Zhou immediately pulled a long face and confronted the game in his mind. "What are you laughing at?" It's nothing. First of all, congratulations on escaping danger, player." The game's words made Lu Zhou feel quite uncomfortable. However, to be fair, he hadn't spoken to the game for quite some time. During this period, Lu Zhou had been busy with buying and selling, running his business, and dealing with many affairs. He hadn't had time to find the game for a chat. Holding on to the thought of seeking some fresh information from the game, Lu Zhou rolled his eyes and said with a half-smile, "Game, that laboratory outside was really great. Don't you want it?" He was referring to the underground laboratory that he and his uncle had discovered together. It was indeed a superb location, and to this day, Lu Zhou felt it was a pity that he hadn't brought it back for his uncle to continue using. Upon hearing Lu Zhou's suggestion, the game immediately became excited but then quickly calmed down. "If you had said this earlier, I could have figured out a way to take care of that place in advance. You understand, that place is a perfect isolation space." At this point, the game character was suddenly astonished, then tightly shut his mouth, his tone displeased. "You actually tricked me?" That laboratory was now irretrievable. While Lu Zhou had genuinely obtained valuable information from him, Lu Zhou chuckled. "You're overthinking it. I also regret it now." However, he was shocked inside. He never expected that the laboratory he and his aunt accidentally discovered was so impressive. At the time, the two of them had doubts about whether that laboratory could withstand radiation or other disasters. But those doubts were completely dispelled when the system unintentionally revealed this information. That place was their last stronghold. If in the future they faced insurmountable hurdles, their whole family could only relocate there. After tricking the game character once, Lu Zhou felt much better. However, he suddenly remembered that after Song Wei returned from the True God Church, he was unsure whether the other party had obtained any information. Lu Zhou wanted to play tricks on the game character, but the game character had long since stopped saying a word. In the end, forced by Lu Zhou's questioning and having no other options, he could only say some completely useless formalities to get through it. Helpless, Lu Zhou could only temporarily give up, thinking that he must ask next time he had the chance. Recently, the underground city had received a lot of people from various regions. These people were the lucky ones. Otherwise, they would not have obtained the extremely rare underground city entry tickets. Currently, the first phase of the underground city construction was completed, and the capacity for residents was very limited. Therefore, the remaining people could only temporarily stay in makeshift shelters on the surface, waiting until the second phase of the underground city opened to bring them in. The construction of the underground city was in full swing. In just a few days, batch after batch of residential buildings rose from the ground. Thanks to 3D printing technology, building houses was not difficult at all. The most laborious part was excavating underground. The soil that was dug out had to be properly dealt with. Since the underground soil was relatively uncontaminated, it was soon used for building houses or for developing botanical gardens. In short, once the soil was excavated, its use was immediately determined. They didn't have to worry about where to place it or waste the uncontaminated land. Although there were various high-tech aids in building the second phase of the underground city, human resources were still very tight. All the project team members basically didn't return home, living and eating at the construction site, just to complete the work faster and more efficiently, allowing the underground city to accommodate more humans. Just a few days ago, the two sides of the underground city still had bare lampposts, but now they had already planted plants that were transplanted from the surface. Of course, these plants were all shade-loving and did not require a lot of light. They could sustain themselves with just the light from the street lamps. Naturally, their growth rate was not comparable to those on the surface. However, Due to earthquakes, nuclear radiation leaks, volcanic eruptions, and meteorite impacts, the surface was almost barren. When the underground city was pre-constructed, many botanists work hard to try to take all these plants away, attempting to cultivate them underground. These were all plant species from Blue Star. How could they just be neglected and allowed to perish? In the end, the seeds of these plants were brought in, and according to the will of the underground city, these things would be grown in glass greenhouses after cultivation, allowing future generations to visit. The reconstruction speed of the underground city was actually very fast, and this time was different from the previous construction in Liangshan. Chapter 436, A Long-Awaited Enjoyment. Back when they were in Liangshan, everyone basically had to have a job. If someone hadn't contributed to Liangshan for a certain period of time, they would be sent out. This time, the job opportunities were much fewer, and many people didn't even wait for the officials to urge them. They rushed to find a job. There was no helping it. If they were locals from Liangshan, it would be fine since they would at least receive some food supplies. But there weren't that many locals coming in. Most were ordinary people, and once the military's food supplies were exhausted, these people had no choice but to set out in search of work. Moreover, through later understanding, Lu Zhou discovered that an underground city was constructed by several nearby shelters coming together. For instance, this underground city was built collectively by Liangshan, nearby Jinshan, as well as Qingyang, Wanxi, and East Henan. Although the underground city was large, it was still insufficient to accommodate the inhabitants from the 5 shelters. Of course, Lu Zhou only realized these matters after staying in the underground city for half a month. Since the underground city was built by 5 cities, the power holders were naturally divided into 5 factions. Each city's people would have their own loyal supporters. To manage a city well enough to collaborate with others in building an underground city showed that the leaders of these cities were not incompetent. They were truly capable individuals. However, on the surface, a single leader was still needed to oversee the entire underground city. After inspection and selection by the central authority, Liangshan Songwei was ultimately chosen as the highest commander, responsible for managing the affairs of the underground city, while the other 4 shelter commanders served as deputy leaders. Outwardly, everyone appeared harmonious and treated Song Wei with utmost respect and admiration. But in reality, they were incredibly dissatisfied with him. What a joke. They were also influential figures and felt they were not inferior to Song Wei in any way. During the construction of the underground city, they had contributed significantly. What was it that made Song Wei more deserving of the position of highest commander? Among the 4, 3 were resentful, with only the East Henan commander, Zhang Tianxing, having no objections. He believed that it didn't matter who held the post of commander as long as the people could live well. He would be satisfied. Zhang Tianxing managed East Henan by always prioritizing the needs of the people. Many citizens didn't trust others, but they were very loyal to Commander Zhang. Furthermore, during his tenure as commander, he had shown no selfishness and was wholly dedicated to the people, which made his political maneuvering obviously less cunning than the other 3. In addition, he was known for his kind-hearted nature, which made it clear to the higher-ups that he was not suitable to be the highest leader. Otherwise, he might struggle to maintain control. Except for Zhang Tianxing, the other 3 were all extremely dissatisfied with Song Wei. However, they made a temporary unanimous decision to expand the size of the underground city to allow more citizens to enter. With more people, various economic activities, job opportunities, and improvements in livelihoods would be stimulated. No one would disregard that. Moreover, everyone wanted their citizens to come in as soon as possible. The nuclear radiation outside was too severe, and the safety shelters they had built would not hold up for long. They needed to complete the construction of the underground city before any incidents occurred in the safety shelters. With this awareness, the construction of the underground city progressed quite rapidly. During this time, Lu Zhou and his family quickly discovered that there were very few job positions available here. There simply weren't enough jobs to require that many people. And they also discovered that the rest of the city's people were also caught up in the turmoil. Everyone wanted to find a job to support themselves and their families. In addition to Wei Qingzhu and Wang De, who had tasks to complete, even Lu Mom, a doctor, and her sister-in-law occasionally faced the dilemma of being unemployed. Once they recognized the situation, Lu Zhou firmly decided not to let his family go out and join the chaos. At that time, going out to work served several purposes. First, to avoid others thinking their family had plenty of food. Second, to keep up with the outside world and not miss out on important news. And third, some of their skills could contribute to the community. Therefore, Lu Zhou initially supported his family members going out to work. However, now it seemed completely unnecessary. After all, the large city was mixed together, and the flow of people had become chaotic. Moreover, the city was still in the construction phase, which indeed posed low safety risks. Besides, since many professionals were already out working, Lu Zhou felt that his family should take a break. During their escape, thanks to Lu Zhou's early warning, everyone had brought plenty of food and medical supplies, ensuring that nothing that could be taken was wasted. Furthermore, after arriving, due to Wei Qingzhu's connections, their rooms were even furnished for free, making them feel quite fortunate. Once Lu Zhou thought it through, he immediately decided to relax and enjoy life. The future was uncertain, but living well in the present was what truly mattered. Understanding this, Lu Zhou frequently begged Lu Mom to prepare some special dishes. It was rare for Lu Mom to see her son so relaxed. In the past, she could clearly see that Lu Zhou was always tense, as if he were about to fight someone or run away with his family at any moment. This relaxation was indeed a fleeting moment. Lu Mom sighed, her hands still kneading a small round dough. This was made from tapioca flour mixed with water, perfect for making taro balls. Beside her, Lu Zhou had helped by cutting various fruits such as watermelon, mango, cherry, watermelon, pineapple, cantaloupe, and dragon fruit into pieces. These fruits were cut beautifully and mixed together to create bowls of sweet soup. At the same time, a large pot at home was steaming. Lu Mom had made a clay pot chicken, kneaded dough, and placed it on top, cooking a delicious bun for the family. These buns absorbed all the broth, making them incredibly tasty. Inside, they contained dried vegetables, vermicelli, tofu cubes, and green beans, with an aroma that was simply irresistible. In another pot, Lu Mom was simmering a coconut chicken in a clay pot. She used 4 coconuts, extracting enough coconut water for a whole pot. The water looked clear and sweet. Lu Zhou stood nearby, scooping out the coconut meat and adding it to the pot to cook together. During the simmering process, he also added goji berries, jujubes, and mushrooms, enhancing the flavor immensely. As if that weren't enough, Lu Zhou also asked his dad to install a projector in their home. He chose classic old films from Zhou Yi for the projector, planning to watch them together with his family. Soon, the dining table was filled with sweet soup, clay pot chicken, and leaf chicken, and the whole family happily gathered around, watching the ups and downs of life on the screen. Chapter 437, The City in the Sky. Zhou Ye's movie was still as classic as ever. By the time Lu Zhou finished watching, he felt a lingering aftertaste. The food on the table had long been consumed. During the movie, Lu Zhou even took the time to deliver some chilled sweet soup to a few other families, allowing them to taste it. For the people of this era, sweet soup was a true luxury. After receiving the sweet soup, the families expressed their gratitude to Lu Zhou repeatedly. Upon returning home, Lu Zhou found his parents still engrossed in watching the projector. As they watched, they even wiped away tears from the corners of their eyes. Lu Zhou felt a mix of emotions, but chose not to say anything, quietly sitting beside them as they finished the movie. Once the film ended, before his parents could react, Lu Zhou immediately took care of the household chores, such as washing the dishes and tidying up the table. Before his parents went to bed, Lu Zhou even thoughtfully lit an incense stick for them as a good-night gesture. For several consecutive days, Lu Zhou's family enjoyed delicious meals, followed by watching movies. Unconsciously, after about a week, Lu Zhou even invited 3 other families over for dinner. They planned to have hot pot since it was the most convenient option, requiring only the preparation of ingredients. Before the guests arrived, Lu Zhou had already prepared fresh, vibrant greens: oilseed lettuce, chives, chicken feather greens, spinach, and bok choy. These vegetables were freshly picked from the potted plants at home and were incredibly tender. There was a variety of them. In addition to that, Lu Zhou also brought out several types of soy products: dried tofu, gluten, tofu puffs, and crispy rolls. These soy products were perfect for hot pot. Of course, duck blood and kelp were essential as well. Additionally, Lu Zhou took out several large boxes of pork rolls, lamb rolls, beef rolls, and chicken strips. When everyone was busy washing and preparing the ingredients, Lu Zhou cheerfully turned on the hot pot stove, waiting for it to bubble and boil. In less than 5 minutes, the red oil inside was already boiling, releasing a fragrant, spicy aroma from the chilies. It smells so good. I want to eat. This is definitely going to be delicious. 2 young girls sniffed the aroma in the air, their little faces lighting up with smiles. Lu Zhou smiled as he handed over some washed cherries to the 2 girls to munch on. As everyone busied themselves, Lu Zhou felt that life was truly beautiful. Once everyone finished preparing, they all sat down to enjoy the feast. They first put the beef and lamb into the pot, and almost instantly, the meat slices started to float up. Everyone quickly grabbed their chopsticks, and in no time, the pieces were gone. When they still wanted more, Lu Zhou added more slices into the pot for everyone. The lamb was incredibly tender, with no gamey taste. The beef was fine and not overcooked, and the pork had a perfect balance of fat and lean, leaving a fragrant taste in the mouth. When the vegetables were added to the pot, everyone discovered that they also contributed a lot of flavor. The greens were crispy, the lettuce was sweet and crunchy, the potatoes were soft and well-seasoned, and the tofu puffs absorbed the hot pot broth beautifully. Coupled with the dipping sauces prepared by Lu Zhou, this truly was a delicious meal. After finishing the hot pot, a variety of fresh fruits were brought out for everyone to enjoy. Once everyone was full and satisfied, they couldn't help but marvel at how wonderful life was. Lu Zhou smiled. He realized that the sense of restlessness and panic in his heart was gradually dissipating. At the peak of the moment, everyone raised their glasses and said, "Cheers! From now on, life will only get better." Everyone laughed and drank from their cups, and as they laughed, tears unexpectedly streamed down their faces. Having drifted for too long, many had almost forgotten that a normal life should be like this. But fortunately, it now seemed that a beautiful future was not far from everyone. This gathering had significantly brought the families closer together, allowing everyone to live off the beauty of the previous night. However, the situation in the underground city was far from good. Urban construction was in a frenzy of building. The construction teams had not stopped recruiting, and one residential building after another was rising from the ground. The 3D printers had basically not stopped working. These people were frantically drilling into the construction sites, just to earn supplies for their families. Many people didn't even get to do this laborious work. They could only rely on the leftover food in the underground city to make ends meet. Time flew by, and a month quickly passed. Lu Zhou hadn't worked for a month. However, everyone still went out from time to time to gather new information. For example, Zhang Heng had started to manage his old business again. This endeavor not only allowed for buying and selling, but also occasionally helped him gather suitable information. Much of the construction information about the underground city came from Zhang Heng. "What? Dad, are you saying they plan to build a sky city?" After Zhang Heng returned, the first thing he did was share what he knew with everyone. The moment this news was announced, it shocked everyone. What? A sky city? These people were simply too ambitious. This wasn't a simple idea. It required real investment of manpower and resources, and the most crucial aspect was that this project needed energy support. For instance, how could a city float in the sky? That would be a technical issue. However, the most puzzling part was why this plan was proposed under such circumstances. It was known that many people outside the underground city had not yet been able to enter, so logically, Shouldn't they first expand the underground city and then accommodate as many people as possible? Everyone had similar thoughts, so when they heard about building a sky city, their expressions were filled with shock. By the way, where do they plan to build this sky city? Wangda hesitated to speak, while Zhang Heng sighed and slowly said, I heard that they plan to continue digging downwards and then establish an overhead canopy, making everyone inside think they are in the sky. Moreover, this place will restrict access, generally only allowing those with sufficient social status to enter. This method has the huge advantage of easing the energy research aspect a bit. It was understandable. After all, if this city truly existed in the sky, it would indeed pose a significant technical challenge. But at this moment, pursuing these things seemed a bit too dismissive of the people's welfare, didn't it? Everyone fell silent, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. When Wei Qingzhu managed to make a phone call later, it further confirmed the authenticity of this matter. Chapter 438, Destruction. This matter does indeed exist, and the version I heard is somewhat different from what you all know. Although it is publicly stated that they are digging downwards, the truth is that once the aerial city is completed, they will burn fuel and subsequently send this city into the sky. The leader of this plan believes that we humans must not behave like rats, scurrying around underground all the time, so they have set their sights on the skies. However, if the plan is successful, the first batch to ascend will definitely not be ordinary people. Wei Qingzhu's source of information was quite accurate, and after hearing this, everyone felt a mix of emotions. There was nothing they could do. In this era, individual power was too insignificant. Before long, they had mostly stopped thinking about the matter. Soon, the underground city welcomed a new batch of newcomers. According to information from the outside, the underground city hoped to accept all the remaining humans on the surface within a year. The ideals are rich, but the reality is harsh. Those in the surface safe houses did not know if they could endure the difficult times until the opportunity to enter the underground city arrived. Moreover, they did not know if the safe houses could hold out long enough for everyone to enter. The new group of people appear to be filled with fear. However, before long, the fear in their eyes transformed into hope. They had expected to see a desolate underground city, but who would have thought that once they entered, the construction of the underground city exceeded their imagination. However, some people, after seeing the state of the underground city, secretly gritted their teeth in dissatisfaction. If they had the energy to beautifully construct the underground city, why didn't these people think about sending someone to bring them in sooner? If they devoted themselves fully to building residential areas, they wouldn't have to suffer outside for so long. What kind of life were they living outside? Although the safe house was large, it couldn't accommodate that many people. Everyone's daily needs were crammed together. While the military had dug toilets for them, no one was willing to stay in that kind of environment for even a second longer. However, soon, this discontent diminished significantly when they saw the residential buildings. They had expected to arrive only to find themselves in poverty, but unexpectedly, they discovered that there were houses, and many people's moods improved considerably. The process of entering the underground city was proceeding in an orderly manner. On the other hand, those who remained in the safety of the surface were naturally filled with envy as they looked at those who had left early. They were quite lucky, after all. It was better than staying behind. Life in the safe house was not easy. Although soldiers were stationed there, their numbers were limited, and these personnel were also responsible for other duties, so often management of security was inadequate. Everyone inside was enduring, hoping to wait until they could enter the underground city. Although many residential areas have been constructed in the underground city, to those who were looking, the opportunities were immediately reduced. What was even more frightening was that the people on the surface had no idea that there were others from different cities waiting to enter. They had lost all means of communication and could only rely on the food supplied by the military to survive on the surface. It's currently October, and in the blink of an eye, it's already November. The temperature inside the surface safety shelter has plummeted suddenly. Although the shelter uses new types of insulation materials, the severity of the cold outside has exceeded everyone's expectations. That night, many people were awakened by the freezing temperatures. The military immediately sent people to investigate. When they went outside with measuring instruments, they were shocked to find that the temperature measured a staggering minus 60 degrees Celsius. What does minus 60 degrees mean? This is a temperature that could be experienced during the harshest periods of disaster. At this temperature, it could easily freeze to death anyone who was asleep, and thankfully, everyone was living in the safety shelter. Otherwise, many would have died by morning. The military quickly sent specialists to address the materials issue for the safety shelters, and they began distributing winter clothing and cold protection supplies to all disaster victims. The outdoor temperature dropped very rapidly. By the next day, it had decreased by another 10 degrees. Now it was minus 70 degrees. The speed at which the temperature was falling truly made everyone anxious. The reason was simple. It was just too fast. The military's most urgent task was to reinforce the safety shelters so that they could hold out until everyone could move into the underground city. These soldiers, carrying materials transported from the underground city, climbed up one by one, undeterred by the harsh conditions, to start installing frost-resistant materials on the roof of the safety shelter. These materials would offer maximum protection to the shelter, preventing it from being damaged by the extreme cold. However, unexpectedly, on the seventh day, when the military went out to measure the temperature again, they found that it was still continuing to drop. It had reached minus 75 degrees, making the soldiers' tasks even more difficult. Moreover, no one could believe that on the seventh day, the temperature would continue to drop. The frost-resistant materials could withstand temperatures below 100 degrees, but for some unknown reason, everyone felt a sense of unease. The soldiers were constantly running up and down, installing the materials. The leaders among the populace were preparing ginger soup, distributing it to everyone. In such cold weather, drinking a bowl of ginger soup would significantly reduce the chances of catching a cold. After everyone drank the ginger soup, they tremblingly found their corners, huddled together, and soon fell into a deep sleep. However, in the middle of the night, everyone was startled awake by an extremely intense explosion. Almost instantly, the soldiers went to check what was happening, while the awakened citizens hugged each other tightly in fear. They were dressed in thick winter clothing, their eyes filled with panic, helplessly trying to warm each other. Due to the cold weather, the citizens had no energy to make noise. They all silently stared in the direction where the soldiers had gone, hoping that someone would return with good news. But unfortunately, the soldier did not return. As everyone felt increasingly strange, suddenly, a loud crashing sound erupted above everyone's heads. The noise was immense, and the shockwave was extraordinarily powerful. Almost instantly, it blew off the roof of the safety shelter, and then the people inside saw what had happened. It turned out to be a meteorite that had long since extinguished. This meteorite was pitch black, but it was enormous, larger than any meteorite they had ever seen before. Everyone, upon seeing the safety shelter destroyed, initially reacted in a synchronized state of shock. Chapter 439, Destruction of the Safe House. At this moment, even the flow of time began to feel slow. Everyone stared blankly at the falling meteorite and the exposed sky where it was about to land. The sky was surprisingly pure. People couldn't remember the last time they had seen such a clear and bright sky. A faint, hazy mist spread across the sky, giving it an ethereal quality. In the next second, almost everyone smelled a sweet scent wafting through the air. The entire scene was reminiscent of a bakery, with sweet steam rising all around. The aroma made everyone feel as if they were trapped in a sweet dream. However, some people quickly realized that the smell was the scent of air contaminated by nuclear radiation. They could not inhale too much. Those who realized this immediately took out their gas masks and hurriedly put on radiation protection gear. These were the quick-thinking individuals. Those who reacted slower were still in a state of confusion. The first meteorite that fell into the safe house seemed to be a breakthrough point. After just a few moments, the remaining meteorites, as if guided by some unseen force, whooshed into the safe house one after another. The commotion was immense, causing many to panic and scramble for their belongings, rushing to the safest areas of the safe house. But regretfully, the meteorites were incredibly fast, breaking through the roof of the safe house and exploding on the ground. Before long, the floor tiles inside the safe house were blown askew, and under the immense impact of the meteorites, these tiles were even sent flying 10 meters high before crashing down again. As they fell, some unlucky individuals were struck. In short, the situation now was truly disastrous. The soldiers tried to contact the leaders of the underground city, but their signals were quickly interrupted. With no other choice, the military could only direct the civilians to temporarily take refuge in the corners of the safe house while urgently making phone calls. It must be noted that access to the underground city required the approval of the leaders. Only then would the heavy doors open. The station personnel on the surface didn't even have the authority to open them. Quick, everyone! Temporarily enter the super safe house to take cover. The captain among them, without hesitation, was the first to activate the walls surrounding the safe house. As these walls opened, the interior was revealed to be smooth and intact. The doors were thick, comparable to the main gates of the underground city. These disaster prevention facilities were the last line of defense left by the underground city for these civilians. If they could use them to survive the disaster, that would be a blessing. If they couldn't escape, then they could only resign to their fate. As soon as many civilians saw the newly appeared safe house, they immediately ran forward in excitement. After all, this was their chance at survival. The soldiers covered the civilians as they entered, and after much effort, they finally found a safe house and squeezed inside. The interior of the safe house was in a fully enclosed state, clean and tidy, but every now and then, the booming sounds of meteorites exploding could be heard from outside. Once the fleeing crowd relaxed, they suddenly realized their legs had become weak. Many people sat on the ground to regain their strength, but their faces could not hide their exhaustion. Some gathered together and spoke quietly. "I don't know if we can survive and get out of here. I'm not sure if this place is sturdy enough." His words struck a chord with most of the people's thoughts, making them anxious as they occasionally pressed close to the walls to listen for any sound from outside. Some people were staring at the ceiling above their heads, looking around. This group of people was lucky. They had a peaceful night. When they woke up the next morning, many people in the room jolted awake. Looking around, everyone was there, and the walls and ceiling showed no signs of damage. Their survival instincts kicked in immediately. They took out some food and had a few bites. Meanwhile, the soldiers were busy trying to contact the leaders of the underground city. The situation was unbearable. They had not been able to establish contact. Everyone felt a bit disheartened, but they tried to encourage each other and ate some food. After finishing the food, another day passed. On this day, the temperature seemed to continue dropping. With most of the safe house already damaged, the drop in temperature came extremely rapidly. Compared to the previous minus 75 degrees, it had dropped another 5 degrees, reaching minus 80 degrees. Without the safe house as a buffer, everyone was immediately awakened by the cold. They quickly bundled up in thick clothing, but the heavy chill easily seeped through their layers, penetrating everyone's clothes. Later, they discussed starting a fire to keep warm. If this continued, they would freeze to death. When a fire was first lit, the cold air was finally driven away a bit. To raise the temperature, they lit several fires together for warmth. The flames they had created could not be wasted. Many people huddled close, roasting potatoes or sweet potatoes, while others dried their damp clothes. They thought that enduring would bring a glimmer of hope, but no one expected that this somewhat cozy situation would last less than 2 hours. After 2 hours, as the temperature continued to drop, many people huddled together for warmth. At that moment, they heard a series of intense sounds. The noise seemed to come closer to them. How close? close enough that it felt like every person's eardrum might burst from the heavy rumble like rolling thunder. Many looked at the walls, their faces filled with fear. It was terrifying. It felt as if the hiding space would be struck by a meteor at any moment. There were many people with this thought. Everyone was anxious yet hopeful for even a flicker of light. Unfortunately, just a few minutes later, after hearing several loud noises, the safe house was destroyed. At the moment of destruction, everyone inside was caught completely off guard and experienced a chilling sensation up close. This chill came too suddenly, evenly and uniformly coating everyone's body. Soon, in the eyes of their terrified companions, these people permanently became statues. The severe loss of temperature and cold caused everyone to die in the safe house. This included civilians and soldiers alike. By the time the underground city received news of the incident, it had already been 2 days. After failing to contact the surface army, the underground city immediately dispatched troops to check on the situation above. However, when they donned their protective gear and went up, they were shocked into silence by the scene before them. It was simply too tragic. The safe house had been destroyed beyond recognition. The dome had almost no intact sections, and the floor was a mess. All the emergency safe houses in the vicinity had been activated. Chapter 440, The Only Survivor. At first, the team members thought their companions had been placed in emergency safe houses. However, when they pushed open the doors of the safe houses, they all gasped in shock, their eyes reddening. Those companions they once knew were now quietly standing before them. They were in the same postures they had in life, their faces showing anxiety as if they wanted to go outside. The emergency safe houses had been damaged, and all the team members inside had frozen to death, with none surviving. The soldiers choked back tears as they carried away their fallen comrades, intending to give them a proper burial. When they opened the doors of other emergency safe houses, unsurprisingly, everyone inside was dead. After wandering for quite some time, they decided to give up, only to hear the cry of a baby. Everyone immediately focused on the source of the sound, searching for the infant. When they saw the living baby, their faces were filled with admiration. It turned out that the baby was wearing very thick clothing, but the mother was dressed in thin summer clothes. She held the child tightly in her arms. The team members could almost imagine how, when the temperature suddenly plummeted, this mother had resolutely stripped off her own clothes to wrap them tightly around her child. It was precisely because of the 2 layers of clothing, combined with the mother's body blocking the cold, that the baby unexpectedly survived. By the time the team members took the child into their arms, the mother's arms had already frozen and shattered. The captain of the mission was the first to salute the mother, and the other team members, holding the baby, followed suit with military salutes, their eyes shining with respect. On the surface, humanity perished in the extreme cold of -80 degrees, with only 1 baby surviving. After the military busied themselves with handling everything, they immediately went to report to the surface situation. When a baby appeared in Song Wei's office, his eyes were filled with deep sadness. Send the child to the nursery and have them take care of him. Right now, every child was a precious hope for the underground city. Song Wei had specifically established facilities for raising infants to improve their survival rates. Additionally, the laws in the underground city mandated that any harm to children would result in severe punishment for the perpetrator. Song Wei was a man of his word. The day he executed several rebels during the lottery had already created a strong deterrent among the people. Once this order was issued, no one dared to harbor any ill thoughts. Over time, the tolerance for children in the underground city increased significantly. After the severe cold struck the surface, all the residents of Liang Mountain perished, and the indicator for the city disappeared. However, there were survivors in other regions. Song Wei instructed that once the construction of the underground city was completed, this batch of people should be taken in. Many were happy that they didn't have to draw lots to enter the underground city, but only those in the know understood that this exemption from the lottery came at the cost of many lives. Time passed quickly, and under the watchful eyes of the public, the underground city finally completed the last phase of construction. The final batch of people was brought in, after which all entrances to the surface were sealed shut. Without the commander's permission, no one could freely go to the surface. Since the last extreme cold, the surface had been in a state of continuous severe cold, and meteorites occasionally fell. The environment above ground had become completely uninhabitable for humans. As time went on, the images captured by drones from the surface were repeatedly played on every screen in the underground city. Everyone understood that the surface was utterly inaccessible. Although many had criticisms of the government's actions, no one could say the government was wrong. What can we do? After all, the government should protect us, ordinary people, right? At this moment, the previously mentioned Sky City plan was brought up again. Many people were in an uproar over this plan. Are you kidding? The Sky City plan is completely unfeasible. It will consume vast amounts of energy, which is just an unnecessary waste. We humans haven't even fully explored the underground. Why are we pursuing this Sky City plan? Forget it. We don't want to live underground forever like rats. Besides, it said that the U.S. has already confirmed the initiation of the Sky City plan. What? Is that for real? Is there any doubt? They've already released the first phase of the plan, and the people in Kyoto are having meetings to discuss this matter. Living in the sky, based on the current situation, humans will need to live at a sufficient height to isolate themselves from surface pollution. Is the Sky City plan really necessary just for environmental reasons? By the way, isn't the UFO plan still ongoing? The scientists and politicians were in a heated debate. Some believed it was unnecessary, while others saw exploratory value in it. After arguing back and forth, no conclusion was reached. Just when everyone thought the controversy would continue, by the next day, the matter had a final conclusion. Comprehensively advance the UFO plan, and at the same time, initiate the Sky City plan. Upon hearing this, everyone was initially in disbelief. Crazy, crazy. These people are truly insane. Many wanted to go up and demand an explanation for such a decision, but without exception, they were all politely turned away. This infuriated the scientists, who erupted in anger. The person who made this decision was the highest leader from Kyoto. Song-wei was also shocked at first, but he had to implement this plan. He had no interest in the Sky City plan, but he absolutely needed the UFO plan. When he interrogated the True God Church, he indeed got hold of some things. However, he hadn't reported these to his superiors because they were truly unbelievable. Thus, in order to verify the authenticity of this plan, Song-wei decided that once the UFO was ready, he would be the first to go up and seek the truth. Over at Wei Qingzhu's project, due to the successful application of T-34 material, a large group of soldiers with excellent physical qualities emerged. These soldiers were all taken away to participate in some high-difficulty missions. When Wei Qingzhu learned about this, he decided to take the extract and inject some into his family. As the core member of the entire project, he understood best what this technology meant. This technology is currently fully mature and controllable, and it only has benefits for the human body with no downsides. It can enhance human reaction capabilities and intelligence, and even increase the body's resistance to radiation and other harmful substances. As for why Wei Qingzhu wanted to secretly inject these substances into his family and friends, it was entirely because the higher-ups instructed him to keep the anti-radiation components separate. Wei Qingzhu is a smart person, and he quickly understood the potential implications of this technology. This kind of human enhancement serum is not for ordinary people. They're only fit to strengthen their bodies, while their brains do not need enhancement. Chapter 441. The UFO Completion. Although he already knew that the upper echelons of the authority were not completely innocent, hearing the words from the other side still instilled a sense of crisis in him. This kind of thing can only be injected into soldiers and high-ranking humans in the future. As for ordinary civilians, they fear that the awakened populace might exhibit different kinds of intelligence, which could create situations unfavorable to their rule. Therefore, they only need obedient citizens who are useful. As soon as Wei Qingzhu learned about this matter, he immediately planned to inject the liquid into the people around him first. There was a possibility that the T-34 substance would be monopolized by the government in the future, and at that time, it would be much harder to obtain this thing than it is now. Quickly, Wei Qingzhu called in Lu Zhou and his family. After they understood what Wei Qingzhu was saying, they hurriedly rolled up their sleeves, waiting for the injection. When injecting the drug, the sensation was very similar to getting a vaccine. After a slight pain, there was no further sensation in their bodies. Even Wei Tongtong did not cry out in pain. Of course, besides injecting his own family, Wei Qingzhu also had Lu Zhou invite the Wang family and the Zhang family over. After explaining the stakes to both families, Wang De was the first to speak. "Uncle Wei, my whole family will get the injection." He quickly grasped the underlying implications, so he reacted immediately, realizing that being injected would be much better than not being injected. Moreover, since Wei Qingzhu could say such things, it surely meant he was very confident in this technology. It should be noted that Wei Qingzhu was a person who genuinely cared for his family. If there wasn't solid evidence for this experiment, he would never inject his family. The Zhang family was a bit slower to respond, but they quickly followed suit, expressing their desire to be injected as well. Wei Qingzhu nodded gently, then swiftly injected several people. Before anyone could fully react, the T-34 injections were completed. This will take effect slowly. It will take at least a week for you to notice any changes. During this time, pay attention to any changes in your bodies. Generally speaking, if there are changes, it will likely be in vision, hearing, smell, and your physical fitness will become stronger. Sometimes, you may feel clarity in your mind, Wei Qingzhu said in a calm voice, though his tone was not loud. Everyone nodded in response, and then each returned to their homes. At this moment, in the underground city, the implementation of the UFO project had already begun to accelerate. The UFO project was the highest priority program. Not only was Song Wei looking forward to it, but even Lu Zhou himself was exceptionally eager. After all, this technology was obtained from within a game, and when they could truly pilot a UFO to leave, they wondered what they might encounter. In Wei Qingzhu's area, he was responsible for the third phase of the UFO project. This phase was basically nearing completion, and there were only 3 months left until the actual launch of the UFO. This news greatly encouraged everyone. It should be noted that when this plan was first introduced, everyone estimated that it would take at least 3 years to implement according to the original blueprint, but in reality, the implementation took less than a year. Among them, the 3D printing technology has become increasingly mature, saving a lot of time for the UFO project. However, since it involves the entire nation's efforts to construct the UFO project, a faster pace is still within a reasonable range. The main reasons are that many of the special materials needed for the UFO are readily available, so they do not need to search for them. They can directly use existing materials. Additionally, the construction blueprints for the UFO project are marked clearly, with all technical issues annotated explicitly. Any architect can follow these instructions, let alone the national-level architects brought in by national efforts. During construction, these architects have repeatedly discovered how ingenious these designs are. Without this complete set of technical blueprints, the problems in manufacturing the UFO would be countless. If there were no UFO blueprints, they wouldn't be able to build it in 3 years. Even 30 years might not be enough to produce such a thing. This UFO blueprint is simply the most advanced showcase of contemporary technology. Many involved in manufacturing the UFO secretly lamented the exquisite nature of the UFO blueprints, wondering how envious the ugly country would be if they knew of such technology. Time flies. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the moment the UFO takes off. In the meantime, a batch of residents from the surface has been settled into the underground city. They are from a neighboring town, and according to these people, the surface environment is currently extremely harsh. Exploration teams occasionally record the surface conditions and report back to those staying in the safe houses. These people belong to the relatively unlucky batch. After all, They were supposed to be among the last residents of the underground city when they entered. In just a year, the underground city has completed its entire construction. Living underground means there are no natural disasters, allowing for such rapid development of the city. The underground city features a shopping mall, a hospital, and residential areas accommodating thousands of residents. However, due to time constraints, aside from these essential facilities, there is little else. Although there are currently no other types of natural disasters underground, the lack of sunlight has led to an increasing number of depressed individuals over time. When these people seek medical help at the hospital, the doctors quickly prescribe them vitamin tablets and advise them to wait a bit longer, as a large-scale artificial sun simulator is soon to be built in the underground city. This will allow people to periodically receive sunlight exposure, preventing an increase in the number of depressed individuals. After hearing the doctor's words, the patients nod with a bitter smile and quickly leave the hospital. Once they are gone, Aunt Lu sighs with worry and chats with her younger sister beside her. Recently, the number of depressed people has been increasing. Before, there were herbal medicines available for them, but now there are no more medicines. They can only take vitamin tablets. Jiang Xiaolin nods lightly. That's true, but I heard that the warehouse will send over some medicines in a few days. Aunt Lu looks anxious. Those medicines won't last long. Overall, I still hope the sun exposure area will open soon. If people can regularly get sunlight, many of the depression cases will decrease significantly. Jiang Xiaolin agrees and nods. When the two first moved to the underground city, they lived in a cramped space for about half a year, waiting for the situation to stabilize and for the hospital to continue recruiting skilled personnel before they came to apply for jobs. As expected, they both got hired, and fortunately, they ended up as members of the same office. However, upon closer thought, this makes sense as both of them were taught by the same teacher, so it's natural they would have similar skills, making it reasonable for them to be part of the same office. Chapter 442. Are you crazy? Every day at quitting time, Lu Zhou would come to personally pick the two of them up to go home. Although the security situation had improved a lot, it was still important not to be too relaxed. Regarding Lu Zhou coming to pick them up, both Lu's mom and Jiang Xiaolin expressed that it was unnecessary. Ever since their family injected the T-34 substance, they had become several times stronger than ordinary people. In terms of intelligence and physical fitness, they surpassed the average person. Even Lu's mom and Jiang Xiaolin, as two relatively weaker women, had better physical capabilities than some men. However, Lu Zhou was resolute and wouldn't change his mind. He had worked hard to protect his family and bring them to the underground city, and since they hadn't been living there for long, any unexpected incident would be a lifelong pain for him. Therefore, regardless of how much the two of them reassured him, Lu Zhou would come to pick them up come rain or shine. The transportation in the underground city was created by the Vehicle Management Office, which developed a new type of vehicle. Due to most vehicles being damaged on the surface, 3D printing technology was once again put to use. This was a family-style transport vehicle that could accommodate about 8 people. Its appearance was no different from ordinary cars, and even its speed and longevity were considerably shorter than that of regular vehicles, but it was very cheap and could be mass-produced. As soon as Lu Zhou saw the new type of vehicle, he immediately bought one for his family to use as a means of transportation. Besides, he needed a vehicle for his daily outings to gather intelligence. Soon, anyone with extra resources would choose to buy a vehicle for their commute in the underground city. After picking up his family, Wei Qingzhu had not yet returned. Their unit was currently responsible for executing the Flying Saucer project, and the entire saucer was in a waiting state, undergoing inspections by various departments. Once the final round of testing results came out that evening, and all inspection work was completed, the flying saucer would be ready to carry people and ascend into the sky. According to the recent updates, the flying saucer was expected to fly at 6 in the morning. If the flying saucer could indeed function as indicated in the blueprints, it would start to spin rapidly upon reaching a certain altitude, followed by some peculiar phenomena. Only Song Wei knew about this. Thus, he arrived at the scene. He wanted to be among the first batch to board the flying saucer, hoping to see if it would be as the followers of the true God Church described it. Song Wei was unsure why, but another matter popped into his mind. Some time ago, he had received a strange message. The harvest plan. What could that possibly be? A sense of subtle panic began to brew in Song Wei's heart, but he suppressed the discomfort, standing at the command platform, watching the engineers rushing back and forth. Wei Qingzhu took a series of data handed over by his subordinates, checking to see if the data was accurate. He was one of the responsible persons and had to ensure that all critical data was correct. After confirming with several other engineers and doctors that the data was indeed accurate, the crowds responsible for the final checks continued their busy work. Just then, a glimmer of light flashed in Song Wei's eyes, and he subtly shook his head before walking towards the workers. As soon as Song Wei arrived, they all hurriedly greeted him. "Hello, Director Song." Song Wei chuckled lightly. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone. How is the situation with the flying saucer? Can we ensure it will fly normally by 6 o'clock? Upon hearing Song Wei's inquiry, they immediately responded, "If there are no major issues, it can definitely fly within the scheduled time." "What is the success rate for this first flight?" Song Wei asked the crucial question. The engineers hesitated slightly before gritting their teeth and responding, "Well, Director Song, if we confirm that this set of blueprints is correct, then based on our estimates, the success rate for the flying saucer is 100%. However, the problem now is whether you can ensure that these blueprints are accurate." The engineer spoke quite tactfully, but Song Wei only smiled. "I believe they are indeed correct, so I will board the flying saucer for the initial flight." This statement was simply shocking to everyone. None of them expected that the ruler of the underground city, Song Wei, would say something like this. They were all the top talents in their fields. Even though there were power struggles from time to time, as long as they didn't choose the wrong side, they wouldn't face repercussions. After all, the nation's scientific research and development could not be separated from them. However, this was the first time they had seen someone like Song Wei. You could say he had the welfare of the world in mind, but he had also killed many people in the past and enforced laws that were extremely harsh. But if you said he was ruthless, he was also able to establish many orphanages in the underground city, providing support for the upbringing of children. Moreover, as long as the laws he enacted were followed, there generally wouldn't be any unexpected incidents. And even more astonishing was the fact that during this initial test flight of the flying saucer, he actually wanted to be the first aboard. It was simply unheard of. One must understand that the fate of such high-profile figures was extremely precious. Sometimes, the lives of 10,000 people might not be as valuable as the life of such a commanding figure. Not to mention others. Even Wei Qingzhu was shocked when he heard this. He knew that the blueprints were indeed accurate, so he was certain that the flying saucer would definitely be able to successfully take to the skies. However, Song Wei did not know that. Why would someone, without knowing the conditions, resolutely declare themselves as the first to take flight? Wei Qingzhu couldn't quite figure it out at the moment. He wasn't sure what Song Wei's true intentions were. Song Wei was a complex person, and many times his actions and decisions were hard for others to comprehend. If it were anyone else, this action might be a mere show or a genuine desire to lead by example. But for Song Wei, that was impossible. There was only one possibility. Song Wei wanted to confirm something. With just a moment of thought, Wei Qingzhu quickly deduced Song Wei's real intentions. This person must want to go aboard to verify certain matters. Wei Qingzhu's mind worked very quickly, and in an instant, he thought of whether it had something to do with the original True God Church. After all, there were still many remnants left at the original site. As long as they were subjected to severe interrogation, they could surely obtain some information. Moreover, what was most puzzling was that after Song Wei returned from the True God Church, apart from dealing with the aftermath, he had not said a single word about this group of people. Could it be that he had already sensed something unusual at that time? In almost an instant, Wei Qingzhu changed his mind. He wanted to go up with Song Wei. Thus, everyone was once again stunned. "How about this? It's not safe for Director Song to go alone. I'll accompany him." As soon as Wei Qingzhu finished speaking, the people around him were astonished, their mouths agape, their expressions revealing disbelief as if to say, "Are you crazy?" Chapter 443, Smooth Sailing. Of course, this moment of surprise was very brief, so brief that everyone didn't even have time to see the astonishment flickering across their own faces. Wei Qingzhu continued, "If I go up, I will also conduct a trajectory record. The flying saucer needs a professional person in charge of the records." The dissenting voices among the crowd were intense. "Professor Wei, how can this be? You shouldn't be following Director Song in this reckless behavior. You two, one responsible for the entire underground city and the other for our most advanced research project. If anything goes wrong..." This person didn't continue speaking. He didn't dare to utter those words. It was simply because the underground city needed these two big figures too much. Without either of them, all tasks in the underground city would be pushed back. Lu Zhou stood quietly beside his aunt, watching this farce unfold. Wei Qingzhu was very intelligent. He exchanged a glance with Lu Zhou, then helplessly said, "How about this? For this mission, I'd like my nephew to take my place and go up to do the recording. He has been interning with me for a long time and can handle many recording tasks. Besides, my nephew is physically fit and can also protect Director Song." The crowd murmured in surprise, their expressions complex. Putting aside the fact that Wei Qingzhu wouldn't go himself, sending his nephew up instead made them re-evaluate Wei Qingzhu's madness. This person is simply too reckless. Is there a possibility that once he goes up, he might not come back down? Professor Wei, who usually appeared gentle and calm, seemed to have turned into a different person today. Many colleagues who worked with Wei Qingzhu anxiously tugged at his sleeve, their eyes filled with concern. "Xiao Wei, what's wrong with you? Have you been possessed? You seem fine just now. What's going on this time?" This would be the first flight, and there was a certain probability of failure. Moreover, Director Song was also acting crazy. This was such a dangerous endeavor. Please don't take risks. Though they were all engaged in research and didn't want anything to happen to him, if they were honest, his colleagues would probably be quite pleased. They didn't speak, but their expressions conveyed a lot. Lu Zhou decided to step in and pretended to be willing. "Uncles and brothers, I'm willing to go up with you to serve the country and participate in the first test flight of the flying saucer. I also hope Director Song can give me this opportunity." In fact, Lu Zhou himself initially wanted to go. He also felt that there were secrets inside the flying saucer. Otherwise, why would the game suddenly provide blueprints and the necessary materials? The game's behavior compelled Lu Zhou to suspect whether it was trying to reveal something to him. Moreover, the sense of this feeling grew stronger and stronger. Many times, when he had a moment to spare, he would contemplate this issue. What would it be like when he boarded the flying saucer? What would he see? Lu Zhou thought hard and couldn't imagine that scene. Thus, he proposed his desire to go up and take a look. It had to be the first time. An inner voice told him he had to go up, otherwise he might never have the chance again. Lu Zhou gritted his teeth and immediately decided that he must be on the flying saucer during its first launch. He shared this thought with Wei Qingzhu, who initially disagreed. The Lu family had only this one child. What would he do if something really happened? How could he face his wife and his parents? But Lu Zhou insisted on going. He even confidently promised that he would return safely. After saying this, Lu Zhou was certain that the source of the drawings was definitely fine, and his sixth sense told him that he would come back intact. Under Lu Zhou's pleading, Wei Qingzhu finally agreed. The main reason was that Lu Zhou had a displacement skill he could use. He had informed his uncle that with the displacement skill, he could leave in just about a minute, and he could even take everyone on the UFO with him. This was a worst-case scenario. However, Lu Zhou didn't plan to use it unless absolutely necessary, because once he did, the subsequent matters would only become more troublesome. After learning about this from Lu Zhou, Wei Qingzhu finally felt reassured. With a means to escape, at least his life was secured. With this premise satisfied, Wei Qingzhu decided to find an opportunity to send Lu Zhou into the sky. So at this moment, when Lu Zhou proposed this action, Wei Qingzhu silently stopped speaking. Song Wei glanced over Wei Qingzhu and the people around them, then said coldly, "This is not a discussion. It is an order. Everyone must obey. If I do not return from this test flight, the officer in charge of the underground city will be appointed as Deputy Commander Zhang Tianxing from Yudong." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was taken aback. They genuinely did not expect that Song Wei had considered such a long-term issue. Before anyone could respond, Song Wei, looking weary, continued, "For this mission, all personnel participating in the test flight must volunteer." He was worried that if he died, the underground city would descend into chaos, which is why he had decided on the next commander in advance, Zhang Tianxing. Zhang Tianxing had good character. He was at least a person who cared for the people. Although he could be a bit soft-hearted, anyone who could sit in that position wouldn't be a fool. Handing over the affairs of the underground city to Zhang Tianxing was something Song Wei could feel at ease about. The others still wanted to say something, but as soon as the words reached their lips, they saw Song Wei's indifferent expression and dared not speak. Instead, Song Wei slowly fixed his gaze on Lu Zhou and smiled. "Aren't you afraid?" Lu Zhou quickly understood what he meant. After a moment of thought, he seriously replied, "I'm not afraid." He was willing to take risks for an unknown. Song Wei nodded and said no more. The two exchanged glances, and then Song Wei moved on to other teams, beginning to arrange the work on the UFO. These people were all volunteers. Regardless of their abilities, the families of these individuals would enjoy the highest treatment. In addition to the UFO project, the Sky City project was also underway. As the work for the UFO project was completed, the Sky City project was officially put into process. After finishing up with the UFO project, Wei Qingzhu was also pulled to research the Sky City project. The dynamics issues were handed over to the relevant experts, while Wei Qingzhu's focus was on how to cultivate fields and plant trees in the Sky City to meet agricultural needs. Wei Qingzhu's gaze unintentionally met Lu Zhou's. Her eyes were filled with concern. Lu Zhou smiled gently, as if to say, "Don't worry. Soon, the personnel on the UFO were making the necessary preparations." For safety's sake, Lu Zhou and Song Wei's group were dressed in spacesuits. Everyone was going about their own tasks, and the work from various departments was proceeding in an orderly manner. Lu Zhou took out a recording device, a type of recording tool that would automatically record everything in front of it as long as he pressed the button. Chapter 444, The Creator. This is a completely new method of recording, and a portion of the researchers are continuing to control the UFO from the surface. They are managing this massive object with tens of thousands of computer control rooms working simultaneously. Report, everything is ready. We could take off at any time. Song Wei quietly stared at the red button in front of him, his expression calm, not saying a word. Then he gently exhaled, whispering, "Launch." His hand simultaneously pressed the button. Immediately, everyone tensed up. Even Lu Zhou solemnly looked at the display screen. They only needed to wait 10 seconds to know whether this launch would succeed or not. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 3, 2, 1, launch. When the screen displayed, "Launch successful," everyone's hearts relaxed a little. It worked. It really worked. Everyone, although not speaking, was filled with unspoken excitement. Their expressions of exhilaration were genuine. At this moment, Lu Zhou noticed that Song Wei's tense fingers finally relaxed a bit. The staff wiped away the moisture from the corners of their eyes and continued to control the UFO. After Lu Zhou's heart calmed down somewhat, a continuous low mood began to settle in. Perhaps it was due to the impending revelation of some unexpected sights. Lu Zhou's emotions were far from relaxed. If one were to observe closely, they would notice that after the successful launch, Song Wei's expression relaxed for just a second before he fell back into a state of complete emotional detachment. Those familiar with Song Wei would recognize this as his typical state during times of anxiety. Someone was reporting the UFO's speed. The UFO's velocity increased rapidly, and in almost no time, it had reached the speed they had anticipated. Continue to operate, maintain the predetermined altitude, and then begin to rotate. Everyone focused intently. As soon as the UFO reached the designated altitude, it immediately began to rotate. During the rotation, Lu Zhou felt a mix of anxiety and uncertainty. It was that kind of nervous feeling people get just before learning the truth. The UFO maintained excellent balance, and the high-speed rotation did not affect those inside. As they approached the critical threshold, Lu Zhou became completely absorbed, staring intently at the large screen in front of him. Song Wei reacted similarly. All the staff were unaware and continued to concentrate on their operational tasks. Under Lu Zhou's unwavering gaze, they soon witnessed a bizarre sight. The dark blue cosmos surged like an ocean, even forming waves. Beside it were two spherical objects. One radiated yellow light, while the other emitted red. As everyone looked at this scene, they were somewhat bewildered, not knowing what these objects were. However, it didn't take long for them to realize something that was terrifying. They noticed that as these two spherical objects rotated, they followed a pattern, rising in the east and setting in the west, ensuring that the two would not collide. Quickly, everyone was shocked, and a vague guess began to form in their minds. Could it be that one is the sun and the other is the moon? While everyone was still in a daze, they suddenly noticed that the deep blue ocean they had just seen had instantly disappeared. Everyone was dumbfounded. What does this mean? This thing can disappear in an instant? Why did they feel that this place was filled with strangeness the moment the flying saucer arrived? Everyone had many thoughts in their hearts, but in the next second, a smooth and enormous object reappeared. How describe it? It looked particularly like skin, although it was quite unreasonable. For some reason, everyone suddenly had this kind of guess in their hearts. Immediately afterwards, before everyone could react, they discovered that the deep blue ocean had split apart with this skin, revealing itself once again. This discovery sent shivers down everyone's spine. Some even reached for their weapons. However, since Song Wei had not given any commands, no one dared to act. They were mainly worried about triggering a chain reaction. What if taking action alerted the other side? Everyone had their reservations and merely stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. Lu Zhou felt his scalp tingle from being watched. He seemed to sense the true nature of this thing. It was not some motion at all. Rather, it was essentially an eye. After the thought popped into his mind, Lu Zhou was so frightened by his own inexplicable guess that he trembled all over. It was not fear. It was a kind of trembling from the soul. This eye seemed to penetrate everything, smiling and staring at Lu Zhou. If viewed as an ocean, the feeling wasn't very obvious. But once he considered it as an eye, he felt a chill run down his spine. The game suddenly spoke up. Do you see it? This eye. It is the eye of the creator, and also the beneficiary of the harvesting plan. Lu Zhou was very surprised. He truly did not expect the game to speak on its own. After a moment's thought, Lu Zhou replied calmly. Is this your plan? To let me ride the flying saucer and take a look for myself? The game continued. Not exactly. It's just to let you know that this world is not what you think it is. Do you know how the previous humans died? Or rather, do you know how many batches of humans you have been deployed here? In fact, do you really believe it? Haha, your human imagination is quite strong to think that humans evolved from monkeys. As the game spoke, Lu Zhou felt as if the string of rationality in his mind had snapped. Although he had known before that the theory had some loopholes, hearing the game say it in such a mocking tone made him feel somewhat irritated. What exactly are you? Where do you come from? Are you from the same place as these creators? Lu Zhou took a deep breath and asked the question that he most wanted to know. The game seemed to be disconnected for a moment. Then its voice came through in a fragmented manner. No, I am in a state of opposition to them. After hearing this, Lu Zhou was momentarily stunned. The game's voice became ethereal once more. Blue Star is not the first planet in the harvesting plan. This statement had an explosive effect. Lu Zhou's scalp tingled, and he couldn't help but ask, how many planets have been harvested? This time, it was the game's turn to fall silent. Chapter 445. When, after a long pause, the game finally spoke up. Too many. These two words caused a silence that lasted quite some time. Even Lu Zhou realized that this matter must be of great significance. The game didn't continue speaking. Only then did everyone react to what the dark blue ocean in front of them truly was. Oh my God, why does this thing look so much like an eye? The person who said this cautiously looked around before they couldn't help but voice it. Others actually had this suspicion in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. When they first encountered the dark blue ocean, no one reacted, but after repeated observations, everyone gradually came to the realization. Once that fixed notion formed in their minds, everyone felt a shiver run down their spines. Damn, this is terrifying. Why are we seeing these things in the flying mission? Song Wei's eyes widened as he carefully focused on everything he saw in that eye. That gigantic eye quickly shrank in a short span of time, and then everyone saw that the eye had moved away from their line of sight. At that moment, everyone realized something. They were actually inside a completely transparent bubble. As for how they knew they were in a bubble, it was because when they looked outside, they noticed that not far away, there were countless bubbles densely packed together. These bubbles were round, yet they made everyone feel a chill. Beside these bubbles, there were some people. These people were recording something. Song Wei felt a bit anxious and directed the flying saucer to get a little closer. He wanted to know what the other side was doing. When the saucer carefully approached the position closest to those people, they finally saw the scene within that bubble. A scene of devastation and suffering. The ground was charred black, and there were pitiful people scattered everywhere. Some were curled up inside buildings, trembling. The scene looked like the end of the world. Everyone's interest was piqued, and they focused intently on the plight of those on the other side. Just as they saw the researchers observing them take out a button and press it, a shocking change occurred within the bubble. The environment inside the bubble immediately began to collapse. The entire process was very quick, with no time for anyone to brace themselves. However, the bubble itself began to turn red, and the color deepened until a bright red liquid began to coalesce within the bubble. Then, they saw the researcher carefully place this liquid into a pure white box, and then swiftly wrote down a line of text. Planet number 3564 has been destroyed, harvesting plan successful, waiting 24 hours before the next batch of organisms can be deployed. Upon seeing this line of text, everyone instantly stiffened. Song Wei's mind was racing, thump, thump, thump. The content of that message, the 4 words harvest plan, floated in his mind. Could it be that the fate of Blue Star is the same as that of this planet? Would it be completely annihilated by these people using technological means? Then a new humanity would be seeded again, entering yet another cycle? Song Wei was surprised in his heart, but it was hard to say anything. And all those who witnessed this scene felt a sense of fear deep down. It wasn't the fear of their own death, but the fear of the extinction of all humanity. Even more terrifying was the realization that humanity had been farmed by these people all along. Many people were stunned for the first time upon seeing this situation. When they boarded the spaceship, they all did so willingly. For the sake of a noble ideal, they were ready to sacrifice their lives. But now, witnessing with their own eyes, they realized that humanity was fundamentally devoid of the concept of victory. All the brilliance they had known about humanity was a lie. A creature manufactured by others still dared to rebel against its creator, which indeed left many feeling powerless. Song Wei, however, was not an ordinary person. He immediately began to inspire the morale of the troops. Perhaps when you see this scene, you will be shocked, afraid, and feel that everything you have done is meaningless. But I want to tell you that we came into this world with nothing, and our purpose is not to take anything away, but to leave behind a proof of our existence. Everything in this world could be an illusion, but the feelings you experience, those bittersweet, intertwined emotions of love and hate, pain and happiness, these feelings have always been real. Everyone, if we think from another perspective, even if we are created beings, what does it matter? What we have experienced is genuinely real. His speaking skills were exceptional, and with just a few words, he managed to lift everyone's spirits. He also ignited their anger and their will to resist the so-called creators. Song Wei maintained a calm expression, but his palms were reddened from the tension. When they looked back again, they found that the planet that had undergone the harvest plan was in a dormant state. And if they looked at the other planet bubbles, they could see that the planet across from them was at the very beginning of human history. Looking at other bubbles, some were in ancient times, some in post-modernity, and some even had technology that surpassed their own planet. Someone raised the question, could this be a parallel universe? However, after examining it carefully, Lu Zhou suddenly realized this was not the concept of a parallel universe. It resembled a petri dish for bacteria. They released their manufactured beings into it and then watched them struggle until it was time for harvesting. Lu Zhou's feelings were complex. He had not expected to see this scene after ascending. It truly exceeded his psychological expectations. At that moment, the game character finally spoke up. You're correct. It's more like a petri dish. They're responsible for the release, and then they wait for maturity before proceeding to harvest. In fact, all the bubbles you see now are planets that have been harvested by them. Countless lives have perished within these bubbles. As long as their harvest plan remains effective, your lives. Chapter 446, Anchor Point. A wave of inexplicable discomfort surged in Lu Zhou's heart as he gritted his teeth and asked, when was that? The game chuckled. During the Twin Suns incident. You all thought it was just the Twin Suns, but in reality, it was their probe. The probe detected that your blue star is very suitable for harvesting, so they naturally decided to use your blue star. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows. That doesn't make sense. If that's the case, we must have been captured here for the first time, so this batch of humans definitely isn't biological entities they deployed. Lu Zhou was perceptive and quickly caught on to the key point. The game laughed. Smart. You are indeed not. You are biological entities that were originally deployed by another race. But don't worry, that race has no malicious intent towards you. Let's put it this way. Your blue star is probably the first among all these bubbles to experience the harvesting plan. So I found you. The riddle was solved. It turned out this was the original purpose of the game, attaching itself to him. Lu Zhou still had some doubts. So what exactly do you want me to do for you? After a long silence, the game finally answered in a muffled voice as Lu Zhou urged. I hope you can help me eliminate the creator. A long silence followed. Lu Zhou thought he had misheard. What the game said was akin to someone leaning close to his ear and whispering, you help me get rid of the Tang Sung and his disciples, which was just as unbelievable. Lu Zhou was self-aware. The technology of the other party was on a crushing level compared to theirs. What the game said was essentially asking him to hit a rock with an egg, which was quite reckless. Perhaps noticing Lu Zhou's expression of disbelief, the game chuckled awkwardly. Don't be like that. I was just joking. Actually, I hope you can find a way to get rid of the creator. Let's say I want to try if I can use my method to break free from the creator through you. This was somewhat acceptable. Lu Zhou's expression relaxed a bit. If that's your purpose, then we can indeed cooperate. In essence, Lu Zhou wasn't a great person. His heart was small enough to only accommodate family and friends. As for tasks like saving Blue Star, he really didn't want to care about them before. But after witnessing the scene before him, Lu Zhou quickly recognized a cruel reality. If he only focused on his small family, then no matter how well he protected them, they would still not escape the fate of Blue Star being destroyed and harvested. Moreover, the continuous natural disasters were indeed caused by the existence of these people. Thinking of this, a trace of doubt crossed Lu Zhou's eyes. Wait, since these people could manipulate their own planet from behind bubbles, then why did they still need the Divine Descent mission? Was there some hidden secret about the Divine Descent? As these thoughts flickered in Lu Zhou's mind, the game continued. You're very perceptive. The purpose of the Divine Descent is actually to create an anchor point within your blue star that can be tracked. Once this anchor point exists, no matter what technology your blue star uses, if you try to escape to any place, these people will capture your planet and implement harvesting. Wow! Lu Zhou gasped, suddenly feeling a chill run through his body. Soon, he felt immense relief for having stopped the Divine Descent before. Thankfully, he succeeded in stopping it, Otherwise, Blue Star would have had no chance at all. The game continued in a flat tone. At that time, I actually wanted to see if you could successfully disrupt the other party's divine descent and destroy their anchor point, whether it would affect the ongoing harvesting plan. Now it seems that my guess was correct. Lu Zhou sensed something was off from its words. You meddled in my obstruction of the divine descent, and you don't even know if this matter can succeed? The game suddenly felt frustrated. TSK, it accidentally exposed itself while talking. Don't think like that. Look on the bright side. It's a lucky mistake. Didn't you successfully mess up the enemy's lock-on? Lu Zhou sneered. What if it fails? Are you prepared to die alongside me? The game fell silent. In fact, it didn't dare to speak. After a moment, Lu Zhou firmly demanded, You must compensate me. I need more powerful weapons or protective items. The game knew it was in the wrong and stealthily handed him a box. I can only give you this box. What you draw from it depends on your luck. Lu Zhou looked at the box the game presented. It radiated a dazzling light, reminiscent of diamonds, suggesting that once opened, a powerful treasure awaited inside. Soon, Lu Zhou shook his head, put the item away, and planned to rely on his little cousin's luck to open it. After all, his cousin was a lucky charm. He had to score something good. After securing the box, Lu Zhou suddenly thought of another important question. He immediately called out to the game. Game, will the enemy's divine descent have another chance? If one time wasn't enough, it would be very normal to try again. The game's tone was filled with helplessness. Do you think divine descent is that simple? They have very strict time and environmental requirements, not to mention those complex incantations and rituals. The most important thing is that the time for divine descent has already passed. If I were in their place, I would have no choice but to wait for the collective destruction of Blue Star, and after harvesting it, I would have to wait for the next time humanity is introduced to reactivate the divine descent. Hearing this, Lu Zhou felt his tension rise again. The game continued. It's best if you can stop them this time. Otherwise, next time, whether you can obstruct the divine descent is uncertain. Lu Zhou naturally understood the stakes of this matter. After all, with the game's help, they could just barely destroy the divine descent. If it were the next time, the enemy might be better prepared, or perhaps the next group wouldn't have the game's assistance. After finishing these words, the game fell silent, retreating deep into the sea of consciousness, no longer paying attention to Lu Zhou. Soon, Lu Zhou regained his awareness from the sea of consciousness, and when he returned to reality, only a couple of minutes had passed. In these 2 minutes, everyone was still astonished, staring at the floating bubbles. Those bubbles seemed to herald the impending future of Blue Star. Song Wei never imagined that the UFO would take them all to this alternate dimension. He clearly understood that this magical space would not have appeared before them, unless it was part of the UFO project. Record the video. We'll stay here for another hour and prepare to return. Song Wei glanced at the ongoing video recording and coldly issued the order. He wondered if what they saw would cause an earthquake when they returned.